The Bride of Lammermoor, Part 1 by Walter Scott. Chapter 1. Few have been in my secret while I was compiling these narratives, nor is it probable that they will ever become public during the life of their author. Even were that event to happen, I am not ambitious of the honored distinction, digito monstrari. I confess that, were it safe to cherish such dreams at all, I should more enjoy the thought of remaining behind the curtain unseen, like the ingenious manager of Punch and his wife Joan, and enjoying the astonishment and conjectures of my audience. Then might I, perchance, hear the productions of the obscure Peter Pattison praised by the judicious and admired by the feeling, engrossing the young and attracting even the old, while the critic traced their fame up to some name of literary celebrity, and the question when and by whom these tales were written filled up the pause of conversation in 100 circles and coteries. This I may never enjoy during my lifetime, but farther than this I am certain my vanity should never induce me to aspire. I am too stubborn in habits and too little polished in manners to envy or aspire to the honors assigned to my literary contemporaries. I could not think a whit more highly of myself were I found worthy to come in place as a lion for a winter in the great metropolis. I could not rise, turn round, and show all my honors, from the shaggy mane to the tufted tail, roar you ant, were any nightingale, and so lie down again like a well-behaved beast of show, and all at the cheap and easy rate of a cup of coffee and a slice of bread and butter as thin as a wafer. And I could ill stomach the fulsome flattery with which the lady of the evening indulges her show monsters on such occasions, as she crams her parrots with sugar plums in order to make them talk before company. I cannot be tempted to come aloft for these marks of distinction, and, like imprisoned Samson, I would rather remain, if such must be the alternative, all my life in the mill-house, grinding for my very bread, than be brought forth to make sport for the Philistine lords and ladies. This proceeds from no dislike, real or affected, to the aristocracy of these realms. But they have their place, and I have mine, and, like the iron and earthen vessels in the old fable, we can scarce come into collision without my being the sufferer in every sense. It may be otherwise with the sheets which I am now writing. These may be opened and laid aside at pleasure. By amusing themselves with the perusal, the great will excite no false hopes. By neglecting or condemning them, they will inflict no pain. And how seldom can they converse with those whose minds have toiled for their delight without doing either the one or the other. In the better and wiser tone of feeling which Ovid only expresses in one line to retract in that which follows, I can address these choirs, parve nec invideo, sign me, liber, ibis in urbem. Nor do I join the regret of the illustrious exile, that he himself could not in person accompany the volume which he sent forth to the mart of literature, pleasure, and luxury. Were there not 100 similar instances on record, the rate of my poor friend and schoolfellow Dick Tinto would be sufficient to warn me against seeking happiness in the celebrity which attaches itself to a successful cultivator of the fine arts. Dick Tinto, when he wrote himself artist, was wont to derive his origin from the ancient family of Tinto, of that ilk in Lanarkshire, and occasionally hinted that he had somewhat derogated from his gentle blood in using the pencil for his principal means of support. But if Dick's pedigree was correct, some of his ancestors must have suffered a more heavy declension, since the good man his father executed the necessary, and, I trust, the honest, but certainly not very distinguished, employment of tailor in ordinary to the village of Langdurdum in the west. Under his humble roof was Richard born, and to his father's humble trade was Richard, greatly contrary to his inclination, early indentured. Old Mr. Tinto had, however, no reason to congratulate himself upon having compelled the youthful genius of his son to forsake its natural bent. He fared like the school boy who attempts to stop with his finger the spout of a water cistern, while the stream, exasperated at this compression, escapes by 1,000 uncalculated spurts and wets him all over for his pains. Even so fared the senior Tinto, when his hopeful apprentice not only exhausted all the chalk in making sketches upon the shopboard, but even executed several caricatures of his father's best customers, who began loudly to murmur that it was too hard to have their persons deformed by the vestments of the father, and to be at the same time turned into ridicule by the pencil of the son. This led to discredit and loss of practice, until the old tailor, yielding to destiny and to the entreaties of his son, permitted him to attempt his fortune in a line for which he was better qualified. There was about this time, in the village of Langdeer-Doom, a peripatetic brother of the brush, who exercised his vocation sub Joe frigido, the object of admiration of all the boys of the village, but especially to Dick Tinto. The age had not yet adopted, amongst other unworthy retrenchments, that illiberal measure of economy which, supplying by written characters the lack of symbolical representation, closes one open and easily accessible avenue of instruction and emolument against the students of the fine arts. It was not yet permitted to write upon the plastered doorway of an alehouse or the suspended sign of an inn, "The Old Magpie," or "The Saracen's Head," substituting that cold description for the lively effigies of the plumed chatterer or the turbaned frown of the terrific Soldan. That early and more simple age considered alike the necessities of all ranks, and depicted the symbols of good cheer so as to be obvious to all capacities, well judging that a man who could not read a syllable might nevertheless love a pot of good ale as well as his better educated neighbors, or even as the parson himself. Acting upon this liberal principle, publicans as yet hung forth the painted emblems of their calling, and sign painters, if they seldom feasted, did not at least absolutely starve. To a worthy of this decayed profession, as we have already intimated, Dick Tinto became an assistant, and thus, as is not unusual among heaven-born geniuses in this department of the fine arts, began to paint before he had any notion of drawing. His talent for observing nature soon induced him to rectify the errors and soar above the instructions of his teacher. He particularly shone in painting horses, that being a favorite sign in the Scottish villages, and, in tracing his progress, it is beautiful to observe how by degrees he learned to shorten the backs and prolong the legs of these noble animals until they came to look less like crocodiles and more like nags. Detraction, which always pursues merit with strides proportioned to its advancement, has indeed alleged that Dick once upon a time painted a horse with 5 legs instead of 4. I might have rested his defense upon the license allowed to that branch of his profession which, as it permits all sorts of singular and irregular combinations, may be allowed to extend itself so far as to bestow a limb supernumerary on a favorite subject. But the cause of a deceased friend is sacred, and I disdain to bottom it so superficially. I have visited the sign in question, which yet swings exalted in the village of Langderdum, and I am ready to depone upon the oath that what has been idly mistaken or misrepresented as being the 5th leg of the horse is, in fact, the tail of that quadruped, and, considered with reference to the posture in which he is delineated, forms a circumstance introduced and managed with great and successful, though daring art. The nag being represented in a rampant or rearing posture, the tail, which is prolonged till it touches the ground, appears to form a point d'appui, and gives the firmness of a tripod to the figure, without which it would be difficult to conceive, placed as the feet are, how the courser could maintain his ground without tumbling backwards. This bold conception has fortunately fallen into the custody of one by whom it is duly valued. For, when Dick, in his more advanced state of proficiency, became dubious of the propriety of so daring a deviation to execute a picture of the publican himself in exchange for this juvenile production, the courteous offer was declined by his judicious employer, who had observed, it seems, that when his ale failed to do its duty in conciliating his guests, one glance at his sign was sure to put them in good humor. It would be foreign to my present purpose to trace the steps by which Dick Tinto improved his touch, and corrected, by the rules of art, the luxuriance of a fervid imagination. The scales fell from his eyes on viewing the sketches of a contemporary, the Scottish Teniers, as Wilkie has been deservedly styled. He threw down the brush, took up the crayons, and, amid hunger and toil and suspense and uncertainty, pursued the path of his profession under better auspices than those of his original master. Still, the first rude emanations of his genius, like the nursery rhymes of Pope, could these be recovered, will be dear to the companions of Dick Tinto's youth. There is a tankard and gridiron painted over the door of an obscure change house in the back wind of Gandercleugh, but I feel I must tear myself from the subject or dwell on it too long. Amid his wants and struggles, Dick Tinto had recourse, like his brethren, to levying that tax upon the vanity of mankind which he could not extract from their taste and liberality on a word. He painted portraits. It was in this more advanced state of proficiency, when Dick had soared above his original line of business, and highly disdained any allusion to it, that, after having been estranged for several years, we again met in the village of Gandercleugh, I holding my present situation, and Dick painting copies of the human face divine, at a guinea per head. This was a small premium, yet in the first burst of business it more than sufficed for all Dick's moderate wants, so that he occupied an apartment at the Wallace Inn, cracked his jest with impunity even upon mine host himself, and lived in respect and observance with the chambermaid, hostler, and waiter. Those halcyon days were too serene to last long. When His Honour the Laird of Gandercleugh, with his wife and 3 daughters, the minister, the gauger, mine esteemed patron, Mr. Didia Cleishbotham, and some round dozen of the feuds and farmers, had been consigned to immortality by Tinto's brush, custom began to slacken, and it was impossible to wring more than crowns and half-crowns from the hard hands of the peasants whose ambition led them to Dick's painting-room. Still, though the horizon was overclouded, no storm for some time ensued. Mine host had Christian faith with a lodger who had been a good paymaster as long as he had the means. And from a portrait of our landlord himself, grouped with his wife and daughters, in the style of Rubens, which suddenly appeared in the best parlor, it was evident that Dick had found some mode of bartering art for the necessaries of life. Nothing, however, is more precarious than resources of this nature. It was observed that Dick became in his turn the whetstone of mine host's wit, without venturing either at defense or retaliation, that his easel was transferred to a garret room in which there was scarce space for it to stand upright, and that he no longer ventured to join the weekly club of which he had been once the life and soul. In short, Dick Tinto's friends feared that he had acted like the animal called the sloth, which, heaving eaten up the last green leaf upon the tree where it has established itself, ends by tumbling down from the top and dying of inanition. I ventured to hint this to Dick, recommended his transferring the exercise of his inestimable talent to some other sphere, and forsaking the common, which he might be said to have eaten bare. "There is an obstacle to my change of residence," said my friend, grasping my hand with a look of solemnity. "A bill due to my landlord, I am afraid," replied I with heartfelt sympathy. "If any part of my slender means can assist in this emergence, no, by the soul of Sir Joshua," answered the generous youth. "I will never involve a friend in the consequences of my own misfortune. There is a mode by which I can regain my liberty, and to creep even through a common sewer is better than to remain in prison." I did not perfectly understand what my friend meant. The muse of painting appeared to have failed him, and what other goddess he could invoke in his distress was a mystery to me. We parted, however, without further explanation, and I did not see him until 3 days after, when he summoned me to partake of the foy with which his landlord proposed to regale him ere his departure for Edinburgh. I found Dick in high spirits, whistling while he buckled the small knapsack which contained his colors, brushes, palettes, and clean shirt. That he parted on the best terms with mine host was obvious from the cold beef set forth in the low parlor, flanked by 2 mugs of admirable brown stout, and I own my curiosity was excited concerning the means through which the face of my friend's affairs had been so suddenly improved. I did not suspect Dick of dealing with the devil, and by what earthly means he had extricated himself thus happily. I was at a total loss to conjecture. He perceived my curiosity and took me by the hand. "My friend," he said, "fain would I conceal even from you the degradation to which it has been necessary to submit in order to accomplish an honorable retreat from Gandercleugh. But what avails attempting to conceal that which must needs betray itself, even by its superior excellence? All the village, all the parish, all the world will soon discover to what poverty has reduced Richard Tento." A sudden thought here struck me. I had observed that our landlord wore, on that memorable morning, a pair of brand new velveteens instead of his ancient thicksets. "What," said I, drawing my right hand, with the forefinger and thumb pressed together, nimbly from my right haunch to my left shoulder, "you have condescended to resume the paternal arts to which you were first bred, long stitches. Ha, Dick!" He repelled this unlucky conjecture with a frown and a posh, indicative of indignant contempt, and leading me into another room, showed me, resting against the wall, the majestic head of Sir William Wallace, grim as when severed from the trunk by the orders of the Edward. The painting was executed on boards of a substantial thickness, and the top decorated with irons, for suspending the honored effigy upon a signpost. "There," he said, "my friend, stands the honor of Scotland, and my shame. Yet not so rather the shame of those who, instead of encouraging art in its proper sphere, reduce it to these unbecoming and unworthy extremities." I endeavored to smooth the ruffled feelings of my misused and indignant friend. I reminded him that he ought not, like the stag in the fable, to despise the quality which had extricated him from difficulties in which his talents as a portrait or landscape painter had been found unavailing. Above all, I praised the execution as well as conception of his painting, and reminded him that, far from feeling dishonored by so superb a specimen of his talents being exposed to the general view of the public, he ought rather to congratulate himself upon the augmentation of his celebrity to which its public exhibition must necessarily give rise. "You are right, my friend, you are right," replied poor Dick, his eye kindling. With enthusiasm, why should I shun the name of and he hesitated for a phrase, an out-of-doors artist. Hogarth has introduced himself in that character in one of his best engravings. Domenichino, or somebody else, in ancient times, Morland and our own, have exercised their talents in this manner. And wherefore limit to the rich and higher classes alone the delight which the exhibition of works of art is calculated to inspire into all classes? Statues are placed in the open air. Why should painting be more niggardly in displaying her masterpieces than her sister sculpture? And yet, my friend, we must part suddenly. The carpenter is coming in an hour to put up the emblem, and truly, with all my philosophy, and your consolatory encouragement to boot, I would rather wish to leave Gandercleugh before that operation commences." We partook of our genial host's parting banquet, and I escorted Dick on his walk to Edinburgh. We parted about a mile from the village, just as we heard the distant cheer of the boys which accompanied the mounting of the new symbol of the Wallace head. Dick Tinto mended his pace to get out of hearing, so little had either early practice or reasoned philosophy reconciled him to the character of a sign painter. In Edinburgh, Dick's talents were discovered and appreciated, and he received dinners and hints from several distinguished judges of the fine arts. But these gentlemen dispensed their criticism more willingly than their cash, and Dick thought he needed cash more than criticism. He therefore sought London, the universal mart of talent, and where, as is usual in general marts of most descriptions, much more of each commodity is exposed to sale than can ever find purchasers. Dick, who in serious earnest was supposed to have considerable natural talents for his profession, and whose vain and sanguine disposition never permitted him to doubt for a moment of ultimate success, threw himself headlong into this crowd which jostled and struggled for notice and preferment. he elbowed others and was elbowed himself, and finally, by dint of intrepidity, fought his way into some notice, painted for the prize at the institution, had pictures at the exhibition at Somerset House, and damned the hanging committee. But poor Dick was doomed to lose the field he fought so gallantly. In the fine arts, there is scarce an alternative betwixt distinguished success and absolute failure, and as Dick's zeal and industry were unable to ensure the first, he fell into the distresses which, in his condition, were the natural consequences of the latter alternative. He was for a time patronized by one or two of those judicious persons who make a virtue of being singular and of pitching their own opinions against those of the world in matters of taste and criticism. But they soon tired of poor Tinto and laid him down as a load, upon the principle on which a spoiled child throws away its plaything. Misery, I fear, took him up and accompanied him to a premature grave, to which he was carried from an obscure lodging in Swallow Street, where he had been dunned by his landlady within doors and watched by bailiffs without until death came to his relief. A corner of the Morning Post noticed his death, generously adding that his manner displayed considerable genius, though his style was rather sketchy, and referred to an advertisement which announced that Mr. Varnish, a well-known printseller, had still on hand a very few drawings and paintings by Richard Tinto, Esquire, which those of the nobility and gentry who might wish to complete their collections of modern art were invited to visit without delay. So ended Dick Tinto, a lamentable proof of the great truth that in the fine arts mediocrity is not permitted, and that he who cannot ascend to the very top of the ladder will do well not to put his foot upon it at all. The memory of Tinto is dear to me, from the recollection of the many conversations which we have had together, most of them turning upon my present task. He was delighted with my progress, and talked of an ornamented and illustrated edition, with heads, vignettes, and queues de lampe, all to be designed by his own patriotic and friendly pencil. He prevailed upon an old sergeant of invalids to sit to him in the character of Bothwell, the lifeguards man of Charles II, and the bellman of Gandercleugh in that of David Deans. But while he thus proposed to unite his own powers with mine for the illustration of these narratives, he mixed many a dose of salutary criticism with the panegyrics which my composition was at times so fortunate as to call forth. "Your characters," he said, "my dear Pattison, make too much use of the gobbox. They patter too much in elegant phraseology, which Dick had learned while painting the scenes of an itinerant company of players. There is nothing in whole pages but mere chat and dialogue." "The ancient philosopher," said I in reply, "was wont to say, 'Speak, that I may know thee.' And how is it possible for an author to introduce his persona dramatis to his readers in a more interesting and effectual manner than by the dialogue in which each is represented as supporting his own appropriate character?" "It is a false conclusion," said Tinto. "I hate it, Peter, as I hate an unfilled can. I grant you, indeed, that speech is a faculty of some value in the intercourse of human affairs, and I will not even insist on the doctrine of that Pythagorean toper who was of opinion that over a bottle speaking spoiled conversation. But I will not allow that a professor of the fine arts has occasion to embody the idea of his scene in language, in order to impress upon the reader its reality and its effect. On the contrary, I will be judged by most of your readers, Peter, should these tales ever become public, whether you have not given us a page of talk for every single idea which 2 words might have communicated, while the posture and manner and incident, accurately drawn and brought out by appropriate coloring, would have preserved all the weight (peas) to encumber your pages." I replied that he confounded the operations of the pencil and the pen, that the serene and silent art, as painting has been called by one of our first living poets, necessarily appealed to the eye, because it had not the organs for addressing the ear, whereas poetry, or that species of composition which approached to it, lay under the necessity of doing absolutely the reverse, and addressed itself to the ear, for the purpose of exciting that interest which it could not attain through the medium of the eye. Dick was not a whit staggered by my argument, which he contended was founded on misrepresentation. Description, he said, was to the author of a romance exactly what drawing and tinting were to a painter. Words were his colors, and if properly employed, they could not fail to place the scene which he wished to conjure up as effectually before the mind's eye as the tablet or canvas. Presents it to the bodily organ. The same rules, he contended, applied to both, and an exuberance of dialogue in the former case was a verbose and laborious mode of composition which went to confound the proper art of fictitious narrative with that of the drama, a widely different species of composition, of which dialogue was the very essence, because all excepting the language to be made use of was presented to the eye by the dresses and persons and actions of the performers upon the stage. But as nothing, said Dick, can be more dull than a long narrative written upon the plan of a drama, so where you have approached most near to that species of composition by indulging in prolonged scenes of mere conversation, the course of your story has become chill and constrained, and you have lost the power of arresting the attention and exciting the imagination, in which, upon other occasions, you may be considered as having succeeded tolerably well. I made my bow in requital of the compliment which was probably thrown in by way of placebo, and expressed myself willing at least to make one trial of a more straightforward style of composition in which my actors should do more, and say less, than in my former attempts of this kind. Dick gave me a patronizing and approving nod, and observed that, finding me so docile, he would communicate, for the benefit of my muse, a subject which he had studied with a view to his own art. The story, he said, was, by tradition, affirmed to be truth, although, as upwards of 100 years had passed away since the events took place, some doubts upon the accuracy of all the particulars might be reasonably entertained. When Dick Tinto had thus spoken, he rummaged his portfolio for the sketch from which he proposed one day to execute a picture of 14 feet by 8. The sketch, which was cleverly executed, to use the appropriate phrase, represented an ancient hall, fitted up and furnished in what we now call the taste of Queen Elizabeth's sage. The light admitted from the upper part of a high casement fell upon a female figure of exquisite beauty who, in an attitude of speechless terror, appeared to watch the issue of a debate betwixt two other persons. The one was a young man, in the Vandyke dress common to the time of Charles I, who, with an air of indignant pride, testified by the manner in which he raised his head and extended his arm, seemed to be urging a claim of right rather than of favor to a lady whose age and some resemblance in their features pointed her out as the mother of the younger female, and who appeared to listen with a mixture of displeasure and impatience. Tinto produced his sketch with an air of mysterious triumph, and gazed on it as a fond parent looks upon a hopeful child, while he anticipates the future figure he is to make in the world, and the height to which he will raise the honor of his family. He held it at arm's length from me, he held it closer, he placed it upon the top of a chest of drawers, closed the lower shutters of the casement to adjust a downward and favorable light, fell back to the due distance, dragging me after him, shaded his face with his hand, as if to exclude all but the favorite object, and ended by spoiling a child's copybook, which he rolled up so as to serve for the darkened tube of an amateur. I fancy my expressions of enthusiasm had not been in proportion to his own, for he presently exclaimed with vehemence, "Mr. Pattison, I used to think you had an eye in your head." I vindicated my claim to the usual allowance of visual organs. "Yet, on my honor," said Dick, "I would swear you had been born blind, since you have failed at the first glance to discover the subject and meaning of that sketch. I do not mean to praise my own performance. I leave these arts to others. I am sensible of my deficiencies, conscious that my drawing and coloring may be improved by the time I intend to dedicate to the art. But the conception, the expression, The positions these tell the story to everyone who looks at the sketch. And if I can finish the picture without diminution of the original conception, the name of Tinto shall no more be smothered by the mists of envy and intrigue. I replied that I admired the sketch exceedingly, but that to understand its full merit, I felt it absolutely necessary to be informed of the subject. That is the very thing I complain of, answered Tinto. You have accustomed yourself so much to these creeping twilight details of yours that you are become incapable of receiving that instant and vivid flash of conviction which darts on the mind from seeing the happy and expressive combinations of a single scene, and which gathers from the position, attitude, and countenance of the moment not only the history of the past lives of the personages represented and the nature of the business on which they are immediately engaged, but lists of the shroft and there was sap mates. In that case, replied I, painting excels the ape of the renowned Genèse day. Passamonte, which only meddled with the past and the present. Nay, she excels that very nature who affords her subject. For I protest to you, Dick, that were I permitted to peep into that Elizabeth chamber and see the persons you have sketched, conversing in flesh and blood, I should not be a jot nearer guessing the nature of their business than I am at this moment while looking at your sketch. Only generally, from the languishing look of the young lady and the care you have taken to do you really presume to form such a bold conjecture? Said Tinto. And the indignant earnestness with which you see the man urge his suit, the unresisting impassive despair of the younger female, the stern air of inflexible determination in the elder woman, whose looks express at once consciousness that she is acting wrong and a firm determination to persist in the course she has adopted. If her looks express all this, my dear Tinto, replied I, interrupting him, your pencil rivals the dramatic art of Mr. Puff in The Critic, who crammed a whole complicated sentence into the expressive shake of Lord Burleigh's head. My good friend Peter, replied Tinto, I observe you are perfectly incorrigible. However, I have compassion on your dullness, and am unwilling you should be deprived of the pleasure of understanding my picture, and of gaining at the same time a subject for your own pen. You must know then, last summer, while I was taking sketches on the coast of East Lothian in Berwickshire, I was seduced into the mountains of Lammermoor by the account I received of some remains of antiquity in that district. Those with which I was most struck were the ruins of an ancient castle in which that Elizabeth chamber, as you call it, once existed. I resided for 2 or 3 days at a farmhouse in the neighborhood, where the aged goodwife was well acquainted with the history of the castle and the events which had taken place in it. One of these was of a nature so interesting and singular that my attention was divided between my wish to draw the old ruins in landscape and to represent in a history piece the singular events which have taken place in it. Here are my notes of the tale, said poor Dick, handing a parcel of loose scraps, partly scratched over with his pencil, partly with his pen, where outlines of caricatures, sketches of turrets, mills, old gables, and dovecots disputed the ground with his written memoranda. I proceeded, however, to decipher the substance of the manuscript as well as I could and move it into the following tale, in which, following in part, though not entirely, my friend Tinto's advice, I endeavored to render my narrative rather descriptive than dramatic. My favorite propensity, however, has at times overcome me, and my persons, like many others in this talking world, speak now and then a great deal more than they act. Chapter 2. In the gorge of a pass or mountain glen, ascending from the fertile plains of East Lothian, there stood in former times an extensive castle, of which only the ruins are now visible. Its ancient proprietors were a race of powerful and warlike barons, who bore the same name with the castle itself, which was Ravenswood. Their line extended to a remote period of antiquity, and they had intermarried with the Douglases, Humes, Swintons, Hayes, and other families of power and distinction in the same country. Their history was frequently involved in that of Scotland itself, in whose annals their feats are recorded. The castle of Ravenswood, occupying and in some measure commanding a pass betwixt Berwickshire, or the Merse as the southeastern province of Scotland is termed, and the Lothians, was of importance both in times of foreign war and domestic discord. It was frequently besieged with ardor and defended with obstinacy, and, of course, its owners played a conspicuous part in story. But their house had its revolutions. Like all sublunary things, it became greatly declined from its splendor about the middle of the 17th century, and towards the period of the Revolution, the last proprietor of Ravenswood Castle saw himself compelled to part with the ancient family seat and to remove himself to a lonely and sea-beaten tower, which, situated on the bleak shores between St. Abb's Head and the village of Eyemouth, looked out on the lonely and boisterous German Ocean. A black domain of wild pasturous land surrounded their new residence and formed the remains of their property. Lord Ravenswood, the heir of this ruined family, was far from bending his mind to his new condition of life. In the Civil War of 1689, he had espoused the sinking side, and although he had escaped without the forfeiture of life or land, his blood had been attainted and his title abolished. He was now called Lord Ravenswood, only in courtesy. This forfeited nobleman inherited the pride and turbulence, though not the fortune of his house, and, as he imputed the final declension of his family to a particular individual, he honored that person with his full portion of hatred. This was the very man who had now become, by purchase, proprietor of Ravenswood, and the domains of which the heir of the house now stood dispossessed. He was descended of a family much less ancient than that of Lord Ravenswood, and which had only risen to wealth and political importance during the great civil wars. He himself had been bred to the bar and had held high offices in the state, maintaining through life the character of a skillful fisher in the troubled waters of a state divided by factions and governed by delegated authority, and of one who contrived to amass considerable sums of money in a country where there was but little to be gathered, and who equally knew the value of wealth and the various means of augmenting it, and using it as an engine of increasing his power and influence. Thus qualified and gifted, he was a dangerous antagonist to the fierce and imprudent Ravenswood. Whether he had given him good cause for the enmity with which the Baron regarded him was a point on which men spoke differently. Some said the quarrel arose merely from the vindictive spirit and envy of Lord Ravenswood, who could not patiently behold another, though by just and fair purchase, become the proprietor of the estate and castle of his forefathers. But the greater part of the public, prone to slander the wealthy in their absence, as to flatter them in their presence, held the less charitable opinion. They said that the Lord Keeper for to this height Sir William Ashton had ascended had, previous to the final purchase of the estate of Ravenswood, been concerned in extensive pecuniary transactions with the former proprietor, and, rather intimating what was probable than affirming anything positively, they asked which party was likely to have the advantage in stating and enforcing the claims arising out of these complicated affairs, and more than hinted the advantages which the cool lawyer and able politician must necessarily possess over the heightened and imprudent character whom he had involved in legal toils and pecuniary snares. The character of the times aggravated these suspicions. In those days there was no king in Israel. Since the departure of James VI to assume the richer and more powerful crown of England, there had existed in Scotland contending parties, formed among the aristocracy, by whom, as their intrigues at the court of St. James's chanced to prevail, the delegated powers of sovereignty were alternately swayed. The evils attending upon this system of government resembled those which afflict the tenants of an Irish estate, the property of an absentee. There was no supreme power, claiming and possessing a general interest with the community at large, to whom the oppressed might appeal from subordinate tyranny, either for justice or for mercy. Let a monarch be as indolent, as selfish, as much disposed to arbitrary power as he will, still in a free country, His own interests are so clearly connected with those of the public at large, and the evil consequences to his own authority are so obvious and imminent when a different course is pursued, that common policy as well as common feeling point to the equal distribution of justice and to the establishment of the throne in righteousness. Thus, even sovereigns remarkable for usurpation and tyranny have been found rigorous in the administration of justice among their subjects, in cases where their own power and passions were not compromised. It is very different when the powers of sovereignty are delegated to the head of an aristocratic faction, rivaled and pressed closely in the race of ambition by an adverse leader. His brief and precarious enjoyment of power must be employed in rewarding his partisans, in extending his influence, in oppressing and crushing his adversaries. Even Abu Hassan, the most disinterested of all viceroys, forgot not, during his caliphate of one day, to send a douceur of 1,000 pieces of gold to his own household, and the Scottish vicegerents, raised to power by the strength of their faction, failed not to embrace the same means of rewarding them. The administration of justice, in particular, was infected by the most gross partiality. A case of importance scarcely occurred in which there was not some ground for bias or partiality on the part of the judges, who were so little able to withstand the temptation that the adage, "Show me the man and I will show you the law," became as prevalent as it was scandalous. One corruption led the way to others still more gross and profligate. The judge who lent his sacred authority in one case to support a friend and in another to crush an enemy, and whose decisions were founded on family connections or political relations, could not be supposed inaccessible to direct personal motives, and the purse of the wealthy was too often believed to be thrown into the scale to weigh down the cause of the poor litigant. The subordinate officers of the law affected little scruple concerning bribery. Pieces of plate and bags of money were sent in presents to the king's council to influence their conduct, and poured forth, says a contemporary writer, like billets of wood upon their floors, without even the decency of concealment. In such times it was not over uncharitable to suppose that the statesman, practiced in courts of law, and a powerful member of a triumphant cabal, might find and use means of advantage over his less skilful and less favored adversary. And if it had been supposed that Sir William Ashton's conscience had been too delicate to profit by these advantages, it was believed that his ambition and desire of extending his wealth and consequence found as strong a stimulus in the exhortations of his lady as the daring aim of Abdai. Lady Ashton was of a family more distinguished than that of her lord, an advantage which she did not fail to use to the uttermost, in maintaining and extending her husband's influence over others, and, unless she was greatly belied, her own over him. She had been beautiful, and was stately and majestic in her appearance, endowed by nature with strong powers and violent passions. Experience had taught her to employ the one and to conceal, if not to moderate, the other. She was a severe and strict observer of the external forms, at least, of devotion. Her hospitality was splendid, even to ostentation. Her address and manners, agreeable to the pattern most valued in Scotland at the period, were grave, dignified, and severely regulated by the rules of etiquette. Her character had always been beyond the breath of slander, and yet, with all these qualities to excite respect, Lady Ashton was seldom mentioned in the terms of love or affection. Interest, the interest of her family, if not her own, seemed too obviously the motive of her actions, and where this is the case, the sharp judging and malignant public are not easily imposed upon by outward show. It was seen and ascertained that, in her most graceful courtesies and compliments, Lady Ashton no more lost sight of her object than the falcon in his airy wheel turns his quick eyes from his destined quarry, and hence something of doubt and suspicion qualified the feelings with which her equals received her attentions. With her inferiors these feelings were mingled with fear, an impression useful to her purposes so far as it enforced ready compliance with her requests and implicit obedience to her commands, but detrimental because they cannot exist with affection or regard. Even her husband, it is said, upon whose fortunes her talents and address had produced such emphatic influence, regarded her with respectful awe rather than confiding attachment, and report said there were times when he considered his grandeur as dearly purchased at the expense of domestic thraldom. Of this, however, much might be suspected, but little could be accurately known. Lady Ashton regarded the honor of her husband as her own, and was well aware how much that would suffer in the public eye should he appear a vassal to his wife. In all her arguments, his opinion was quoted as infallible. His taste was appealed to, and his sentiments received with the air of deference which a dutiful wife might seem to owe to a husband of Sir William Ashton's rank and character. But there was something under all this which rung false and hollow, and to those who watched this couple with close, and perhaps malicious, scrutiny it seemed evident that, in the haughtiness of a firmer character, higher birth, and more decided views of aggrandizement, the lady looked with some contempt on her husband, and that he regarded her with jealous fear rather than with love or admiration. Still, however, the leading and favorite interests of Sir William Ashton and his lady were the same, and they failed not to work in concert, although without cordiality, and to testify in all exterior circumstances that respect for each other which they were aware was necessary to secure that of the public. Their union was crowned with several children, of whom 3 survived. One, the eldest son, was absent on his travels, the second, a girl of 17, and the third, a boy about 3 years younger, resided with their parents in Edinburgh during the sessions of the Scottish Parliament and Privy Council at other times. In the old Gothic castle of Ravenswood, to which the Lord Keeper had made large additions in the style of the 17th century, Alan Lord Ravenswood, the late proprietor of that ancient mansion and the large estate annexed to it, continued for some time to wage ineffectual war with his successor concerning various points to which their former transactions had given rise, and which were successively determined in favor of the wealthy and powerful competitor, until death closed the litigation by summoning Ravenswood to a higher bar. The thread of life, which had been long wasting, gave way during a fit of violent and impotent fury with which he was assailed on receiving the news of the loss of a cause, founded, perhaps, rather in equity than in law, the last which he had maintained against his powerful antagonist. His son witnessed his dying agonies, and heard the curses which he breathed against his adversary, as if they had conveyed to him a legacy of vengeance. Other circumstances happened to exasperate a passion which was, and had long been, a prevalent vice in the Scottish disposition. It was a November morning, and the cliffs which overlooked the ocean were hung with thick and heavy mist, when the portals of the ancient and half-ruinous tower, in which Lord Ravenswood had spent the last and troubled years of his life, opened, that his mortal remains might pass forward to an abode yet more dreary and lonely. The pomp of attendance, to which the deceased had, in his latter years, been a stranger, was revived as he was about to be consigned to the realms of forgetfulness. Banner after banner, with the various devices and coats of this ancient family and its connections, followed each other in mournful procession from under the low-browed archway of the courtyard. The principal gentry of the country attended in the deepest mourning, and tempered the pace of their long train of horses to the solemn march befitting the occasion. Trumpets, with banners of crape attached to them, sent forth their long and melancholy notes to regulate the movements of the procession. An immense train of inferior mourners and menials closed the rear, which had not yet issued from the castle gate when the van had reached the chapel where the body was to be deposited. Contrary to the custom, and even to the law of the time, the body was met by a priest of the Scottish Episcopal Communion, arrayed in his surplice, and prepared to read over the coffin of the deceased the funeral service of the church. Such had been the desire of Lord Ravenswood in his last illness, and it was readily complied with by the Tory gentlemen, or Cavaliers as they affected to style themselves, in which faction most of his kinsmen were enrolled. The Presbyterian Church, judicatory of the Bounds, considering the ceremony as a pervading insult upon their authority, had applied to the Lord Keeper as the nearest privy councillor for a warrant to prevent its being carried into effect, so that, when the clergyman had opened his prayer book, an officer of the law, supported by some armed men, commanded him to be silent. An insult which fired the whole assembly with indignation was particularly and instantly resented by the only son of the deceased, Edgar, popularly called the Master of Ravenswood, a youth of about 20 years of age. He clapped his hand on his sword, and bidding the official person to desist at his peril from farther interruption, commanded the clergyman to proceed. The man attempted to enforce his commission, but as 100 swords at once glittered in the air, he contented himself with protesting against the violence which had been offered to him in the execution of his duty, and stood aloof, a sullen and moody spectator of the ceremonial, muttering as one who should say, "You'll rue the day that clogs me with this answer." The scene was worthy of an artist's pencil. Under the very arch of the house of death, the clergyman, affrighted at the scene, and trembling for his own safety, hastily and unwillingly rehearsed the solemn service of the church, and spoke. Dust to dust and ashes to ashes, over ruined pride and decayed prosperity. Around stood the relations of the deceased, their countenances more in anger than in sorrow, and the drawn swords which they brandished forming a violent contrast with their deep mourning habits. In the countenance of the young man alone, resentment seemed for the moment overpowered by the deep agony with which he beheld his nearest, and almost his only, friend consigned to the tomb of his ancestry. A relative observed him turn deadly pale when, all rites being now duly observed, it became the duty of the chief mourner to lower down into the charnel vault, where mouldering coffins showed their tattered velvet and decayed plating, the head of the corpse which was to be their partner in corruption. He stepped to the youth and offered his assistance, which, by a mute motion, Edgar Ravenswood rejected. Firmly, and without a tear, he performed that last duty. The stone was laid on the sepulchre, the door of the aisle was locked, and the youth took possession of its massive key. As the crowd left the chapel, he paused on the steps which led to its Gothic chancel. "Gentlemen and friends," he said, "you have this day done no common duty to the body of your deceased kinsman. The rites of due observance, which, in other countries, are allowed as the due of the meanest Christian, would this day have been denied to the body of your relative not certainly sprung of the meanest house in Scotland, had it not been assured to him by your courage. Others bury their dead in sorrow and tears, in silence and in reverence. Our funeral rites are marred by the intrusion of bailiffs and ruffians, and our grief the due to our departed friend is chased from our cheeks by the glow of just indignation. But it is well that I know from what quiver this arrow has come forth. It was only he that dug the grave who could have the mean cruelty to disturb the obsequies. And heaven do as much to me and more, if I requite not to this man and his house the ruin and disgrace he has brought on me and mine." A numerous part of the assembly applauded this speech as the spirited expression of just resentment, but the more cool and judicious regretted that it had been uttered. The fortunes of the heir of Ravenswood were too low to brave the farther hostility which they imagined these open expressions of resentment must necessarily provoke. Their apprehensions, however, proved groundless, at least in the immediate consequences of this affair. The mourners returned to the Tower, there, according to a custom, but recently abolished in Scotland, to carouse deep healths to the memory of the deceased, to make the house of sorrow ring with sounds of joviality and debauch, and to diminish, by the expense of a large and profuse entertainment, the limited revenues of the heir of him whose funeral they thus strangely honored. It was the custom, however, and on the present occasion it was fully observed. The table swam in wine, the populace feasted in the courtyard, the yeomen in the kitchen and buttery, and 2 years' rent of Ravenswood's remaining property hardly defrayed the charge of the funeral revel. The wine did its office on all but the Master of Ravenswood, a title which he still retained, though forfeiture had attached to that of his father. He, while passing around the cup, which he himself did not taste, soon listened to 1,000 exclamations against the Lord Keeper and passionate protestations of attachment to himself and to the honor of his house. He listened with dark and sullen brow to ebullitions which he considered justly as equally evanescent with the crimson bubbles on the brink of the goblet, or at least with the vapors which its contents excited in the brains of the revelers around him. When the last flask was emptied, they took their leave with deep protestations to be forgotten on the morrow, if, indeed, those who made them should not think it necessary for their safety to make a more solemn retractation. Accepting their adieus with an air of contempt which he could scarce conceal, Ravenswood at length beheld his ruinous habitation cleared of this confluence of riotous guests, and returned to the deserted hall, which now appeared doubly lonely from the cessation of that clamor to which it had so lately echoed. But its space was peopled by phantoms, which the imagination of the young heir conjured up before him, the tarnished honor and degraded fortunes of his house, the destruction of his own hopes, and the triumph of that family by whom they had been ruined. To a mind naturally of a gloomy cast here was ample room for meditation, and the musings of young Ravenswood were deep and unwitnessed. The peasant who shows the ruins of the tower, which still crown the beetling cliff, and behold the war of the waves, though no more tenanted, saved by the sea mew and cormorant, even yet affirms that on this fatal night the Master of Ravenswood, by the bitter exclamations of his despair, evoked some evil fiend, under whose malignant influence the future tissue of incidents was woven. Alas, what fiend can suggest more desperate counsels than those adopted under the guidance of our own violent and unresisted passions? Chapter 3. On the morning after the funeral, the legal officer whose authority had been found insufficient to effect an interruption of the funeral solemnities of the late Lord Ravenswood hastened to state before the keeper the resistance which he had met with in the execution of his office. The statesman was seated in a spacious library, once a banqueting room in the old castle of Ravenswood, as was evident from the armorial insignia still displayed on the carved roof, which was vaulted with Spanish chestnut, and on the stained glass of the casement, through which gleamed a dim yet rich light on the long rows of shelves, bending under the weight of legal commentators and monkish historians, whose ponderous volumes formed the chief and most valued contents of a Scottish historian. Leap of the period. On the massive oaken table and reading desk lay a confused mass of letters, petitions, and parchments, toil amongst which was the pleasure at once and the plague of Sir William Ashton's life. His appearance was grave and even noble, well becoming one who held in high office in the state, and it was not save after long and intimate conversation with him upon topics of pressing and personal interest that a stranger could have discovered something vacillating and uncertain in his resolutions, an infirmity of purpose arising from a cautious and timid disposition, which, as he was conscious of its internal influence on his mind, he was, from pride as well as policy, most anxious to conceal from others. He listened with great apparent composure to an exaggerated account of the tumult which had taken place at the funeral, of the contempt thrown on his own authority and that of the church and state, nor did he seem moved even by the faithful report of the insulting and threatening language which had been uttered by young Ravenswood and others, and obviously directed against himself. He heard also what the man had been able to collect, in a very distorted and aggravated shape, of the toasts which had been drunk, and the menaces uttered at the subsequent entertainment. In fine, he made careful notes of all these particulars, and of the names of the persons by whom, in case of need, an accusation, founded upon these violent proceedings, could be witnessed and made good, and dismissed his informer, secure that he was now master of the remaining fortune and even of the personal liberty of young Ravenswood. When the door had closed upon the officer of the law, the Lord Keeper remained for a moment in deep meditation, then, starting from his seat, paced the apartment as one about to take a sudden and energetic resolution. "Young Ravenswood," he muttered, "is now mine, he is my own. He has placed himself in my hand, and he shall bend or break. I have not forgot the determined and dogged obstinacy with which his father fought every point to the last, resisted every effort at compromise, embroiled me in lawsuits, and attempted to assail my character when he could not otherwise impugn my rights. This boy he has left behind him, this Edgar, this hot-headed, hair-brained fool, has wrecked his vessel before she has cleared the harbor. I must see that he gains no advantage of some turning tide which may again float him off. These memoranda, properly stated to the Privy Council, cannot but be construed into an aggravated riot, in which the dignity both of the civil and ecclesiastical authorities stands committed. A heavy fine might be imposed. An order for committing him to Edinburgh or Blackness Castle seems not improper. Even a charge of treason might be laid on many of these words and expressions, though God forbid I should prosecute the matter to that extent. No, I will not. I will not touch his life, even if it should be in my power. And yet, if he lives till a change of times, what follows? Restitution, perhaps revenge. I know Athol promised his interest to old Ravenswood, and here is his son already bandying and making a faction by his own contemptible influence. What a ready tool he would be for the use of those who are watching the downfall of our administration. While these thoughts were agitating the mind of the wily statesman, and while he was persuading himself that his own interest and safety, as well as those of his friends and party, depended on using the present advantage to the uttermost against young Ravenswood, the Lord Keeper sate down to his desk and proceeded to draw up, for the information of the Privy Council, an account of the disorderly proceedings which, in contempt of his warrant, had taken place at the funeral of Lord Ravenswood. The names of most of the parties concerned, as well as the fact itself, would, he was well aware, sound odiously in the ears of his colleagues in administration, and most likely instigate them to make an example of young Ravenswood, at least in terrorem. It was a point of delicacy, however, to select such expressions as might infer the young man's culpability, without seeming directly to urge it, which, on the part of Sir William Ashton, his father's ancient antagonist, could not but appear odious and invidious. While he was in the act of composition, laboring to find words which might indicate Edgar Ravenswood to be the cause of the uproar, without specifically making such a charge, Sir William, in a pause of his task, chanced, in looking upward, to see the crest of the family for whose heir he was whetting the arrows and disposing the toils of the law carved upon one of the corbels from which the vaulted roof of the apartment sprung. It was a black bull's head, with the legend, "I bide my time," and the occasion upon which it was adopted mingled itself singularly and impressively with the subject of his present reflections. It was said, by a constant tradition, that a Malicious de Ravenswood had, in the 13th century, been deprived of his castle and lands by a powerful usurper who had for a while enjoyed his spoils in quiet. At length, on the eve of a costly banquet, Ravenswood, who had watched his opportunity, introduced himself into the castle with a small band of faithful retainers. The serving of the expected feast was impatiently looked for by the guests, and clamorously demanded by the temporary master of the castle. Ravenswood, who had assumed the disguise of a sewer upon the occasion, answered in a stern voice, "I bide my time," and at the same moment a bull's head, the ancient symbol of death, was placed upon the table. The explosion of the conspiracy took place upon the signal, and the usurper and his followers were put to death. Perhaps there was something in this still known and often repeated story which came immediately home to the breast and conscience of the Lord Keeper, for, putting from him the paper on which he had begun his report and carefully locking the memoranda which he had prepared into a cabinet which stood beside him, he proceeded to walk abroad, as if for the purpose of collecting his ideas and reflecting farther on the consequences of the step which he was about to take, ere yet they became inevitable. In passing through a large Gothic ante-room, Sir William Ashton heard the sound of his daughter's lute. Music, when the performers are concealed, affects us with a pleasure mingled with surprise and reminds us of the natural concert of birds among the leafy bowers. The statesman, though little accustomed to give way to emotions of this natural and simple class, was still a man and a father. He stopped, therefore, and listened, while the silver tones of Lucy Ashton's voice mingled with the accompaniment in an ancient air, to which someone had adapted the following words: "Look not thou on beauties charming, sit thou still when kings are arming. Taste not when the wine cup glistens, speak not when the people listens. Stop thine ear against the singer, from the red gold keep thy finger. Vacant heart, and eye, easy live and quiet die." The sound ceased, and the keeper entered his daughter's apartment. The words she had chosen seemed particularly adapted to her character, for Lucy Ashton's exquisitely beautiful yet somewhat girlish features were formed to express peace of mind, serenity, and indifference to the tinsel of worldly pleasure. Her locks, which were of shadowy gold, divided on a brow of exquisite whiteness, like a gleam of broken and pallid sunshine upon a hill of snow. The expression of the countenance was in the last degree gentle, soft, timid, and feminine, and seemed rather to shrink from the most casual look of a stranger than to court his admiration. Something there was of a Madonna cast, perhaps the result of delicate health and of residence in a family where the dispositions of the inmates were fiercer, more active and energetic than her own. Yet her passiveness of disposition was by no means owing to an indifferent or unfeeling mind. Left to the impulse of her own taste and feelings, Lucy Ashton was peculiarly accessible to those of a romantic cast. Her secret delight was in the old legendary tales of ardent devotion and unalterable affection, checkered as they so often are, with strange adventures and supernatural horrors. This was her favored fairy realm, and here she erected her aerial palaces, but it was only in secret that she labored at this delusive though delightful architecture. In her retired chamber, or in the woodland bower which she had chosen for her own, and called after her name, she was in fancy distributing the prizes at the tournament, or raining down influence from her eyes on the valiant combatants, or she was wandering in the wilderness with Una under escort of the generous lion, or she was identifying herself with the simple yet noble-minded Miranda in the Isle of Wonder and Enchantment. But in her exterior relations to things of this world, Lucy willingly received the ruling impulse from those around her. The alternative was, in general, too indifferent to her to render resistance desirable, and she willingly found a motive for decision in the opinion of her friends, which perhaps she might have sought for in vain in her own choice. Every reader must have observed in some family of his acquaintance some individual of a temper soft and yielding, who, mixed with stronger and more ardent minds, is borne along by the will of others, with as little power of opposition as the flower which is flung into a running stream. It usually happens that such a compliant and easy disposition, which resigns itself without murmur to the guidance of others, becomes the darling of those to whose inclinations its own seem to be offered in ungrudging and ready sacrifice. This was eminently the case with Lucy Ashton. Her politic, wary, and worldly father felt for her an affection the strength of which sometimes surprised him into an unusual emotion. Her elder brother, who trod the path of ambition with a haughtier step than his father, had also more of human affection. A soldier, and in a dissolute age he preferred his sister Lucy even to pleasure and to military preferment and distinction. Her younger brother, at an age when trifles chiefly occupied his mind, made her the confidant of all his pleasures and anxieties, his success in field sports, and his quarrels with his tutor and instructors. To these details, however trivial, Lucy lent patient and not indifferent attention. They moved and interested Henry, and that was enough to secure her ear. Her mother alone did not feel that distinguished and predominating affection with which the rest of the family cherished Lucy. She regarded what she termed her daughter's want of spirit as a decided mark that the more plebeian blood of her father predominated in Lucy's veins, and used to call her in derision her Lammermoor shepherdess. To dislike so gentle and inoffensive a being was impossible, but Lady Ashton preferred her eldest son, on whom had descended a large portion of her own ambitious and undaunted disposition, to a daughter whose softness of temper seemed allied to feebleness of mind. Her eldest son was the more partially beloved by his mother because, contrary to the usual custom of Scottish families of distinction, he had been named after the head of the house. "My Sholto," she said, "will support the untarnished honor of his maternal house and elevate and support that of his father. Poor Lucy is unfit for courts or crowded halls. Some country laird must be her husband, rich enough to supply her with every comfort, without an effort on her own part, so that she may have nothing to shed a tear for but the tender apprehension lest he may break his neck in a fox-chase. It was not so, however, that our house was raised, nor is it so that it can be fortified and augmented. The Lord Keeper's dignity is yet new. It must be borne as if we were used to its weight, worthy of it, and prompt to assert and maintain it. Before ancient authorities, men bend from customary and hereditary deference. In our presence they will stand erect unless they are compelled to prostrate themselves. A daughter fit for the sheepfold or the cloister is ill qualified to exact respect where it is yielded with reluctance, and since heaven refused us a third boy, Lucy should have held a character fit to supply his place. The hour will be a happy one which disposes her hand in marriage to someone whose energy is greater than her own, or whose ambition is of as low an order. So meditated a mother to whom the qualities of her children's hearts, as well as the prospect of their domestic happiness, seemed light in comparison to their rank and temporal greatness. But like many a parent of hot and impatient character, she was mistaken in estimating the feelings of her daughter, who, under a semblance of extreme indifference, nourished the germ of those passions which sometimes spring up in one night, like the gourd of the prophet, and astonish the observer by their unexpected ardor and intensity. In fact, Lucy's sentiments seemed chill because nothing had occurred to interest or awaken them. Her life had hitherto flowed on in a uniform and gentle tenor, and happy for her had not its present smoothness of current resembled that of the stream as it glides downwards to the waterfall. "So, Lucy," said her father, entering as her song was ended, "does your musical philosopher teach you to contemn the world before you know it? That is surely something premature. Or did you but speak according to the fashion of fair maidens, who are always to hold the pleasures of life in contempt till they are pressed upon them by the address of some gentle knight?" Lucy blushed, disclaimed any inference respecting her own choice being drawn from her selection of a song, and readily laid aside her instrument at her father's request that she would attend him in his walk. A large and well-wooded park, or rather chase, stretched along the hill behind the castle, which, occupying, as we have noticed, a pass ascending from the plain, seemed built in its very gorge to defend the forest ground which arose behind it in shaggy majesty. Into this romantic region the father and daughter proceeded, arm in arm, by a noble avenue overarched by embowering elms, beneath which groups of the fallow deer were seen to stray in distant perspective. As they paced slowly on, admiring the different points of view, for which Sir William Ashton, notwithstanding the nature of his usual avocations, had considerable taste and feeling, they were overtaken by the forester or park keeper who, intent on sylvan sport, was proceeding with his crossbow over his arm and a hound led in leash by his boy into the interior of the wood. "Going to shoot us a piece of venison, Norman," said his master as he returned the woodsman's salutation. "Saul, your honor, and that I am. Will it please you to see the sport?" "Oh no," said his lordship, after looking at his daughter, whose color fled at the idea of seeing the deer shot, although, had her father expressed his wish that they should accompany Norman, it was probable she would not even have hinted her reluctance. The forester shrugged his shoulders. "It was a disheartening thing," he said, "when none of the gentles came down to see the sport." He hoped Captain Sholto would be soon hame, or he might shut up his shop entirely, for Mr. Harry was kept sae close wi' his Latin nonsense that, though his will was very gude to be in the wood from morning till night, there would be a hopeful lad lost, and no making a man of him. It was not so, he had heard, in Lord Ravenswood's time. When a buck was to be killed, man and mother's son ran to see, and when the deer fell, the knife was always presented to the knight, and he never gave less than $1 for the compliment. And there was Edgar Ravenswood, master of Ravenswood, that is now when he goes up to the wood there has to been a better hunter since Tristram's time. When Sir Edgar hauds out, down goes the deer, faith. But he lost a sense of woodcraft on this side of the hill. There was much in this harangue highly displeasing to the Lord Keeper's feelings. He could not help observing that his menial despised him almost avowedly for not possessing that taste for sport which in those times was deemed the natural and indispensable attribute of a real gentleman. But the master of the game is, in all country houses, a man of great importance and entitled to use considerable freedom of speech. Sir William, therefore, only smiled and replied, he had something else to think upon today than killing deer. Meantime, taking out his purse, he gave the ranger $1 for his encouragement. The fellow received it as the waiter of a fashionable hotel receives double his proper fee from the hands of a country gentleman, that is, with the smile, in which pleasure at the gift is mingled with contempt for the ignorance of the donor. "Your honor is the bad paymaster," he said, "who pays before it is done. What would you do were I to miss the buck after you have paid me my wood fee?" "I suppose," said the keeper, smiling, "you would hardly guess what I mean, were I to tell you of a condictio in debiti. Not I, on my soul. I guess it is some law phrase, but sue a beggar, and your honor knows what follows. Well, but I will be just with you, and if bow and brock fail not, you shall have a piece of game 2 fingers fat on the brisket." As he was about to go off, his master again called him and asked, as if by accident, whether the master of Ravenswood was actually so brave a man and so good a shooter as the world spoke him. Brave enough, I warrant you," answered Norman. "I was in the wood at Tyninghame when there was a sort of gallants hunting with my lord. On my soul there was a buck turned to bay, made us all stand back, a stout old Trojan of the first head, 10-tined branches, and a brow as broad as ear of bullock's. Egad, he dashed at the old lord, and there would have been in lake among the parage, if the master had not whipped roundly in, and hamstrung him with his cutlass. He was but 16 then, bless his heart. And is he as ready with the gun as with the couteau?" said Sir William. "He'll strike this $silver out from between my finger and thumb at 80 yards, and I'll hold it out for a gold merk. What more would ye have of eye, hand, lead, and gunpowder?" "Oh, no more to be wished, certainly," said the Lord Keeper. "But we keep you from your sport, Norman. Good morrow, good Norman." And humming his rustic roundelay, the yeoman went on his road, the sound of his rough voice gradually dying away as the distance betwixt them increased. The monk must arise when the matins ring, the abbot may sleep to their chime, but the yeoman must start when the bugles sing. "'Tis time, my hearts, 'tis time." There's bucks and rays on Billhope Braes, there's a herd on Shortwood Shaw, but a lily-white doe in the garden goes, she's fairly worth them a. Has this fellow, said the Lord Keeper, when the yeoman's song had died on the wind, ever served the Ravenswood people, that he seems so much interested in them? I suppose you know, Lucy, for you make it a point of conscience to record the special history of every boor about the castle. I am not quite so faithful a chronicler, my dear father, but I believe that Norman once served here while a boy, and before he went to Lidington, whence you hired him. But if you want to know anything of the former family, old Alice is the best authority. And what should I have to do with them, pray, Lucy? Said her father. Or with their history or accomplishments? Nay, I do not know, sir, only that you are asking questions of Norman about young Ravenswood. Chaw, child, replied her father, yet immediately added, and who was old Alice? I think you know all the old women in the country. To be sure I do. Or how could I help the old creatures when they are in hard times? And as to old Alice, she is the very empress of old women and queen of gossips, so far as legendary lore is concerned. She is blind, poor old soul, but when she speaks to you, you would think she has some way of looking into your very heart. I am sure I often cover my face, or turn it away, for it seems as if she saw one change color, though she has been blind these 20 years. She is worth visiting, were it but to say you have seen a blind and paralytic old woman have so much acuteness of perception and dignity of manners. I assure you she might be a countess from her language and behavior. Come, you must go to see Alice. We are not a quarter of a mile from her cottage. All this, my dear, said the Lord Keeper, is no answer to my question who this woman is, and what is her connection with the former proprietor's family. Oh, it was something of a nourisheship, I believe, and she remained here because her 2 grandsons were engaged in your service. But it was against her will, I fancy, for the poor old creature is always regretting the change of times and of property. I am much obliged to her, answered the Lord Keeper. She and her folk eat my bread and drink my cup, and are lamenting all the while that they are not still under a family which never could do good either to themselves or anyone else. Indeed, replied Lucy, I am certain you do old Alice injustice. She has nothing mercenary about her, and would not accept a penny in charity if it were to save her from being starved. She is only talkative, like all old folk when you put them upon stories of their youth, and she speaks about the Ravenswood people because she lived under them so many years. But I am sure she is grateful to you, sir, for your protection, and that she would rather speak to you than to any other person in the whole world beside. Do, sir, come and see old Alice. And with the freedom of an indulged daughter, she dragged the Lord Keeper in the direction she desired. Chapter 4. Lucy acted as her father's guide, for he was too much engrossed with his political labors or with society to be perfectly acquainted with his own extensive domains, and, moreover, was generally an inhabitant of the city of Edinburgh, and she, on the other hand, had with her mother resided the whole summer in Ravenswood, and partly from taste, partly from want of any other amusement, had, by her frequent rambles, learned to know each lane, alley, dingle, or bushy down Andry Busky and Fogby Fertiniting. We have said that the Lord Keeper was not indifferent to the beauties of nature, and we add, in justice to him, that he felt them doubly when pointed out by the beautiful, simple, and interesting girl who, hanging on his arm with filial kindness, now called him to admire the size of some ancient oak, and now the unexpected turn where the path, developing its maze from glen or dingle, suddenly reached an eminence commanding an extensive view of the plains beneath them, and then gradually glided away from the prospect to lose itself among rocks and thickets, and guide to scenes of deeper seclusion. It was when pausing on one of those points of extensive and commanding view that Lucy told her father they were close by the cottage of her blind protégé, and on turning from the little hill, a path which led around it, worn by the daily steps of the infirm inmate, brought them in sight of the hut, which, embosomed in a deep and obscure dell, seemed to have been so situated purposely to bear a correspondence with the darkened state of its inhabitant. The cottage was situated immediately under a tall rock, which in some measure beetled over it, as if threatening to drop some detached fragment from its brow on the frail tenement beneath. The hut itself was constructed of turf and stones and rudely roofed over with thatch, much of which was in a dilapidated condition. The thin blue smoke rose from it in a light column and curled upward along the white face of the incumbent rock, giving the scene a tint of exquisite softness. In a small and rude garden, surrounded by straggling elder bushes, which formed a sort of imperfect hedge, sat near to the beehives, by the produce of which she lived, that woman old who Lucy had brought her father hither to visit. Whatever there had been which was disastrous in her fortune, whatever there was miserable in her dwelling, it was easy to judge by the first glance that neither years, poverty, misfortune, nor infirmity had broken the spirit of this remarkable woman. She occupied a turf seat, placed under a weeping birch of unusual magnitude and age, as Judah is represented sitting under her palm tree, with an air at once of majesty and of dejection. Her figure was tall, commanding, and but little bent by the infirmities of old age. Her dress, though that of a peasant, was uncommonly clean, forming in that particular a strong contrast to most of her rank, and was disposed with an attention to neatness and even to taste, equally unusual. But it was her expression of countenance which chiefly struck the spectator and induced most persons to address her with a degree of deference and civility very inconsistent with the miserable state of her dwelling, and which, nevertheless, she received with that easy composure which showed she felt it to be her due. She had once been beautiful, but her beauty had been of a bold and masculine cast, such as does not survive the bloom of youth. Yet her features continued to express strong sense, deep reflection, and a character of sober pride, which, as we have already said of her dress, appeared to argue a conscious superiority to those of her own rank. It scarce seemed possible that a face deprived of the advantage of sight could have expressed character so strongly, but her eyes, which were almost totally closed, did not, by the display of their sightless orbs, mar the countenance to which they could add nothing. She seemed in a ruminating posture, soothed, perhaps, by the murmurs of the busy tribe around her to abstraction, though not to slumber. Lucy undid the latch of the little garden gate and solicited the old woman's attention. "My father Alice is come to see you." "He is welcome, Miss Ashton, and so are you," said the old woman, turning and inclining her head towards her visitors. "This is a fine morning for your beehives, mother," said the Lord Keeper, who, struck with the outward appearance of Alice, was somewhat curious to know if her conversation would correspond with it. "I believe so, my lord," she replied. "I feel the air breathe milder than of late." "You do not," resumed the statesman. "Take charge of these bees yourself." "Mother, how do you manage them?" "By delegates, as kings do their subjects," resumed Alice, "and I am fortunate in a prime minister. Here, Babby." She whistled on a small silver call which hung around her neck, and which at that time was sometimes used to summon domestics, and Baby, a girl of 15, made her appearance from the hut, not altogether so cleanly arrayed as she would probably have been had Alice had the use of her eyes, but with a greater air of neatness than was upon the whole to have been expected. "Babby," said her mistress, "offer some bread and honey to the Lord Keeper and Miss Ashton. They will excuse your awkwardness if you use cleanliness and dispatch." Babby performed her mistress's command with the grace which was naturally to have been expected, moving to and fro with a lobster-like gesture, her feet and legs tending one way, while her head, turned in a different direction, was fixed in wonder upon the laird, who was more frequently heard of than seen by his tenants and dependents. The bread and honey, however, deposited on a plantain leaf, was offered and accepted in all due courtesy. The Lord Keeper, still retaining the place which he had occupied on the decayed trunk of a fallen tree, looked as if he wished to prolong the interview, but was at a loss how to introduce a suitable subject. "You have been long a resident on this property," he said after a pause. "It is now nearly 60 years since I first knew Ravenswood," answered the old dame, whose conversation, though perfectly civil and respectful, seemed cautiously limited to the unavoidable and necessary task of replying to Sir William. "You are not, I should judge by your accent, of this country originally?" said the Lord Keeper, in continuation. "No, I am by birth an Englishwoman. Yet you seem attached to this country as if it were your own." "It is here," replied the blind woman, "that I have drank the cup of joy and of sorrow which Heaven destined for me. I was here the wife of an upright and affectionate husband for more than 20 years. I was here the mother of 6 promising children. It was here that God deprived me of all these blessings. It was here they died, and yonder, by yon ruined chapel, they lie all buried. I had no country but theirs while they lived. I have none but theirs, now they are no more." "But your house," said the Lord Keeper, looking at it, "is miserably ruinous." "Do, my dear father," said Lucy eagerly, yet bashfully, catching at the hint. "Give orders to make it better. That is, if you think it proper." "It will last my time, my dear Miss Lucy," said the blind woman. "I would not have my lord give himself the least trouble about it." "But," said Lucy, "you once had a much better house and were rich, and now in your old age to live in this hovel." "It is as good as I deserve, Miss Lucy. If my heart is not broke with what I have suffered and seen others suffer, it must have been strong enough, and the rest of this old frame has no right to call itself weaker." "You have probably witnessed many changes," said the Lord Keeper, "but your experience must have taught you to expect them." "It has taught me to endure them, my lord," was the reply. "Yet you knew that they must needs arrive in the course of years?" said the statesman. "Aye, as I knew that the stump, on or beside which you sit, once a tall and lofty tree, must needs one day fall by decay, or by the axe. Yet I hoped my eyes might not witness the downfall of the tree which overshadowed my dwelling." "Do not suppose," said the Lord Keeper, "that you will lose any interest with me for looking back with regret to the days when another family possessed my estates. You had reason, doubtless, to love them, and I respect your gratitude. I will order some repairs in your cottage, and I hope we shall live to be friends when we know each other better." "Those of my age," returned the dame, "make no new friends. I thank you for your bounty. It is well intended, undoubtedly, but I have all I want, and I cannot accept more at your lordship's hand." "Well then," continued the Lord Keeper, "at least allow me to say that I look upon you as a woman of sense and education beyond your appearance, and that I hope you will continue to reside on this property of mine, rent-free for your life." "I hope I shall," said the old dame composedly. "I believe that was made an article in the sale of Ravenswood to your lordship, though such a trifling circumstance may have escaped your recollection." "I recollect," said his lordship, somewhat confused. "I perceive you are too much attached to your old friends to accept any benefit from their successor." "Far from it, my lord. I am grateful for the benefits which I decline, and I wish I could pay you for offering them better than what I am now about to say." The Lord Keeper looked at her in some surprise, but said not a word. "My lord," she continued in an impressive and solemn tone, "take care what you do. You are on the brink of a precipice." "Indeed," said the Lord Keeper, his mind reverting to the political circumstances of the country. "Has anything come to your knowledge, any plot or conspiracy?" "No, my lord. Those who traffic in such commodities do not call to their counsels the old, blind and infirm. My warning is of another kind. You have driven matters hard with the house of Ravenswood. Believe a true tale. They are a fierce house, and there is danger in dealing with men when they become desperate." "Tush," answered the keeper. "What has been between us has been the work of the law, not my doing, and to the law they must look if they would impugn my proceedings." Aye, but they may think otherwise, and take the law into their own hand when they fail of other means of redress. What mean you? Said the Lord Keeper. Young Ravenswood would not have recourse to personal violence? God forbid I should say so. I know nothing of the youth but what is honorable and open. Honorable and open, said I. I should have added free, generous, noble, but he is still a Ravenswood, and may bide his time. Remember the fate of Sir George Lockhart. The Lord Keeper started as she called to his recollection a tragedy so deep and so recent. The old woman proceeded. Cheesley, who did the deed, was a relative of Lord Ravenswood. In the hall of Ravenswood, in my presence and in that of others, he avowed publicly his determination to do the cruelty which he afterwards committed. I could not keep silence, though to speak it ill became my station. You are devising a dreadful crime, I said, for which you must reckon before the judgment seat. Never shall I forget his look, as he replied, I must reckon then for many things, and will reckon for this also. Therefore I may well say, beware of pressing a desperate man with the hand of authority. There is blood of Keighley in the veins of Ravenswood, and one drop of it were enough to fire him in the circumstances in which he is placed. I say, beware of him. The old dame had, either intentionally or by accident, harped aright the fear of the Lord Keeper. The desperate and dark resource of private assassination, so familiar to a Scottish baron in former times, had even in the present age been too frequently resorted to under the pressure of unusual temptation, or where the mind of the actor was prepared for such a crime. Sir William Ashton was aware of this, as also that young Ravenswood had received injuries sufficient to prompt him to that sort of revenge which becomes a frequent though fearful consequence of the partial administration of justice. He endeavored to disguise from Alice the nature of the apprehensions which he entertained, but so ineffectually that a person even of less penetration than nature had endowed her with must necessarily have been aware that the subject lay near his bosom. His voice was changed in its accent as he replied to her, that the Master of Ravenswood was a man of honour, and, were it otherwise, that the fate of Cheesley of Dalry was a sufficient warning to anyone who should dare to assume the office of avenger of his own imaginary wrongs. And having hastily uttered these expressions, he rose and left the place without waiting for a reply. Chapter 5. The Lord Keeper walked for nearly a quarter of a mile in profound silence. His daughter, naturally timid and bred up in those ideas of filial awe and implicit obedience which were inculcated upon the youth of that period, did not venture to interrupt his meditations. "Why do you look so pale, Lucy?" said her father, turning suddenly round and breaking silence. According to the ideas of the time, which did not permit a young woman to offer her sentiments on any subject of importance unless required to do so, Lucy was bound to appear ignorant of the meaning of all that had passed betwixt Alice and her father, and imputed the emotion he had observed to the fear of the wild cattle which grazed in that part of the extensive chase to which they were now walking. Of these animals, the descendants of the savage herds which anciently roamed free in the Caledonian forests, it was formerly a point of state to preserve a few in the parks of the Scottish nobility. Specimens continued within the memory of man to be kept at least at 3 houses of distinction, Hamilton, namely, Drumlinrig and Cumbernauld. They had degenerated from the ancient race in size and strength, if we are to judge from the accounts of old chronicles, and from the formidable remains frequently discovered in bogs and morasses when drained and laid open. The bull had lost the shaggy honours of his mane, and the race was small and light made, in colour a dingy white, or rather a pale yellow, with black horns and hoofs. They retained, however, in some measure, the ferocity of their ancestry, could not be domesticated on account of their antipathy to the human race, and were often dangerous if approached unguardedly or wantonly disturbed. It was this last reason which has occasioned their being extirpated at the places we have mentioned, where probably they would otherwise have been retained as appropriate inhabitants of a Scottish woodland, and fit tenants for a baronial forest. A few, if I mistake not, are still preserved at Chillingham Castle in Northumberland, the seat of the Earl of Tankerville. It was to her finding herself in the vicinity of a group of 3 or 4 of these animals that Lucy thought proper to impute those signs of fear which had arisen in her countenance for a different reason. For she had been familiarized with the appearance of the wild cattle during her walks in the chase, and it was not then, as it may be now, a necessary part of a young lady's demeanor to indulge in causeless tremors of the nerves. On the present occasion, however, she speedily found cause for real terror. Lucy had scarcely replied to her father in the words we have mentioned, and he was just about to rebuke her supposed timidity, when a bull, stimulated either by the scarlet color of Miss Ashton's mantle or by one of those fits of capricious ferocity to which their dispositions are liable, detached himself suddenly from the group which was feeding at the upper extremity of a grassy glade, that seemed to lose itself among the crossing and entangled boughs. The animal approached the intruders on his pasture ground, at first slowly, pawing the ground with his hoof, bellowing from time to time, and tearing up the sand with his horns, as if to lash himself up to rage and violence. The Lord Keeper, who observed the animal's demeanor, was aware that he was about to become mischievous, and, drawing his daughter's arm under his own, began to walk fast along the avenue, in hopes to get out of his sight and his reach. This was the most injudicious course he could have adopted, for, encouraged by the appearance of flight, the bull began to pursue them at full speed. Assailed by a danger so imminent, firmer courage than that of the Lord Keeper might have given way, but paternal tenderness, love strong as death, sustained him. He continued to support and drag onward his daughter until her fears altogether, depriving her of the power of flight, she sunk down by his side, and when he could no longer assist her to escape, he turned round and placed himself betwixt her and the raging animal, which, advancing in full career, its brutal fury enhanced by the rapidity of the pursuit, was now within a few yards of them. The Lord Keeper had no weapons. His age and gravity dispensed even with the usual appendage of a walking sword. Could such appendage have availed him anything? It seemed inevitable that the father or daughter, or both, should have fallen victims to the impending danger, when a shot from the neighboring thicket arrested the progress of the animal. He was so truly struck between the junction of the spine with the skull, that the wound, which in any other part of his body might scarce have impeded his career, proved instantly fatal. Stumbling forward with a hideous bellow, the progressive force of his previous motion, rather than any operation of his limbs, carried him up to within 3 yards of the astonished Lord Keeper, where he rolled on the ground, his limbs darkened with the black death sweat, and quivering with the last convulsions of muscular motion. Lucy lay senseless on the ground, insensible of the wonderful deliverance which she had experienced. Her father was almost equally stupefied, so rapid and unexpected had been the transition from the horrid death which seemed inevitable to perfect security. He gazed on the animal, terrible even in death, with a species of mute and confused astonishment, which did not permit him distinctly to understand what had taken place, and so inaccurate was his consciousness of what had passed, that he might have supposed the bull had been arrested in its career by a thunderbolt, had he not observed among the branches of the thicket the figure of a man, with a short gun or musketoon in his hand. This instantly recalled him to a sense of their situation. A glance at his daughter reminded him of the necessity of procuring her assistance. He called to the man, whom he concluded to be one of his foresters, to give immediate attention to Miss Ashton, while he himself hastened to call assistance. The huntsman approached them accordingly, and the Lord Keeper saw he was a stranger, but was too much agitated to make any farther remarks. In a few hurried words he directed the shooter, as stronger and more active than himself, to carry the young lady to a neighboring fountain, while he went back to Alice's hut to procure more aid. The man to whose timely interference they had been so much indebted did not seem inclined to leave his good work half finished. He raised Lucy from the ground in his arms, and conveying her through the glades of the forest by paths with which he seemed well acquainted, stopped not until he laid her in safety by the side of a plentiful and pellucid fountain which had been once covered in, screened and decorated with architectural ornaments of a gothic character, but now the vault which had covered it being broken down and riven, and the Gothic font ruined and demolished, the stream burst forth from the recess of the earth in open day, and wended its way among the broken sculpture and moss-grown stones which lay in confusion around its source. Tradition, always busy, at least in Scotland, to grace with a legendary tale a spot in itself interesting, had ascribed a cause of peculiar veneration to this fountain. A beautiful young lady met one of the lords of Ravenswood while hunting near this spot, and, like a second Egeria, had captivated the affections of the feudal Numa. They met frequently afterwards, and always at sunset, the charms of the nymph's mind completing the conquest which her beauty had begun, and the mystery of the intrigue adding zest to both. She always appeared and disappeared close by the fountain, with which, therefore, her lover judged she had some inexplicable connection. She placed certain restrictions on their intercourse, which also savored of mystery. They met only once a week. Friday was the appointed day, and she explained to the Lord of Ravenswood that they were under the necessity of separating so soon as the bell of a chapel belonging to a hermitage in the adjoining wood, now long ruinous, should toll the hour of vespers. In the course of his confession, the Baron of Ravenswood entrusted the hermit with the secret of this singular amour, and Father Zachary drew the necessary and obvious consequence that his patron was enveloped in the toils of Satan and in danger of destruction, both to body and soul. He urged these perils to the Baron with all the force of monkish rhetoric, and described, in the most frightful colors, the real character and person of the apparently lovely Naiad, whom he hesitated not to denounce as a limb of the kingdom of darkness. The lover listened with obstinate incredulity, and it was not until worn out by the obstinacy of the anchoret that he consented to put the state and condition of his mistress to a certain trial, and for that purpose acquiesced in Zachary's proposal that on their next interview the vespers bell should be rung half an hour later than usual. The hermit maintained and buckled his opinion by quotations from Malleus Maleficarum, Springerus, Remidius, and other learned demonologists, that the evil one, thus seduced to remain behind the appointed hour, would assume her true shape, and, having appeared to her terrified lover as a fiend of hell, would vanish from him in a flash of sulphurous lightning. Raymond of Ravenswood acquiesced in the experiment, not incurious concerning the issue, though confident it would disappoint the expectations of the hermit. At the appointed hour the lovers met, and their interview was protracted beyond that at which they usually parted by the delay of the priest to ring his usual curfew. No change took place upon the nymph's outward form, but as soon as the lengthening shadows made her aware that the usual hour of the vespers chime was past, she tore herself from her lover's arms with a shriek of despair, bid him adieu forever, and, plunging into the fountain, disappeared from his eyes. The bubbles occasioned by her descent were crimson with blood as they arose, leading the distracted Baron to infer that his ill-judged curiosity had occasioned the death of this interesting and mysterious being. The remorse which he felt, as well as the recollection of her charms, proved the penance of his future life, which he lost in the battle of Flodden not many months after. But, in memory of his Naiad, he had previously ornamented the fountain in which she appeared to reside, and secured its waters from profanation or pollution by the small vaulted building of which the fragments still remained scattered around it. From this period, the house of Ravenswood was supposed to have dated its decay. Such was the generally received legend, which some, who would seem wiser than the vulgar, explained as obscurely intimating the fate of a beautiful maid of plebeian rank, the mistress of this Raymond, whom he slew in a fit of jealousy, and whose blood was mingled with the waters of the locked fountain, as it was commonly called. Others imagined that the tale had a more remote origin in the ancient heathen mythology. All, however, agreed that the spot was fatal to the Ravenswood family, and that to drink of the waters of the well, or even approach its brink, was as ominous to a descendant of that house as for a Graham to wear green, a Bruce to kill a spider, or a St. Clair to cross the Ord on a Monday. It was on this ominous spot that Lucy Ashton first drew breath after her long and almost deadly swoon. Beautiful and pale as the fabulous Naiad in the last agony of separation from her lover, she was seated so as to rest with her back against a part of the ruined wall, while her mantle, dripping with the water which her protector had used profusely to recall her senses, clung to her slender and beautifully proportioned form. The first moment of recollection brought to her mind the danger which had overpowered her senses, the next called to remembrance that of her father. She looked around. He was nowhere to be seen. My father, was all that she could ejaculate. Sir William is safe, answered the voice of a stranger, perfectly safe, and will be with you instantly. Are you sure of that? Exclaimed Lucy. The bull was close by us. Do not stop me. I must go to seek my father. And she rose with that purpose, but her strength was so much exhausted that far from possessing the power to execute her purpose, she must have fallen against a stone on which she had leant, probably not without sustaining serious injury. The stranger was so near to her that, without actually suffering her to fall, he could not avoid catching her in his arms, which, however, he did with a momentary reluctance, very unusual when youth interposes to prevent beauty from danger. It seemed as if her weight, slight as it was, proved too heavy for her young and athletic assistant, for, without feeling the temptation of detaining her in his arms even for a single instant, he again placed her on the stone from which she had risen, and retreating a few steps, repeated hastily, Sir William Ashton is perfectly safe and will be here instantly. Do not make yourself anxious on his account. Fate has singularly preserved him. You, madam, are exhausted and must not think of rising until you have some assistance more suitable than mine. Lucy, whose senses were by this time more effectually collected, was naturally led to look at the stranger with attention. There was nothing in his appearance which should have rendered him unwilling to offer his arm to a young lady who required support, or which could have induced her to refuse his assistance, and she could not help thinking, even in that moment, that he seemed cold and reluctant to offer it. A shooting dress of dark cloth intimated the rank of the wearer, though concealed in part by a large and loose cloak of a dark brown color. A Montero cap and a black feather drooped over the wearer's brow and partly concealed his features, which, so far as seen, were dark, regular, and full of majestic, though somewhat sullen, expression. Some secret sorrow, or the brooding spirit of some moody passion, had quenched the light and ingenuous vivacity of youth in a countenance singularly fitted to display both, and it was not easy to gaze on the stranger without a secret impression either of pity or awe, or at least of doubt and curiosity allied to both. The impression which we have necessarily been long in describing, Lucy felt in the glance of a moment, and had no sooner encountered the keen black eyes of the stranger than her own were bent on the ground with a mixture of bashful embarrassment and fear. Yet there was a necessity to speak, or at last she thought so, and in a fluttered accent she began to mention her wonderful escape, in which she was sure that the stranger must, under heaven, have been her father's protector, and her own. He seemed to shrink from her expressions of gratitude while he replied, Abruptly, I leave you, madam. The deep melody of his voice rendered powerful, but not harsh, by something like a severity of tone. I leave you to the protection of those to whom it is possible you may have this day been a guardian angel. Lucy was surprised at the ambiguity of his language, and, with a feeling of artless and unaffected gratitude, began to deprecate the idea of having intended to give her deliverer any offense, as if such a thing had been possible. I have been unfortunate, she said, in endeavoring to express my thanks. I am sure it must be so, though I cannot recollect what I said. But would you but stay till my father, till the Lord Keeper comes? Would you only permit him to pay you his thanks, and to inquire your name?" "My name is unnecessary," answered the stranger. "Your father, I would rather say Sir William Ashton, will learn it soon enough, for all the pleasure it is likely to afford him." "You mistake him," said Lucy earnestly. "He will be grateful for my sake and for his own. You do not know my father, or you are deceiving me with the story of his safety, when he has already fallen a victim to the fury of that animal." When she had caught this idea, she started from the ground and endeavored to press towards the avenue in which the accident had taken place, while the stranger, though he seemed to hesitate between the desire to assist and the wish to leave her, was obliged, in common humanity, to oppose her both by entreaty and action. "On the word of the gentleman, madam, I tell you the truth. Your father is in perfect safety. You will expose yourself to injury if you venture back where the herd of wild cattle grazed. If you will go for—" Having once adopted the idea that her father was still in danger, she pressed forward in spite of him. "If you will go, accept my arm, though I am not perhaps the person who can with most propriety offer you support." But, without heeding this intimation, Lucy took him at his word. "Oh, if you be a man," she said, "if you be a gentleman, assist me to find my father. You shall not leave me. You must go with me. He is dying perhaps while we are talking here." Then, without listening to excuse or apology, and holding fast by the stranger's arm, though unconscious of anything save the support which it gave, and without which she could not have moved, mixed with a vague feeling of preventing his escape from her, she was urging and almost dragging him forward, when Sir William Ashton came up, followed by the female attendant of blind Alice, and by 2 woodcutters, whom he had summoned from their occupation to his assistance. His joy at seeing his daughter safe overcame the surprise with which he would at another time had beheld her hanging as familiarly on the arm of a stranger as she might have done upon his own. "Lucy, my dear Lucy, are you well?" were the only words that broke from him as he embraced her in ecstasy. "I am well, sir, thank God, and still more that I see you so. But this gentleman," she said, quitting his arm and shrinking from him, "what must he think of me?" And her eloquent blood, flushing over neck and brow, spoke how much she was ashamed of the freedom with which she had craved, and even compelled, his assistance. "This gentleman," said Sir William Ashton, "will, I trust, not regret the trouble we have given him, when I assure him of the gratitude of the Lord Keeper for the greatest service which one man ever rendered to another, for the life of my child, for my own life, which he has saved by his bravery and presence of mind. He will, I am sure, permit us to request—" "Request nothing of me, my lord," said the stranger in a stern and peremptory tone. "I am the Master of Ravenswood." Illustration: there was a dead pause of surprise, not unmixed with less pleasant feelings. The master wrapped himself in his cloak, made a haughty inclination toward Lucy, muttering a few words of courtesy as indistinctly heard as they seemed to be reluctantly uttered, and turning from them, was immediately lost in the thicket. "The Master of Ravenswood," said the Lord Keeper, when he had recovered his momentary astonishment. "Hasten after him. Stop him, beg him to speak to me for a single moment." The 2 foresters accordingly set off in pursuit of the stranger. They speedily reappeared, and, in an embarrassed and awkward manner, said the gentleman would not return. The Lord Keeper took one of the fellows aside and questioned him more closely what the Master of Ravenswood had said. "He just said he wanted to come back," said the man, with the caution of a prudent Scotchman who cared not to be the bearer of an unpleasant errand. "He said something more, sir," said the Lord Keeper, "and I insist on knowing what it was." "Why then, my lord," said the man, looking down, "he said but it would be nae pleasure to your lordship to hear it, for I dare say the master meant nae ill." "That's none of your concern, sir. I desired to hear the very words." "Weel, then," replied the man, he said, Tell Sir William Ashton that the next time he and I forgather, he will not be half sae blithe of our meeting as of our parting." "Very well, sir," said the Lord Keeper. "I believe he alludes to a wager we have on our hawks. It is a matter of no consequence." He turned to his daughter, who was by this time so much recovered as to be able to walk home. But the effect which the various recollections connected with a scene so terrific made upon a mind which was susceptible in an extreme degree was more permanent than the injury which her nerves had sustained. Visions of terror, both in sleep and in waking reveries, recalled to her the form of the furious animal and the dreadful bellow with which he accompanied his career, and it was always the image of the Master of Ravenswood, with his native nobleness of countenance and form, that seemed to interpose betwixt her and a sure death. It is, perhaps, at all times dangerous for a young person to suffer recollection to dwell repeatedly and with too much complacency on the same individual. But in Lucy's situation it was almost unavoidable. She had never happened to see a young man of mien and features so romantic and so striking as young Ravenswood. But had she seen 100 his equals or his superiors in those particulars, no one else would have been linked to her heart by the strong associations of remembered danger and escape, of gratitude, wonder, and curiosity. I say curiosity, for it is likely that the singularly restrained and unaccommodating manners of the Master of Ravenswood, so much at variance with the natural expression of his features and grace of his deportment, as they excited wonder by the contrast, had their effect in riveting her attention to the recollections. She knew little of Ravenswood, or the disputes which had existed betwixt her father and his, and perhaps could in her gentleness of mind hardly have comprehended the angry and bitter passions which they had engendered. But she knew that he was come of noble stem, was poor, though descended from the noble and the wealthy, and she felt that she could sympathize with the feelings of a proud mind, which urged him to recoil from the proffered gratitude of the new proprietors of his father's house and domains. Would he have equally shunned their acknowledgments and avoided their intimacy, had her father's request been urged more mildly, less abruptly, and softened with the grace which women so well know how to throw into their manner when they mean to mediate betwixt the headlong passions of the ruder sex? This was a perilous question to ask, her own mind perilous both in the idea and its consequences. Lucy Ashton, in short, was involved in those mazes of the imagination which are most dangerous to the young and the sensitive. Time, it is true, absence, change of scene, and new faces might probably have destroyed the illusion in her instance, as it has done in many others, but her residence remained solitary, and her mind without those means of dissipating her pleasing visions. This solitude was chiefly owing to the absence of Lady Ashton, who was at this time in Edinburgh watching the progress of some state intrigue. The Lord Keeper only received society out of policy or ostentation, and was by nature rather reserved and unsociable, and thus no cavalier appeared to rival or to obscure the ideal picture of chivalrous excellence which Lucy had pictured to herself in the Master of Ravenswood. Illustration. While Lucy indulged in these dreams, she made frequent visits to old blind Alice, hoping it would be easy to lead her to talk on the subject which at present she had so imprudently admitted to occupy so large a portion of her thoughts. But Alice did not in this particular gratify her wishes and expectations. She spoke readily and with pathetic feeling concerning the family in general, but seemed to observe an especial and cautious silence on the subject of the present representative. The little she said of him was not altogether so favorable as Lucy had anticipated. She hinted that he was of a stern and unforgiving character, more ready to resent than to pardon injuries, and Lucy combined with great alarm the hints which she now dropped of these dangerous qualities with Alice's. Advice to her father, so emphatically given, to beware of Ravenswood. But that very Ravenswood, of whom such unjust suspicions had been entertained, had, almost immediately after they had been uttered, confuted them by saving at once her father's life and her own. Had he nourished such black revenge, as Alice's dark hints seemed to indicate, no deed of active guilt was necessary to the full gratification of that evil passion. He needed but to have withheld for an instant his indispensable and effective assistance, and the object of his resentment must have perished without any direct aggression on his part by a death equally fearful and certain. She conceived, therefore, that some secret prejudice, or the suspicions incident to age and misfortune, had led Alice to form conclusions injurious to the character, and irreconcilable both with the generous conduct and noble features of the Master of Ravenswood, and in this belief Lucy reposed her hope, and went on weaving her enchanted web of fairy tissue, as beautiful and transient as the film of the gossamer when it is pearled with morning dew and glimmering to the sun. Her father, in the meanwhile, as well as the Master of Ravenswood, were making reflections, as frequent though more solid than those of Lucy, upon the singular event which had taken place. The Lord Keeper's first task, when he returned home, was to ascertain by medical advice that his daughter had sustained no injury from the dangerous and alarming situation in which she had been placed. Satisfied on this topic, he proceeded to revise the memoranda which he had taken down from the mouth of the person employed to interrupt the funeral service of the late Lord Ravenswood. Bred to casuistry and well accustomed to practice the ambidexter ingenuity of the bar, it cost him little trouble to soften the features of the tumult which he had been at first so anxious to exaggerate. He preached to his colleagues of the Privy Council the necessity of using conciliatory measures with young men whose blood and temper were hot and their experience of life limited. He did not hesitate to attribute some censure to the conduct of the officer as having been unnecessarily irritating. These were the contents of his public dispatches. The letters which he wrote to those private friends into whose management the matter was likely to fall were of a yet more favorable tenor. He represented that lenity in this case would be equally politic and popular, whereas, considering the high respect with which the rites of interment are regarded in Scotland, any severity exercised against the Master of Ravenswood for protecting those of his father from interruption would be on all sides most unfavorably construed. And finally, assuming the language of a generous and high-spirited man, he made it his particular request that this affair should be passed over without severe notice. He alluded with delicacy to the predicament in which he himself stood with young Ravenswood, as having succeeded in the long train of litigation by which the fortunes of that noble house had been so much reduced, and confessed it would be most peculiarly acceptable to his own feelings could he find in some sort to counterbalance the disadvantages which he had occasioned the family, though only in the prosecution of his just and lawful rights. He therefore made it his particular and personal request that the matter should have no farther consequences, and insinuated a desire that he himself should have the merit of having put a stop to it by his favorable report and intercession. It was particularly remarkable that, contrary to his uniform practice, he made no special communication to Lady Ashton upon the subject of the tumult, and although he mentioned the alarm which Lucy had received from one of the wild cattle, yet he gave no detailed account of an incident so interesting and terrible. There was much surprise among Sir William Ashton's political friends and colleagues on receiving letters of a tenor so unexpected. On comparing notes together, one smiled, one put up his eyebrows, a third nodded acquiescence in the general wonder, and a fourth asked if they were sure these were all the letters the Lord Keeper had written on the subject. It runs strangely in my mind, my lords, that none of these advices contained the root of the matter, but no secret letters of a contrary nature had been received, although the question seemed to imply the possibility of their existence. Well, said an old grey-headed statesman, who had contrived, by shifting and trimming, to maintain his post at the steerage through all the changes of course which the vessel had held for 30 years, I thought Sir William would have verified the old Scottish saying, as soon comes the lamb's skin to market as the old tup's. We must please him after his own fashion, said another, though would be an unlooked-for one. A wilful man maun hae his way, answered the old counsellor. The keeper will rue this before year and day are out, said a third. The master of Ravenswood is the lad to wind him a parn. Why, what would you do, my lords, with the poor young fellow? Said a noble marquis present. The Lord Keeper has got all his estates. He has not a cross to bless himself with. On which the ancient Lord Turntippet replied, if he has to gear to fine, he ha shins to pine. And that was our way before the Revolution. Lucitur cum persona, qui lui non potest cum crumena. Heck, my lords, that's good law Latin. I can see no motive, replied the Marquis, that any noble lord can have for urging this matter farther. Let the Lord Keeper have the power to deal in it as he pleases. Agree, remit to the Lord Keeper with any other person for fashion's sake, Lord Herclehully, who is bedridden one, to be a quorum. Make your entry in the minutes, Mr. Clerk. And now, my lords, there is that young Scattergood the Laird of Bucklaw's fine to be disposed upon. I suppose it goes to my Lord Treasurer. Shame be in my meal poke then, exclaimed the Lord Turntippet, and your hand I in the nook of it. I had set that down for a by-bit between meals for meals thou. To use one of your favourite saws, my lord, replied the Marquis, you are like the miller's dog, that licks his lips before the bag is untied. The man is not fined yet. But that costs but 2 scarts of a pen, said Lord Turntippet, and surely there is nae noble lord that will presume to say that I, way hay complied, compliances, ta'en all manner of tests, aboodred all that was to be abjured, and sworna that was to be sworn. For these 30 years by past, sticking fast by my duty to the state through good report and bad report, shouldna hae something now and then to send my mouth way after sick drouthy wark. It would be very unreasonable indeed, my lord, replied the Marquis, had we either thought that your lordship's drought was quenchable, or observed anything stick in your throat that required washing down. And so we close the scene on the Privy Council of that period. Chapter 6. On the evening of the day when the Lord Keeper and his daughter were saved from such imminent peril, 2 strangers were seated in the most private apartment of a small obscure inn, or rather alehouse, called the Todd's Den, about 3 or 4 miles from the castle of Ravenswood, and as far from the ruinous tower of Wolf's Crag, betwixt which 2 places it was situated. One of these strangers was about 40 years of age, tall and thin in the flanks, with an aquiline nose, dark penetrating eyes, and a shrewd but sinister cast of countenance. The other was about 15 years younger, short, stout, ruddy-faced, and red-haired, with an open, resolute, and cheerful eye, to which careless and fearless freedom and inward daring gave fire and expression, notwithstanding its light grey color. A stoup of wine, for in those days it was served out from the cask in pewter flagons, was placed on the table, and each had his quay or bicker before him. But there was little appearance of conviviality. With folded arms and looks of anxious expectation, they eyed each other in silence, each wrapped in his own thoughts and holding no communication with his neighbor. At length the younger broke silence by exclaiming, "What the foul fiend could detain the master so long? He must have miscarried in his enterprise. Why did you dissuade me from going with him?" "One man is enough to right his own wrong," said the taller and older personage. "We venture our lives for him in coming thus far on such an errand." "You are but a craven after all, Crakengelt," answered the younger, "and that's what many folk have thought you before now." "But what none has dared to tell me," said Crakengelt, laying his hand on the hilt of his sword. "And but that I hold a hasty man no better than a fool, I would—" He paused for his companion's answer. "Would you?" said the other coolly. And why do you not then? Craigengelt drew his cutlass an inch or two, and then returned it with violence into the scabbard. Because there is a deeper stake to be played for than the lives of 20 hair-brained gawks like you. You are right there, said his companion, for if it were not that these forfeitures, and that last fine that the old driveler Turntippet is gaping for, and which, I dare say, is laid on by this time, have fairly driven me out of house and home, I were a coxcomb and a cuckoo to trust your fair promises of getting me a commission in the Irish Brigade. What have I to do with the Irish Brigade? I am a plain Scotchman, as my father was before me, and my grand-aunt, Lady Jerrington, cannot live forever. Ay, Bucklaw, observed Craigengelt, but she may live for many a long day, and for your father, he had land and living, kept himself close from wadsetters and moneylenders, paid each man his due, and lived on his own. And whose fault is it that I have not done so too? Said Bucklaw. Whose but the devil's and yours and such like as you that have led me to the far end of a fair estate? And now I shall be obliged, I suppose, to shelter and shift about like yourself, live 1 week upon a line of secret intelligence from St. Germain's, another upon a report of a rising in the Highlands, get my breakfast and morning draught of sack from old Jacobite ladies, and give them locks of my old wig for the chevalier's hair. Second my friend in his quarrel till he comes to the field, and then flinch from him, lest so important a political agent should perish from the way. All this I must do for bread, besides calling myself a captain. You think you are making a fine speech now, said Craigengelt, and showing much wit at my expense. Is starving or hanging better than the life I am obliged to lead, because the present fortunes of the king cannot sufficiently support his envoys? Starving is honester, Craigengelt, and hanging is like to be the end, on doubt. But what you mean to make of this poor fellow Ravenswood, I know not. He has no money left, any more than I. His lands are all pawned and pledged, and the interest eats up the rents and is not satisfied. And what do you hope to make by meddling in his affairs? Content yourself, Bucklaw. I know my business, replied Craigengelt. Besides that, his name and his father's services in 1689 will make such an acquisition sound well both at Versailles and St. Germain's. You will also please be informed that the Master of Ravenswood is a very different kind of a young fellow from you. He has parts and address, as well as courage and talents, and will present himself abroad like a young man of head as well as heart, who knows something more than the speed of a horse or the flight of a hawk. I have lost credit of late by bringing over no one that had sense to know more than how to unharbour a stag or take and reclaim an eyas. The master has education, sense, and penetration, and yet is not wise enough to escape the tricks of the kidnapper, Craigengelt, replied the younger man. But don't be angry. You know you will not fight, and so it is as well to leave your hilt in peace and quiet, and tell me in sober guise how you drew the master into your confidence. By flattering his love of vengeance, Bucklaw, answered Craigengelt. He has always distrusted me, but I watched my time, and struck while his temper was red-hot with the sense of insult and of wrong. He goes now to expostulate, as he says, and perhaps thinks, with Sir William Ashton. I say that if they meet, and the lawyer puts him to his defence, the master will kill him, for he had that sparkle in his eye which never deceives you when you would read a man's purpose. At any rate, he will give him such a bullying as will be construed into an assault on a privy councillor. So there will be a total breach betwixt him and government. Scotland will be too hot for him, France will gain him, and we will all set sail together in the French brig Il Espoir, which is hovering for us off Eyemouth. Content am I, said Bucklaw. Scotland has little left that I care about, and if carrying the master with us will get us a better reception in France, why so be it, a God's name. I doubt our own merits will procure a slender preferment, and I trust he will send a ball through the keeper's head before he joins us. 1 or 2 of these scoundrel statesmen should be shot once a year just to keep the others on their good behavior." "That is very true," replied Cregengelt. "And it reminds me that I must go and see that our horses have been fed and are in readiness, for should such deed be done it will be no time for grass to grow beneath their heels." He proceeded as far as the door, then turned back with a look of earnestness and said to Bucklaw, "Whatever should come of this business, I am sure you will do me the justice to remember that I said nothing to the master which could imply my accession to any act of violence which he may take it into his head to commit." "No, no, not a single word like accession," replied Bucklaw. "You know too well the risk belonging to these two terrible words, art and part." Then, as if to himself, he recited the following lines: "The dial spoke not, but it made shrewd signs, and pointed full upon the stroke of murder." "What is that you are talking to yourself?" said Cregengelt, turning back with some anxiety. "Nothing, only 2 lines I have heard upon the stage," replied his companion. "Bucklaw," said Cregengelt, "I sometimes think you should have been a stage player yourself. All is fancy and frolic with you." "I have often thought so myself," said Bucklaw. "I believe it would be safer than acting with you in the fatal conspiracy. But away, play your own part, and look after the horses like a groom as you are. A play actor, a stage player," he repeated to himself. "That would have deserved a stab, but that Cregengelt's a coward, and yet I should like the profession well enough. Stay, let me see. I would come out in Alexander. Thus from the grave I rise, to save my love. Draw all your swords, and quick as lightning move. When I rush on, sure none will dare to stay. 'Tis love commands, and glory leads the way." As with a voice of thunder and his hand upon his sword, Bucklaw repeated the ranting couplets of poor Lee. Cregengelt re-entered with a face of alarm. "We are undone, Bucklaw. The master's led horse has cast himself over his halter in the stable, and is dead lame. His hackney will be set up with the day's work, and now he has no fresh horse, he will never get off." "Egad, there will be no moving with the speed of lightning this bout," said Bucklaw dryly. "But stay, you can give him yours." "What, and be taken myself?" "I thank you for the proposal," said Cregengelt. "Why," replied Bucklaw, "if the Lord Keeper should have met with a mischance, which for my part I cannot suppose, for the master is not the lad to shoot an old and unarmed man, but if there should have been a fray at the castle, you are neither ard not part in it, you know, so have nothing to fear." "True, true," answered the other with embarrassment, "but consider my commission from St. Germain's, which many men think is a commission of your own making, noble captain. Well, if you will not give him your horse, why done it, he must have mine." "Yours?" said Cregengelt. "Aye, mine," repeated Bucklaw. "It shall never be said that I agreed to back a gentleman in a little affair of honour, and neither helped him on with it nor off from it." "You will give him your horse, and have you considered the loss?" "Loss? Why, Grey Gilbert cost me 20 Jacobuses, that's true. But then his hackney is worth something, and his black moor is worth twice as much, were he sound, and I know how to handle him. Take a fat sucking mastiff whelp, flay and bowel him, stuff the body full of black and grey snails, roast a reasonable time, and baste with oil of spikenard, saffron, cinnamon, and honey, anoint with the dripping, working it in, yes, Bucklaw. But in the meanwhile, before the sprain is cured, nay, before the whelp is roasted, you will be caught and hung. Depend on it, the chase will be hard after Ravenswood. I wish we had made our place of rendezvous nearer to the coast." "On my faith, then," said Bucklaw, "I had best go off just now, and leave my horse for him." "Stay, stay, he comes. I hear a horse's feet." "Are you sure there is only one?" said Cregengelt. "I fear there is a chase. I think I hear 3 or 4 galloping together. I am sure I hear more horses than one." "Pooh, pooh, it is the wench of the house clattering to the well in her pattens. By my faith, Captain, you should give up both your captainship and your secret service, for you are as easily scared as a wild goose. But here comes the master. Alone, and looking as gloomy as a night in November, the master of Ravenswood entered the room accordingly, his cloak muffled around him, his arms folded, his look stern, and at the same time dejected. He flung his cloak from him as he entered, threw himself upon a chair, and appeared sunk in a profound reverie. "What has happened? What have you done?" was hastily demanded by Craigengelt and Bucklaw in the same moment. "Nothing," was the short and sullen answer. "Nothing," and left us, determined to call the old villain to account for all the injuries that we, and the country have received at his hand. Have you seen him? "I have," replied the master of Ravenswood. "Seen him and come away without settling scores which have been so long due," said Bucklaw. "I would not have expected that at the hand of the master of Ravenswood." "No matter what you expected," replied Ravenswood. "It is not to you, sir, that I shall be disposed to render any reason for my conduct." "Patience, Bucklaw," said Craigengelt, interrupting his companion, who seemed about to make an angry reply. "The master has been interrupted in his purpose by some accident, but he must excuse the anxious curiosity of friends who are devoted to his cause, like you and me." "Friends, Captain Craigengelt," retorted Ravenswood haughtily. "I am ignorant what familiarity passed betwixt us to entitle you to use that expression. I think our friendship amounts to this, that we agreed to leave Scotland together so soon as I should have visited the alienated mansion of my fathers and had an interview with its present possessor. I will not call him proprietor." "Very true, master," answered Bucklaw. "And as we thought you had in mind to do something to put your neck in jeopardy, Craigie and I very courteously agreed to tarry for you, although ours might run some risk in consequence. As to Craigie, indeed, it does not very much signify. He had gallows written on his brow and the hour of his birth. But I should not like to discredit my parentage by coming to such an end in another man's cause." "Gentlemen," said the master of Ravenswood, "I am sorry if I have occasioned you any inconvenience, but I must claim the right of judging what is best for my own affairs without rendering explanations to anyone. I have altered my mind, and do not design to leave the country this season." "Not to leave the country, master!" exclaimed Craigengelt. "Not to go over after all the trouble and expense I have incurred, after all the risk of discovery, and the expense of freight and demurrage." "Sir," replied the master of Ravenswood, "when I designed to leave this country in this haste, I made use of your obliging offer to procure me means of conveyance, but I do not recollect that I pledged myself to go off if I found occasion to alter my mind. For your trouble on my account, I am sorry, and I thank you. Your expense," he added, putting his hand into his pocket, "admits a more solid compensation. Freight and demurrage are matters with which I am unacquainted, Captain Craigengelt, but take my purse and pay yourself according to your own conscience." And accordingly he tendered a purse with some gold in it to the soi-disant captain. But here Bucklaw interposed in his turn. "Your fingers, Craigie, seem to itch for that same piece of green network," said he, "but I make my vow to God that if they offer to close upon it, I will chop them off with my whinger. Since the master has changed his mind, I suppose we need stay here no longer. But in the first place, I beg leave to tell him anything you will," said Craigengelt, "if you will first allow me to state the inconveniences to which he will expose himself by quitting our society, to remind him of the obstacles to his remaining here, and of the difficulties attending his proper introduction at Versailles and St. Germain's without the countenance of those who have established useful connections." "Besides forfeiting the friendship," said Bucklaw, "of at least one man of spirit and honor." "Gentlemen," said Ravenswood, "permit me once more to assure you that you have been pleased to attach to our temporary connection more importance than I ever meant that it should have. When I repaired to foreign courts, I shall not need the introduction of an intriguing adventurer, nor is it necessary for me to set value on the friendship of a hot-headed bully. With these words, and without waiting for an answer, he left the apartment, remounted his horse, and was heard to ride off. "Morbleu," said Captain Craigengelt, "my recruit is lost." "Aye, Captain," said Bucklaw, "the salmon is off with hook and all. But I will after him, for I have had more of his insolence than I can well digest." Craigengelt offered to accompany him, but Bucklaw replied, "No, no, Captain, keep you the check of the chimney nook till I come back. It's good sleeping in a hailskin. Little kens the old wife that sits by the fire how cold the wind blaws in Hurl Burl's swire." And singing as he went, he left the apartment. Chapter 7. The Master of Ravenswood had mounted the ambling hackney which he before rode, on finding the accident which had happened to his led horse, and, for the animal's ease, was proceeding at a slow pace from the Todd's Den towards his old tower of Wolf's Crag, when he heard the galloping of a horse behind him, and looking back, perceived that he was pursued by young Bucklaw, who had been delayed a few minutes in the pursuit by the irresistible temptation of giving the hostler at the Todd's Den some recipe for treating the lank slickholders at a dip. This brief delay he had made up by hard galloping, and now overtook the master where the road traversed a waste moor. "Halt, sir," cried Bucklaw. "I am no political agent, no Captain Craigengelt, whose life is too important to be hazarded in defense of his honor. I am Frank Haston, a Bucklaw, and no man injures me, by word, deed, sign, or look, but he must render me an account of it." "This is all very well, Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," replied the Master of Ravenswood in a tone the most calm and indifferent, "but I have no quarrel with you, and desire to have none. Our roads homeward, as well as our roads through life, lie in different directions. There is no occasion for us crossing each other." "Is there not?" said Bucklaw impetuously. "By heaven, but I say that there is, though you called us intriguing adventurers." "Be correct in your recollection, Mr. Haston. It was to your companion only I applied that epithet, and you know him to be no better." "And what then?" "He was my companion for the time, and no man shall insult my companion, right or wrong, while he is in my company." "Then, Mr. Haston," replied Ravenswood, with the same composure, "you should choose your society better, or you are like to have much work in your capacity of their champion. Go home, sir, sleep, and have more reason in your wrath tomorrow." "Not so, master, you have mistaken your man. High airs and wise saws shall not carry it off thus. Besides, you term to be bully, and you shall retract the word before we part." "Faith, scarcely," said Ravenswood, "unless you show me better reason for thinking myself mistaken than you are now producing." "Then, master," said Bucklaw, "though I should be sorry to offer it to a man of your quality, if you will not justify your incivility, or retract it, or name a place of meeting, you must here undergo the hard word and the hard blow." "Neither will be necessary," said Ravenswood. "I am satisfied with what I have done to avoid an affair with you. If you are serious, this place will serve as well as another." "Dismount, then, and draw," said Bucklaw, setting him an example. "I always thought and said you were a pretty man. I should be sorry to report you otherwise." "You shall have no reason, sir," said Ravenswood, alighting and putting himself into a posture of defense. Their swords crossed, and the combat commenced with great spirit on the part of Bucklaw, who was well accustomed to affairs of the kind, and distinguished by address and dexterity at his weapon. In the present case, however, he did not use his skill to advantage, for, having lost temper at the cool and contemptuous manner in which the Master of Ravenswood had long refused, and at length granted, him satisfaction, and urged by his impatience, he adopted the part of an assailant with inconsiderate eagerness. The master, with equal skill and much greater composure, remained chiefly on the defensive, and even declined to avail. himself of one or two advantages afforded him by the eagerness of his adversary. At length, in a desperate lunge, which he followed with an attempt to close, Bucklaw's foot slipped, and he fell on the short grassy turf on which they were fighting. "Take your life, sir," said the master of Ravenswood, "and mend it if you can." "It would be but a cobbled piece of work, I fear," said Bucklaw, rising slowly and gathering up his sword, much less disconcerted with the issue of the combat than could have been expected from the impetuosity of his temper. "I thank you for my life, master," he pursued. "There is my hand. I bear no ill will to you, either for my bad luck or your better swordsmanship." The master looked steadily at him for an instant, then extended his hand to him. "Bucklaw," he said, "you are a generous fellow, and I have done you wrong. I heartily ask your pardon for the expression which offended you. It was hastily and incautiously uttered, and I am convinced it is totally misapplied." "Are you indeed, master?" said Bucklaw, his face resuming at once its natural expression of light-hearted carelessness and audacity. "That is more than I expected of you, for, master, men say you are not ready to retract your opinion and your language." "Not when I have well considered them," said the master. "Then you are a little wiser than I am, for I always give my friend satisfaction first and explanation afterwards. If one of us falls, all accounts are settled. If not, men are never so ready for peace as after war. But what does that bawling brat of a boy want?" said Bucklaw. "I wish to heaven he had come a few minutes sooner. And yet it must have been ended some time, and perhaps this way is as well as any other." As he spoke, the boy he mentioned came up, cudgeling an ass, on which he was mounted, to the top of its speed, and sending, like one of Ossian's heroes, his voice before him, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, save yourselves. For the gudewife bade us tell ye, there were folk in her house had ta'en Captain Craigengelt, and were seeking for Bucklaw, and that ye behoved to ride for it." "By my faith, and that's very true, my man," said Bucklaw. "And there's a silver sixpence for your news, and I would give any man twice as much would tell me which way I should ride." "That will I, Bucklaw," said Ravenswood. "Ride home to Wolf's Crag with me. There are places in the old tower where you might lie hid, were 1,000 men to seek you. But that will bring you into trouble yourself, master, and unless you be in the Jacobite scrape already, it is quite needless for me to drag you in." "Not a white. I have nothing to fear." "Then I will ride with you blithely. For, to say the truth, I do not know the rendezvous that Craigie was to guide us to this night, and I am sure that, if he is taken, he will tell all the truth of me, and 20 lies of you, in order to save himself from the withy." They mounted and rode off in company accordingly, striking off the ordinary road and holding their way by wild, moorish, unfrequented paths, with which the gentlemen were well acquainted from the exercise of the chase, but through which others would have had much difficulty in tracing their course. They rode for some time in silence, making such haste as the condition of Ravenswood's horse permitted, until night having gradually closed around them, they discontinued their speed, both from the difficulty of discovering their path and from the hope that they were beyond the reach of pursuit or observation. "And now that we have drawn bridle a bit," said Bucklaw, "I would fain ask you a question, master." "Ask and welcome," said Ravenswood, "but forgive not answering it, unless I think proper." "Well, it is simply this," answered his late antagonist. "What, in the name of old Scythian, could make you, who stand so highly on your reputation, think for a moment of drawing up with such a rogue as Craigengelt, and such escapers as folk call Bucklaw, simply because I was desperate and saw desperate associates?" "And what made you break off from us at the nearest?" again demanded Bucklaw. "Because I had changed my mind," said the master, "and renounced my enterprise, at least for the present. And now that I have answered your questions fairly and frankly, tell me what makes you associate with Craigengelt, so much beneath you both in birth and in spirit." "In plain terms," answered Bucklaw, "because I am a fool, who have gambled away my land in these times." My grand aunt, Lady Garrington, has ta'en a new tack of life, I think, and I could only hope to get something by a change of government. Craigie was a sort of gambling acquaintance. He saw my condition, and as the devil is always at one's elbow, told me 50 lies about his credentials from Versailles, and his interest at Saint Germain's, promised me a captain's commission at Paris, and I have been ass enough to put my thumb under his belt. I dare say, by this time, he has told a dozen pretty stories of me to the government. And this is what I have got by wine, women, and dice, cocks, dogs, and horses. Yes, Bucklaw, said the master, you have indeed nourished in your bosom the snakes that are now stinging you. That's home as well as true, master, replied his companion. But, by your leave, you have nursed in your bosom one great goodly snake that has swallowed all the rest, and is as sure to devour you as my half-dozen are, to make a meal on all that's left of Bucklaw, which is but what lies between bonnet and boot-heel. I must not, answered the master of Ravenswood, challenge the freedom of speech in which I have set example. What, to speak without a metaphor, do you call this monstrous passion which you charge me with fostering? Revenge, my good sir, revenge, which, if it be as gentlemanlike a sin as wine and wassail, with their et ceteras, is equally unchristian, and not so bloodless. It is better breaking a part pail to watch a Jew or damsel than to shoot an old man. I deny the purpose, said the master of Ravenswood. On my soul, I had no such intention. I meant but to confront the oppressor ere I left my native land, and upbraid him with his tyranny and its consequences. I would have stated my wrongs, so that they would have shaken his soul within him. Yes, answered Bucklaw, and he would have collared you, and cried help, and then you would have shaken the soul out of him, I suppose. Your very look and manner would have frightened the old man to death. Consider the provocation, answered Ravenswood. Consider the ruin and death procured and caused by his hard-hearted cruelty, an ancient house destroyed, an affectionate father murdered. Why, in our old Scottish days, he that sat quiet under such wrongs would have been held neither fit to back a friend nor face a foe. Well, master, I am glad to see that the devil deals as cunningly with other folk as he deals with me. For whenever I am about to commit any folly, he persuades me it is the most necessary, gallant, gentlemanlike thing on earth, and I am up to saddly girths in the bog before I see that the ground is soft. And you, master, might have turned out a homicide, just out of pure respect for your father's memory. There is more sense in your language, Bucklaw, replied the master, than might have been expected from your conduct. It is too true, our vices steal upon us in forms outwardly as fair as those of the demons whom the superstitious represent as intriguing with the human race, and are not discovered in their native hideousness until we have clasped them in our arms. But we may throw them from us, though, said Bucklaw, and that is what I shall think of doing one of these days, that is, when old Lady Gyrington dies. Did you ever hear the expression of the English divine, said Ravenswood, hell is paved with good intentions, as much as to say, they are more often formed than executed. Well, replied Bucklaw, but I will begin this blessed night, and have determined not to drink above 1 quart of wine, unless your claret be of extraordinary quality. You will find little to tempt you at Wolf's Crag, said the master. I know not that I can promise you more than the shelter of my roof. All, and more than all, our stock of wine and provisions was exhausted at the late occasion. Long may it be ere provision is needed for the like purpose, answered Bucklaw. But you should not drink up the last flask at a dirge. There is ill luck in that. There is ill luck, I think, in whatever belongs to me, said Ravenswood. But yonder is Wolf's Crag, and whatever it still contains is at your service. The roar of the sea had long announced their approach to the cliffs, on the summit of which, like the nest of some sea-eagle, the founder of the fortalice had perched his eyrie. The pale moon, which had hitherto been contending with flitting clouds, now shone out and gave them a view of the solitary and naked tower situated on a projecting cliff that beetled on the German Ocean. On 3 sides the rock was precipitous. On the 4th, which was that towards the land, it had been originally fenced by an artificial ditch and drawbridge, but the latter was broken down and ruinous, and the former had been in part filled up, so as to allow passage for a horseman into the narrow courtyard, encircled on 2 sides with low offices and stables, partly ruinous and closed on the landward front by a low embattled wall, while the remaining side of this Schiede with its a wilder or more disconsolate dwelling, it was perhaps difficult to conceive. The sombrous and heavy sound of the billows, successively dashing against the rocky beach at a profound distance beneath, was to the ear what the landscape was to the eye, a symbol of unvaried and monotonous melancholy, not unmingled with horror. Although the night was not far advanced, there was no sign of living inhabitant about this forlorn abode, excepting that one and only one of the narrow and stanchioled windows which appeared at irregular heights and distances in the walls of the building showed a small glimmer of light. "There," said Ravenswood, "sits the only male domestic that remains to the house of Ravenswood, and it is well that he does remain there, since otherwise we had little hope to find either light or fire. But follow me cautiously. The road is narrow, and admits only one horse in front." In effect, the path led along a kind of isthmus at the peninsular extremity of which the tower was situated, with that exclusive attention to strength and security in preference to every circumstances of convenience which dictated to the Scottish barons the choice of their situations as well as their style of building. By adopting the cautious mode of approach recommended by the proprietor of this wild hold, they entered the courtyard in safety. But it was long ere the efforts of Ravenswood, though loudly exerted by knocking at the low-browed entrance, and repeated shouts to Caleb to open the gate and admit them, received any answer. "The old man must be departed," he began to say, "or fallen into some fit, for the noise I have made would have waked the 7 sleepers." At length, a timid and hesitating voice replied, "Master of Ravenswood." "Is it you?" "Yes, it is. I, Caleb. Open the door quickly." "But it is you in very blood and body?" "For I would sooner face 50 devils as my master's Geist, or even his wraith. Wherefore, Aranti, if you were 10 times my master, unless ye come in bodily shape, lithe and limb." "It is I, you old fool," answered Ravenswood, "in bodily shape and alive, save that I am half dead with cold." The light at the upper window disappeared, and glancing from loophole to loophole in slow succession, gave intimation that the bearer was in the act of descending, with great deliberation, a winding staircase occupying one of the turrets which graced the angles of the old tower. The tardiness of his descent extracted some exclamations of impatience from Ravenswood and several oaths from his less patient and more mercurial companion. Caleb again paused ere he unbolted the door, and once more asked if they were men of mould that demanded entrance at this time of night. "Were I near you, you old fool," said Bucklaw, "I would give you sufficient proofs of my bodily condition." "Open the gate, Caleb," said his master in a more soothing tone, partly from his regard to the ancient and faithful seneschal, partly perhaps because he thought that angry words would be thrown away so long as Caleb had a stout iron-clenched oaken door betwixt his person and the speakers. At length Caleb, with a trembling hand, undid the bars, opened the heavy door, and stood before them, exhibiting his thin gray hairs, bald forehead, and sharp high features, illuminated by a quivering lamp which he held in one hand while he shaded and protected its flame with the other. The timorous, courteous glance which he threw around him, the effect of the partial light upon his white hair and illumined features, might have made a good painting, but our travelers were too impatient for security against the rising storm to permit them to indulge themselves in studying the picturesque. "Is it you, my dear master? Is it you yourself, indeed?" exclaimed the old domestic. "I am way you sold hay stewed, waiting at your ain gate. But what hay thought o' seeing you see soon, and a strange gentleman with a hair," he exclaimed apart, as it were, and to some inmate of the tower, in a voice not meant to be heard by those in the court. "Micey, woman, stir for dear life, and get the fire mended. Take the old three-legged stool, or onything that's readiest that will make a lowy. I doubt we are, but purely provided, no expecting ye this some months, when doubtless ye was hae been received conform till your rank as gore rank is. But nadlyless, Caleb," said the master, "we must have our horses put up, and ourselves too, the best way we can. I hope you're not sorry to see me sooner then." "You expected?" "Sorry, my lord. I am sure ye sally be my lord wha honest folk, as your noble ancestors ha been these 300 years, and never asked a Whig's leave. Sorry to see the Lord of Ravenswood at an o' his ain castles." Then again apart to his unseen associate behind the screen, "Micey, kill the brood hen without thinking twice on it, let them care that come a hint. No to say it's our best dwelling," he added, turning to Bucklaw, "but just a strength for the Lord of Ravenswood to flee until that is, no to flee, but to retreat until in troublous times, like the present, when it was ill convenient for him to live farther in the country in ony of his better and mair principal manners. But for its antiquity, maist folk think that the outside of Wolf's Crag is worthy of a large perusal." "And you are determined we shall have time to make it," said Ravenswood, somewhat amused with the shifts the old man used to detain them without doors. Until his confederate Missy had made her preparations within. "Oh, never mind the outside of the house, my good friend," said Bucklaw. "Let's see the inside, and let our horses see the stable, that's all." "Oh, yes, sir." "Aye, sir, unquestionably, sir. My lord and ony of his honourable companions. But our horses, my friend, our horses, they will be dead-founded by standing here in the cold after riding hard, and mine is too good to be spoiled. Therefore, once more, our horses," exclaimed Bucklaw. "True, your horses, yes, I will call the grooms." And sturdily did Caleb roar till the old tower rang again. "John William Saunders." "The lads are gane out or sleeping," he observed, after pausing for an answer, which he knew that he had no human chance of receiving. A gaze rang when the master's out by, but I'll take care o' your cattle mysel." "I think you had better," said Ravenswood. "Otherwise I see little chance of their being attended to at all." "Wisht, my lord, wisht, for God's sake," said Caleb in an imploring tone, and apart to his master. "If ye dinna regard your ain credit, think on mine. We'll he hard in a wark to make a decent night o' why, the lees I can tell." Well, never mind," said his master. "Go to the stable. There is hay and corn, I trust." "Way, plenty of hay and corn." This was uttered boldly and aloud, and, in a lower tone, there was some half-foos awaits, and some tights of meadow hay left after the burial. "Very well," said Ravenswood, taking the lamp from his domestic's unwilling hand. "I will show the stranger upstairs myself." "I cannot think of that, my lord. If you wad but have 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, or, at maist, a quarter of an hour's patience, and look at the fine moonlight prospect of the Bass and North Berwick Law till I sort the horses, I would marshal you up, as reason is you sould be marshalled, your lordship and your honourable visitor. And I lock it up the siller candlesticks, and the lamp is not fit. It will do very well in the meantime," said Ravenswood, "and you will have no difficulty for want of light in the stable, for, if I recollect, half the roof is off." "Very true, my lord," replied the trusty adherent, and with ready wit instantly added, "and the lazy Sclater loons have never come to put it on a this while, your lordship." "If I were disposed to jest at the calamities of my house," said Ravenswood as he led the way upstairs, "poor old Caleb would furnish me with ample means. His passion consists in representing things about our miserable menage, not as they are, but as, in his opinion, they ought to be. And, to say the truth, I have been often diverted with the poor wretch's expedients to supply what he thought was essential for the credit of the family, and his still more generous apologies for the want of those articles for which his ingenuity could discover no substitute. But though the tower is none of the largest, I shall have some trouble without him to find the apartment in which there is a fire." As he spoke thus, he opened the door of the hall. "Here, at least," he said, "there is neither hearth nor harbor." It was indeed a scene of desolation. A large vaulted room, the beams of which, combined like those of Westminster Hall, were rudely carved at the extremities, remained nearly in the situation in which it had been left after the entertainment at Alan Lord Ravenswood's funeral. Overturned pitchers, and blackjacks, and pewter stopes, and flagons still cumbered the large oaken table. Glasses, those more perishable implements of conviviality, many of which had been voluntarily sacrificed by the guests in their enthusiastic pledges to favorite toasts, strewed the stone floor with their fragments. As for the articles of plate, lent for the purpose by friends and kinsfolk, those had been carefully withdrawn so soon as the ostentatious display of festivity, equally unnecessary and strangely timed, had been made and ended. Nothing, in short, remained that indicated wealth. All the signs were those of recent wastefulness and present desolation. The black cloth hangings, which, on the late mournful occasion, replaced the tattered moth-eaten tapestries, had been partly pulled down, and, dangling from the wall in irregular festoons, disclosed the rough stone-work of the building, unsmoothed either by plaster or the chisel. The seats thrown down or left in disorder intimated the careless confusion which had concluded the mournful revel. "This room," said Ravenswood, holding up the lamp, "this room, Mr. Haston, was riotous when it should have been sad. It is a just retribution that it should now be sad when it ought to be cheerful." They left this consolate apartment and went upstairs, where, after opening one or two doors in vain, Ravenswood led the way into a little matted anteroom, in which, to their great joy, they found a tolerably good fire, which Mysie, by some such expedient as Caleb had suggested, had supplied with a reasonable quantity of fuel. Glad at the heart to see more of comfort than the castle had yet seemed to offer, Bucklaw rubbed his hands heartily over the fire, and now listened with more complacency to the apologies which the master of Ravenswood offered. "Comfort," he said, "I cannot provide for you, for I have it not for myself. It is long since these walls have known it, if, indeed, they were ever acquainted with it. Shelter and safety, I think, I can promise you." "Excellent matters, master," replied Bucklaw, "and, with a mouthful of food and wine, positively all I can require to-night." "I fear," said the master, "your supper will be a poor one. I hear the matter in discussion betwixt Caleb and Mysie. Poor Balderstone is something deaf, amongst his other accomplishments, so that much of what he means should be spoken aside is overheard by the whole audience, and especially by those from whom he is most anxious to conceal his private maneuver. Hark!" They listened and heard the old domestic's voice in conversation with Mysie to the following effect: "Just mak the best o' make the best o', woman. It's easy to put a fair face ony thing. But the old brood hen, she'll be as tuz as bowstrings in ben leather." "Say you made a mistake, Mysie," replied the faithful seneschal, in a soothing and undertoned voice. "Tak it on yoursel. Never let the credit of the house suffer." "But the brood hen," remonstrated Mysie. "Ho, she's sitting some gate aneath the dais in the hall, and I am feared to gae in the dark for the bogle, and if I didna see the bogle, I could as ill see the hen, for it's pit mirk, and there's no another light in the house, save that very blessed lamp Wholk the master has in his ain hand. And if I had the hen, she's to pew, and to draw, and to dress. How can I do that, and them sitting by the only fire we have?" "Weel, weel, mysie," said the butler. "Bide ye there a wee, and I'll try to get the lamp wiled away frae them." Accordingly, Caleb Balderstone entered the apartment, little aware that so much of his by-play had been audible there. "Well, Caleb, my old friend, is there any chance of supper?" said the Master of Ravenswood. "Chance of supper, your lordship?" said Caleb, with an emphasis of strong scorn at the implied doubt. "How should there be ony question of that, and us in your lordship's house? Chance of supper indeed. But you'll no be for butcher meat? There's waltho fat poultry, ready either for spit or brander. The fat cap'n, mysie," he added, calling out as boldly as if such a thing had been in existence. "Quite unnecessary," said Bucklaw, who deemed himself bound in courtesy to relieve some part of the anxious butler's perplexity. "If you have anything cold, or a morsel of bread—" "The best of bannocks," exclaimed Caleb, much relieved. "And for called meat, a tate we hae is called aina. Howbeit maist of the called meat and pastry was gi'en to the poor folk after the ceremony of interment, as Goudet reason was." "Nevertheless, come, Caleb," said the Master of Ravenswood. "Liddens that are hiding, and therefore, you know, he'll be nae nicer than your lordship's honour, I'se warrant," answered Caleb cheerfully, with a nod of intelligence. "I am sorry that the gentleman is under distress, but I am blithe but in pinches may hours. Know that we are pinched, thank God. Thank God, retracting the admishes may owls, know that we are pinched, or believe his had put admit cleave, and for eating what signifies telling a lee. There's just the hinder end of the mutton ham, that has been but 3 times on the table, and the nearer the bane, the sweeter, as your honours weel ken. And there's the heel of the ewe milk kebbuck, wi' a bit of nice butter, and that's to trust to." And with great alacrity he produced his slender stock of provisions, and placed them with much formality upon a small round table betwixt the two gentlemen, who were not deterred either by the homely quality or limited quantity of the repast from doing it full justice. Caleb in the meanwhile waited on them with grave officiousness, as if anxious to make up, by his own respectful assiduity, for the want of all other attendants. But, alas! how little on such occasions can form, however anxiously and scrupulously observed, supply the lack of substantial fare. Bucklaw, who had eagerly eaten a considerable portion of the thrice-sacked mutton ham, now began to demand ale. "I wanda just presumed to recommend our ale," said Caleb. "The mot was ill made, and there was awfu' thunner last week, but siccan water as the Tower Well has ye'll seldom see, Bucklaw, and that I's engage for." "But if your ale is bad, you can let us have some wine," said Bucklaw, making a grimace at the mention of the pure element which Caleb so earnestly recommended. "Wine," answered Caleb undauntedly. "Enow of wine. It was but 2 days, syne ways me, for the cause there was as much wine drunk in this house as would have floated a pinnace. There never was lack of wine at Wolf's Crag." "Do fetch us some then," said the master, instead of talking about it. And Caleb boldly departed. Every expended butt in the old cellar did he set a tilt, and shake with the desperate expectation of collecting enough of the grounds of claret to fill the large pewter measure which he carried in his hand. Alas! Each had been too devoutly drained, and with all the squeezing and manoeuvring which his craft as a butler suggested, he could only collect about half a quart that seemed presentable. Still, however, Caleb was too good a general to renounce the field without a stratagem to cover his retreat. He undauntedly threw down an empty flagon, as if he had stumbled at the entrance of the apartment, called upon Mysie to wipe up the wine that had never been spilt, and placing the other vessel on the table, hoped there was still enough left for their honours. There was indeed, for even Bucklaw, a sworn friend to the grape, found no encouragement to renew his first attack upon the vintage of Wolf's Crag, but contented himself, however reluctantly, with a draught of fair water. Arrangements were now made for his repose, and as the secret chamber was assigned for this purpose, it furnished Caleb with a first-rate and most plausible apology for all deficiencies of furniture, bedding, etc. "For wha," said he, "would have thought of the secret chamber being needed? It has not been used since the time of the Gowrie conspiracy, and I durst never let a woman ken of the entrance to it, or your honour will allow that it wad not hae been a secret to Merling." Chapter 8. The feelings of the prodigal heir of Len, as expressed in that excellent old song, when, after dissipating his whole fortune, he found himself the deserted inhabitant of the lonely lodge, might perhaps have some resemblance to those of the Master of Ravenswood in his deserted mansion of Wolf's Crag. The master, however, had this advantage over the spendthrift in the legend, that, if he was in similar distress, he could not impute it to his own imprudence. His misery had been bequeathed to him by his father, and, joined to his high blood, and to a title which the courteous might give or the churlish withhold at their pleasure, it was the whole inheritance he had derived from his ancestry. Perhaps this melancholy yet consolatory reflection crossed the mind of the unfortunate young nobleman with a breathing of comfort. Favorable to calm reflection as well as to the muses, the morning, while it dispelled the shades of night, had a composing and sedative effect upon the stormy passions by which the Master of Ravenswood had been agitated on the preceding day. He now felt himself able to analyze the different feelings by which he was agitated, and much resolved to combat and to subdue them. The morning, which had arisen calm and bright, gave a pleasant effect even to the waste moorland view which was seen from the castle on looking to the landward, and the glorious ocean, crisped with 1,000 rippling waves of silver, extended on the other side, in awful yet complacent majesty, to the verge of the horizon. With such scenes of calm sublimity, the human heart sympathizes even in its most disturbed moods, and deeds of honor and virtue are inspired by their majestic influence. To seek out Bucklaw in the retreat which he had afforded him was the first occupation of the master, after he had performed, with a scrutiny unusually severe, the important task of self-examination. "How now, Bucklaw?" was his morning salutation. "How like you the couch in which the exiled Earl of Angus once slept in security, when he was pursued by the full energy of a king's resentment?" Returned the sleeper awakened. "I have little to complain of where so. Great a man was quartered before me, only the mattress was of the hardest, the vault somewhat damp, the rats rather more mutinous than I would have expected from the state of Caleb's larder, and if there had been shutters to that grated window, or a curtain to the bed, I should think it, upon the whole, an improvement in your accommodations. It is, to be sure, forlorn enough," said the master, looking around the small vault, "but if you will rise and leave it, Caleb will endeavour to find you a better breakfast than your supper of last night." "Pray let it be no better," said Bucklaw, getting up, and endeavouring to dress himself as well as the obscurity of the place would permit. "Let it, I say, be no better if you mean me to persevere in my proposed reformation. The very recollection of Caleb's beverage has done more to suppress my longing to open the day with a morning draught than 20 sermons would have done. And you, master, have you been able to give battle valiantly to your bosom snake? You see I am in the way of smothering my vipers one by one." "I have commenced the battle at least, Bucklaw, and I have had a fair vision of an angel who descended to my assistance," replied the master. "Woe's me," said his guest, "no vision can I expect, unless my aunt, Lady Grinnington, should betake herself to the tomb. And then it would be the substance of her heritage, rather than the appearance of her phantom, that I should consider as the support of my good resolutions. But this same breakfast, master does the deer that is to make the pasty run yet on foot, as the ballad has it." "I will inquire into that matter," said his entertainer, And leaving the apartment, he went in search of Caleb, whom, after some difficulty, he found in an obscure sort of dungeon, which had been in former times the buttery of the castle. Here the old man was employed busily in the doubtful task of burnishing a pewter flagon until it should take the hue and semblance of silver plate. I think it may do. I think it might pass, if they winna bring it our muckle in the light of the window, were the ejaculations which he muttered from time to time as if to encourage himself in his undertaking, when he was interrupted by the voice of his master. "Take this," said the master of Ravenswood, "and get what is necessary for the family." And with these words he gave to the old butler the purse which had on the preceding evening so narrowly escaped the fangs of Craigengelt. The old man shook his silvery and thin locks, and looked with an expression of the most heartfelt anguish at his master, as he weighed in his hand the slender treasure, and said in a sorrowful voice, "And is this that's left?" "All that is left at present," said the master, affecting more cheerfulness than perhaps he really felt, "is just the green purse and the wee pickle gowd, as the old song says. But we shall do better one day, Caleb." "Before that day comes," said Caleb, "I doubt there will be an end of an auld sang, and an old serving man to boot. But it disna become me to speak that gate to your honour. And you looking sae pale, tack back the purse, and keep it to be making a show before company. For if your honour would just take a bidding, and be whiles taking it out of folk and putting it up again, there's naebody would refuse us trust, for that's come and gain yet." "But, Caleb," said the master, "I still intend to leave this country very soon, and desire to do so with the reputation of an honest man, leaving no debt behind me, at least of my own contracting. And good right ye suld gang away as a true man, and so ye shall. For old Caleb can take the white of whatever is ta'en on for the house, and then it will be a just a quote. Man's burden, and I will live just as weel in the Tolbooth as out of it, and the credit of the family will be as safe and sound." The master endeavoured in vain to make Caleb comprehend that the butler's incurring the responsibility of debts in his own person would rather add to than remove the objections which he had to their being contracted. He spoke to a premier too busy in devising ways and means to puzzle himself with refuting the arguments offered against their justice or expediency. "There's Eppie Smartrash will trust us for ale," said Caleb to himself. "She has lived a her life under the family, and maybe why a soup brandy. I canna say for wine she is but a lone woman, and gets her claret by a runlet at a time, but I'll work a wee drap out her by fair means or foul. For dues, there's the ducat. There will be poultry amang the tenants, though Lucky Churnside says she has paid the cane twice hour. We'll mak shift, and it, like your honour, will mak shift. Keep your heart abune, for the house sall haud its credit as lang as auld Caleb is to the fore." The entertainment which the old man's exertions of various kinds enabled him to present to the young gentleman for 3 or 4 days was certainly of no splendid description, but it may readily be believed it was set before no critical guests, and even the distresses, excuses, evasions, and shifts of Caleb afforded amusement to the young men, and added a sort of interest to the scrambling and irregular style of their table. They had indeed occasion to seize on every circumstance that might serve to diversify or enliven time, which otherwise passed away so heavily. Bucklaw, shut out from his usual field sports and joyous carouses by the necessity of remaining concealed within the walls of the castle, became a joyless and uninteresting companion, when the master of Ravenswood would know. Monger fence or play at shovelboard when he himself had polished to the extremity, the coat of his palfrey with brush, currycomb, and haircloth. When he had seen him eat his provender and gently lie down in his stall, he could hardly help envying the animal's apparent acquiescence in a life so monotonous. "The stupid brute," he said, "thinks neither of the race ground or the hunting field, or his green paddock at Bucklaw, but enjoys himself as comfortably when haltered to the rack in this ruinous vault, as if he had been foaled in it, and I who have the freedom of a prisoner at large to range through the dungeons of this wretched old tower, can hardly, betwixt whistling and sleeping, contrive to pass away the hour till dinner time. And with this disconsolate reflection, he wended his way to the bartizan or battlements of the tower, to watch what objects might appear on the distant moor, or to pelt, with pebbles and pieces of lime, the sea mews and cormorants which established themselves incautiously within the reach of an idle young man. Ravenswood, with a mind incalculably deeper and more powerful than that of his companion, had his own anxious subjects of reflection, which wrought for him the same unhappiness that sheer ennui and want of occupation inflicted on his companion. The first sight of Lucy Ashton had been less impressive than her image proved to be upon reflection. As the depth and violence of that revengeful passion by which he had been actuated in seeking an interview with the father began to abate by degrees, he looked back on his conduct towards the daughter as harsh and unworthy towards a female of rank and beauty. Her looks of grateful acknowledgment, her words of affectionate courtesy, had been repelled with something which approached to disdain, and if the Master of Ravenswood had sustained wrongs at the hand of Sir William Ashton, his conscience told him they had been unhandsomely resented towards his daughter. When his thoughts took this turn of self-reproach, the recollection of Lucy Ashton's beautiful features, rendered yet more interesting by the circumstances in which their meeting had taken place, made an impression upon his mind at once soothing and painful. The sweetness of her voice, the delicacy of her expressions, the vivid glow of her filial affection, embittered his regret at having repulsed her gratitude with rudeness, while, at the same time, they placed before his imagination a picture of the most seducing sweetness. Even young Ravenswood's strength of moral feeling and rectitude of purpose at once increased the danger of cherishing these recollections and the propensity to entertain them. Firmly resolved as he was to subdue, if possible, the predominating vice in his character, he admitted with willingness, nay, he summoned up in his imagination the ideas by which it could be most powerfully counteracted, and while he did so, a sense of his own harsh conduct towards the daughter of his enemy naturally induced him, as if by way of recompense, to invest her with more of grace and beauty than perhaps she could actually claim. Had anyone at this period told the Master of Ravenswood that he had so lately vowed vengeance against the whole lineage of him whom he considered, not unjustly, as author of his father's ruin and death, he might at first have repelled the charge as a foul calumny. Yet, upon serious self-examination, he would have been compelled to admit that it had, at one period, some foundation in truth, though, according to the present tone of his sentiments, it was difficult to believe that this had really been the case. There already existed in his bosom two contradictory passions: a desire to revenge the death of his father, strangely qualified by admiration of his enemy's daughter. Against the former feeling he had struggled until it seemed to him upon the wane. Against the latter he used no means of resistance, for he did not suspect its existence. That this was actually the case was chiefly evinced by his resuming his resolution to leave Scotland. Yet, though such was his purpose, he remained day after day at Wolf's Crag, without taking measures for carrying it into execution. It is true that he had written to one or two kinsmen who resided in a distant quarter of Scotland, and particularly to the Marquis of A, intimating his purpose, and when pressed upon the subject by Bucklaw, he was wont to allege the necessity of waiting for their reply, especially that of the Marquis, before taking so decisive a measure. The Marquis was rich and powerful, and although he was suspected to entertain sentiments unfavorable to the government established at the Revolution, he had nevertheless address enough to head a party in the Scottish Privy Council, connected with the High Church faction in England, and powerful enough to menace those to whom the Lord Keeper adhered with a probable subversion of their power. The consulting with the personage of such importance was a plausible excuse, which Ravenswood used to Bucklaw, and probably to himself, for continuing his residence at Wolf's Crag, and it was rendered yet more so by a general report which began to be current of a probable change of ministers and measures in the Scottish administration. The rumours, strongly asserted by some and as resolutely denied by others as their wishes or interests dictated, found their way even to the ruinous tower of Wolf's Crag, chiefly through the medium of Caleb, the butler, who, among his other excellences, was an ardent politician, and seldom made an excursion from the old fortress to the neighbouring village of Wolf's Hope without bringing back what tidings were current in the vicinity. But if Bucklaw could not offer any satisfactory objections to the delay of the master in leaving Scotland, he did not the less suffer with impatience the state of inaction to which it confined him, and it was only the ascendancy which his new companion had acquired over him that induced him to submit to a course of life so alien to his habits and inclinations. "You were wont to be thought a stirring, active young fellow, master," was his frequent remonstrance. "Yet here you seem determined to live on and on like a rat in a hole, with this trifling difference, that the wiser vermin chooses a hermitage where he can find food at least. But as for us, Caleb's excuses become longer as his diet turns more spare, and I fear we shall realize the stories they tell of the sloth. We have almost eat up the last green leaf on the plant, and have nothing left for it but to drop from the tree and break our necks." "Do not fear it," said Ravenswood. "There is a fate watches for us, and we too have a stake in the revolution that is now impending, and which already has alarmed many a bosom." "What fate, what revolution?" inquired his companion. "We have had one revolution too much already, I think." Ravenswood interrupted him by putting into his hands a letter. "Oh," answered Bucklaw, "my dream's out. I thought I heard Caleb this morning pressing some unfortunate fellow to a drink of cold water and assuring him it was better for his stomach in the morning than ale or brandy." "It was my Lord of S. courier," said Ravenswood, "who was doomed to experience his ostentatious hospitality, which I believe ended in sour beer and herrings. Read, and you will see the news he has brought us." "I will as fast as I can," said Bucklaw, "but I am no grey clerk, nor does his lordship seem to be the first of scribes." The reader will peruse, in a few seconds, by the aid our friend Ballantyne's types, what took Bucklaw a good half-hour in perusal, though assisted by the Master of Ravenswood. The tenor was as follows: "Right Honourable Os Cosin, our hearty commendations premised, these come to assure you of the interest which we take in your welfare and in your purpose towards its augmentation. If we have been less active in showing forth our effective goodwill towards you than, as a loving kinsman and blood relative, we would willingly have desired, we request that you will impute it to lack of opportunity to show our good liking, not to any coldness of our will. Touching your resolution to travel in foreign parts, as at this time we hold the same little advisable, in respect that your ill-willers may, according to the custom of such persons, impute motives for your journey, whereof, although we know and believe you to be as clear as ourselves, yet natheless their words may find credence in places where the belief in them may much prejudice you, and which we should see with more unwillingness and displeasure than with means of remedy. Having thus, as becometh our kindred, given you our poor mind on the subject of your journeying forth of Scotland, we would willingly add reasons of weight, which might materially advantage you and your father's house, thereby to determine you to abide at Wolf's Crag until this harvest season shall be passed over. But what saith the proverb, verbum sapienti, a word is more to him that hath wisdom than a sermon to a fool. And albeit we have written this poor scroll with our own hand, and are well assured of the fidelity of our messenger, as him that is many ways bounden to us, yet so it is that sleddery ways crave wary walking, and that we may not peril upon paper matters, which we would gladly impart to you by word of mouth. Wherefore it was our purpose to have prayed you heartily to come to this our barren Highland country to kill a stag, and to treat of the matters which we are now more painfully inditing to you in it. but commodity does not serve at present for such our meeting, which therefore shall be deferred until sick time, as we may in all mirth rehearse those things whereof we now keep silence. Meantime, we pray you to think that we are and will still be your good kinsman and well-wisher, waiting but for times of whilk we do, as it were, entertain a twilight prospect, and appear and hope to be also your effectual will-doer, and in which hope we heartily write ourself, Right Honorable, your loving cousin, A. Given from our poor house of B, etc. Superscribed for the Right Honorable and our honored kinsman, the Master of Ravenswood. These with haste, post haste ride and run until B's be delivered. What think you of this epistle, Bucklaw? Said the master, when his companion had hammered out all the sense, and almost all the words of which it consisted. Truly, that the Marquis's meaning is as great a riddle as his manuscript. He is really in much need of wit's interpreter or the complete letter writer. And were I you, I would send him a copy by the bearer. He writes you very kindly to remain wasting your time and your money in this vile, stupid, oppressed country, without so much as offering you the countenance and shelter of his house. In my opinion, he has some scheme in view, in which he supposes you can be useful, and he wishes to keep you at hand, to make use of you when it ripens, reserving the power of turning you adrift, should his plot fail in the concoction. His plot? Then you suppose it is a treasonable business? Answered Ravenswood. What else can it be? Replied Bucklaw. The Marquis has been long suspected to have an eye to Saint Germain's. He should not engage me rashly in such an adventure, said Ravenswood, when I recollect the times of the first and second Charles, and of the last James. Truly I see little reason that, as a man or a patriot, I should draw my sword for their descendants. Humph, replied Bucklaw. So you have set yourself down to mourn over the crop-eared dogs whom honest Claver treated as they deserved. They first gave the dogs an ill name and then hanged them, replied Ravenswood. I hope to see the day when justice shall be open to Whig and Tory, and when these nicknames shall only be used among coffee-house politicians, as slut and jade are among apple women, as cant terms of idle spite and rancor. That will not be in our days, master. The iron has entered too deeply into our sides and our souls. It will be, however, one day, replied the master. Men will not always start at these nicknames as at a trumpet sound. As social life is better protected, its comforts will become too dear to be hazarded without some better reasons than speculative politics. It is fine talking, answered Bucklaw, but my heart is with the old song to see good corn upon the rigs, and a gallows built to hang the Whigs, and the right restored where the right should be. Oh, that is the thing that would wanton me. You may sing as loudly as you will, cannabit vacuus, answered the master, but I believe the Marquis is too wise, at least too wary, to join you in such a burden. I suspect he alludes to a revolution in the Scottish Privy Council rather than in the British kingdoms. Oh, confusion to your state tricks! Exclaimed Bucklaw, your cold calculating manœuvres, which old gentlemen in wrought nightcaps and furred gowns execute like so many games at chess, and displace a treasurer or lord commissioner as they would take a rook or a pawn. Tennis for my sport, and battle for my earnest. And you, master, so deep and considerate as you would seem, you have that within you makes the blood boil faster than suits your present humor of moralizing on political truths. You are one of those wise men who see everything with great composure till their blood is up, and then woe to anyone who should put them in mind of their own prudential maxims. Perhaps, said Ravenswood, you read me more rightly than I can myself, but to think justly will certainly go some length in helping me to act so. But hark! I hear Caleb tolling the dinner bell, which he always does with the more sonorous grace in proportion to the meagreness of the cheer which he has provided, said Bucklaw, as if that infernal clang and jangle which will one day bring the belfry down the cliff could convert a starved hen into a fat capon, and a blade bone of mutton into a haunch of venison. I wish we may be so well off as your worst conjectures surmise, Bucklaw, from the extreme solemnity and ceremony with which Caleb seems to place on the table that solitary covered dish. Uncover, Caleb, uncover for heaven's sake, said Bucklaw. Let us have what you can give us without preface. Why, it stands well enough, man, he continued, addressing impatiently the ancient butler, who, without reply, kept shifting the dish, until he had at length placed it with mathematical precision in the very midst of the table. "What have we got here, Caleb?" inquired the master in his turn. "Ahem! Sir, ye sould have known before, but his honour the Laird of Bucklaw is so impatient," answered Caleb, still holding the dish with one hand and the cover with the other, with evident reluctance to disclose the contents. "But what is it? A God's name, not a pair of clean spurs, I hope, in the border fashion of old times?" "Ahem, ahem," reiterated Caleb. "Your honour is pleased to be facetious. Naturalists, I might presume to say, it was a convenient fashion and used, as I have heard, in an honourable and thriving family. But touching your present dinner, I judge that this being St. Magdalen's, Margaret's Eve, who was a worthy queen of Scotland in her day, your honours might judge it decorous, if not altogether to fast, yet only to sustain nature with some slight refection, as a knotted herring or the like." And, uncovering the dish, he displayed 4 of the savoury fishes which he mentioned, adding, in a subdued tone, that they were no just common herring neither, being every in alters, and sodded with uncommon care by the housekeeper, poor Missy, for his honour's especial use. "Out upon all apologies," said the master, "let us eat the herrings, since there is nothing better to be had. But I begin to think with you, Bucklaw, that we are consuming the last green leaf, and that, in spite of the Marquise's political machinations, we must positively shift camp for want of forage without waiting the issue of them." Chapter 9. Light meals procure light slumbers, and therefore it is not surprising that, considering the fare which Caleb's conscience, or his necessity, assuming, as will sometimes happen, that disguise, had assigned to the guests of Wolf's Crag, their slumbers should have been short. In the morning Bucklaw rushed into his host's apartment with a loud halloo, which might have awaked the dead. "Up! Up! In the name of heaven! The hunters are out, the only piece of sport I have seen this month. And you lie here, master, on a bed that has little to recommend it, except that it may be something softer than the stone floor of your ancestors' vault." "I wish," said Ravenswood, raising his head peevishly, "you had forborne so early a jest, Mr. Haston. It is really no pleasure to lose the very short repose which I had just begun to enjoy, after a night spent in thoughts upon fortune, far harder than my couch, Bucklaw." "Shapa! Brishaw," replied his guest. Get up, the hounds are abroad." I have saddled the horses myself, for old Caleb was calling for grooms and lackeys, and would never have proceeded without 2 hours' apology for the absence of men that were 100 miles off. Get up, master. I say the hounds are out. Get up, I say. The hunt is up." And off ran Bucklaw. "And I say," said the master, rising slowly, "that nothing can concern me less, whose hounds come so near to us." "The Honourable Lord Biddlebrains," answered Caleb, who had followed the impatient Laird of Bucklaw into his master's bedroom, "and truly I ken a title. They have to be yowling and howling within the freedoms and immunities of your lordship's right of free forestry." "Nor I, Caleb," replied Ravenswood, "excepting that they have bought both the lands and the right of forestry, and may think themselves entitled to exercise the rights they have paid their money for." "It may be said, my lord," replied Caleb, "but it's no gentleman's deed of them to come here and exercise such like right, and your lordship living at your aint castle of Wolf's Crag." Lord Biddlebrains would wheel to remember what his folk have been, and what we now are, said the master with suppressed bitterness of feeling. But reach me my cloak, Caleb, and I will indulge Bucklaw with a sight of this chase. It is selfish to sacrifice my guest's pleasure to my own. Sacrifice! Echoed Caleb in a tone which seemed to imply the total absurdity of his master making the least concession in deference to any one sacrifice indeed. But I crave your honour's pardon, and whilk doublet is it your pleasure? To wear? Any one you will, Caleb. My wardrobe, I suppose, is not very extensive. Not extensive, echoed his assistant. When there is the grey and silver that your lordship bestowed on Hugh Hildebrand, your outrider, and the French velvet that went with my lord your father. Be gracious to him. My lord, your father's old wardrobe to the poor friends of the family. And the drap de Berry which I gave to you, Caleb, and which, I suppose, is the only dress we have any chance to come at, except that I wore yesterday. Pray, hand me that, and say no more about it. If your honour has a fancy, replied Caleb, and doubtless it's a sad-coloured suit and you are in mourning. Nevertheless, I have never tried on the drap de Berry ill wad it become me and your honour, having no change of place at this present, and it's wheel-brushed. And as there are leddies down yonder, ladies, said Ravenswood. And what ladies, pray? What do I ken, your lordship? Looking down at them from the warden's tower, I could but see them glint by with their bridles ringing and their feathers fluttering, like the court of Elfland. Well, well, Caleb, replied the master, help me on with my cloak, and hand me my sword-belt. What clatter is that in the courtyard? Just Bucklaw bringing out the horses, said Caleb, after a glance through the window, as if there were na men in the castle, or as if I couldna serve the turn of ony o' them that are out o' the gate. Alas! Caleb, we should want little if your ability were equal to your will, replied the master. And I hope your lordship disna want that muckle, said Caleb, for, considering things, I trust we support the credit of the family as weel as things will permit of, only Bucklaw is wise say frank and say forward. And there he has brought out your lordship's palfrey, without the saddle being decored with a broidered sumpter cloth, and I could have brushed it in a minute. It is all very well, said his master, escaping from him, and descending the narrow and steep winding staircase which led to the courtyard. It may be a very weel, said Caleb somewhat peevishly, but if your lordship wad tarry a bit, I will tell you what will not be very weel. And what is that? Said Ravenswood impatiently, but stopping at the same time. Why, just that you sold spear on ye gentlemen hame to dinner, for I canna mak. Annitha fast on a feast day, as when I cam our Bucklaw wy Queen Margaret. And, to speak truth, if your lordship wad but please to cast yoursel in the way of dining wy Lord Biddlebrains, I's warrant I would cast about Brawley for the morn. Or if, stead of that, you would but dine wy them at the change-house, you might make your shift for the wying. You might say you had forgot your purse, or that the carline you rent, and that you would allow, or any other lie that came uppermost, I suppose, said his master. Goodbye, Caleb. I commend your care for the honour of the family. And, throwing himself on his horse, he followed Bucklaw, who, at the manifest risk of his neck, had begun to gallop down the steep path which led from the tower as soon as he saw Ravenswood have his foot in the stirrup. Caleb Balderstone looked anxiously after them, and shook his thin grey locks. And I trust they will come to no evil, but they have reached the plain and folk. Cannot say but that the horse are hardy and in spirits. Animated by the natural impetuosity and fire of his temper, young Bucklaw rushed on with the careless speed of a whirlwind. Ravenswood was scarce more moderate in his pace, for his was a mind unwillingly roused from contemplative inactivity, but which, when once put into motion, acquired a spirit of forcible and violent progression. Neither was his eagerness proportioned in all cases to the motive of impulse, but might be compared to the speed of a stone, which rushes with like fury down the hill, whether it was first put in motion by the arm of a giant or the hand of a boy. He felt, therefore, in no ordinary degree, the headlong impulse of the chase, a pastime so natural to youth of all ranks that it seems rather to be an inherent passion in our animal nature, which levels all differences of rank and education, than an acquired habit of rapid exercise. The repeated bursts of the French horn, which was then always used for the dar, encouragement and direction of the hounds, the deep though distant baying of the pack, the half-heard cries of the huntsmen, the half-seen forms which were discovered, now emerging from glens which crossed the moor, now sweeping over its surface, now picking their way where it was impeded by morasses, and above all, the feeling of his own rapid motion, animated the Master of Ravenswood, at last for the moment, above the recollections of a more painful nature by which he was surrounded. The first thing which recalled him to those unpleasing circumstances was feeling that his horse, notwithstanding all the advantages which he received from his rider's knowledge of the country, was unable to keep up with the chase. As he drew his bridle up with the bitter feeling that his poverty excluded him from the favorite recreation of his forefathers, and indeed their sole employment when not engaged in military pursuits, he was accosted by a well-mounted stranger who, unobserved, had kept near him during the earlier part of his career. "Your horse is blown," said the man with a complacence seldom used in a hunting field. "Might I crave your honor to make use of mine?" "Sir," said Ravenswood, more surprised than pleased at such a proposal, "I really do not know how I have merited such a favor at a stranger's hands." "Never ask a question about it, master," said Bucklaw, who, with great unwillingness, had hitherto reined in his own gallant steed, not to outride his host and entertainer. "Take the goods the gods provide you, as the great John Dryden says, or stay here, my friend, lend me that horse. I see you have been puzzled to rein him up this half hour. I'll take the devil out of him for you. Now, master, do you ride mine, which will carry you like an eagle." And throwing the rein of his own horse to the Master of Ravenswood, he sprung upon that which the stranger resigned to him, and continued his career at full speed. "Was ever so thoughtless a being," said the master, "and you, my friend, how could you trust him with your horse?" "The horse," said the man, "belongs to a person who will make your honor, or any of your honorable friends, most welcome to him, flesh and fell." "And the owner's name is?" asked Ravenswood. "Your honor must excuse me, you will learn that from himself. If you please to take your friend's horse, and leave me your galloway, I will meet you after the fall of the stag, for I hear they are blowing him at bay." "I believe, my friend, it will be the best way to recover your good horse for you," answered Ravenswood, and mounting the nag of his friend Bucklaw, he made all the haste in his power to the spot where the blast of the horn announced that the stag's career was nearly terminated. These jovial sounds were intermixed with the huntsman's shouts of "Hi-ga! Talbot, Hikea Tebiot, now, boys, now!" and similar cheering halloos of the olden hunting field, to which the impatient yelling of the hounds, now close of the object of their pursuit, gave a lively and unremitting chorus. The straggling riders began now to rally towards the scene of action, collecting from different points as to a common center. Bucklaw kept the start which he had gotten, and arrived first at the spot where the stag, incapable of sustaining a more prolonged flight, had turned upon the hounds, and, in the hunter's phrase, was at bay. With his stately head bent down, his sides white with foam, his eyes strained betwixt rage and terror, the hunted animal had now in his turn become an object of intimidation to his pursuers. The hunters came up one by one and watched an opportunity to assail him with some advantage, which, in such circumstances, can only be done with caution. The dogs stood aloof and bayed loudly, intimating at once eagerness and fear, and each of the sportsmen seemed to expect that his comrade would take upon him the perilous task of assaulting and disabling the animal. The ground, which was a hollow in the common or moor, afforded little advantage for approaching the stag unobserved, and general was the shout of triumph when Bucklaw, with the dexterity proper to an accomplished cavalier of the day, sprang from his horse, and dashing suddenly and swiftly at the stag, brought him to the ground by a cut on the hind leg with his short hunting sword. The pack, rushing in upon their disabled enemy, soon ended his painful struggles and solemnized his fall with their clamor. The hunters, with their horns and voices, whooping and blowing a mort, or a death note, which resounded far over the billows of the adjacent ocean. Illustration: the huntsman then withdrew the hounds from the throttled stag, and on his knee presented his knife to a fair female form on a white palfrey, whose terror, or perhaps her compassion, had till then kept her at some distance. She wore a black silk riding mask, which was then a common fashion, as well for preserving the complexion from the sun and rain, as from an idea of decorum, which did not permit a lady to appear barefaced while engaged in a boisterous sport, and attended by a promiscuous company. The richness of her dress, however, as well as the metal and form of her palfrey, together with the sylvan compliment paid to her by the huntsman, pointed her out to Bucklaw as the principal person in the field. It was not without a feeling of pity, approaching even to contempt, that this enthusiastic hunter observed her refuse. The huntsman's knife, presented to her for the purpose of making the first incision in the stag's breast, and thereby discovering the venison. He felt more than half inclined to pay his compliments to her. But it had been Bucklaw's misfortune that his habits of life had not rendered him familiarly acquainted with the higher and better classes of female society, so that with all his natural audacity he felt sheepish and bashful when it became necessary to address a lady of distinction. Taking unto himself heart of grace to use his own phrase, he did at length summon up resolution enough to give the fair huntress good time of the day, and trust that her sport had answered her expectation. Her answer was very courteously and modestly expressed, and testified some gratitude to the gallant cavalier whose exploit had terminated the chase so adroitly, when the hounds and huntsmen seemed somewhat at a stand. "Ods, daggers, and scabbard, madam," said Bucklaw, whom this observation brought at once upon his own ground, "there is no difficulty or merit in that matter at all, so that a fellow is not too much afraid of having a pair of antlers in his guts. I have hunted at force 500 times, madam, and I never yet saw the stag at bay, by land or water, but I durst have gone roundly in on him. It is all use and wont, madam, and I'll tell you, madam, for all that it must be done with good heed and caution, and you will do well, madam, to have your hunting sword right sharp and double-edged, that you may strike either forehanded or backhanded, as you see reason, for a hurt with a buck's horn is a perilous and somewhat venomous matter." "I am afraid, sir," said the young lady, and her smile was scarce concealed by her vizard, "I shall have little use for such careful preparation." "But the gentleman says very right for all that, my lady," said an old huntsman, who had listened to Bucklaw's harangue with no small edification. "And I have heard my father say, who was a forester at the Cabrock, that a wild boar's gaunch is more easily healed than a hurt from the deer's horn, for so says the old woodman's rhyme, 'If thou be hurt with horn of hart, it brings thee to thy bier, but tusk of boar shall leach hell, thereof have lesser fear tier.'" "And I might advise," continued Bucklaw, who was now in his element, and desirous of assuming the whole management, "as the hounds are surbated and weary, the head of the stag should be cabbaged in order to reward them, and if I may presume to speak, the huntsman who is to break up the stag ought to drink to your good ladyship's health a good lusty bicker of ale or a tass of brandy, for if he breaks him up without drinking, the venison will not keep well." This very agreeable prescription received, as will be readily believed, all acceptation from the huntsman, who, in requital, offered to Bucklaw the compliment of his knife, which the young lady had declined. This polite proffer was seconded by his mistress. "I believe, sir," she said, withdrawing herself from the circle, "that my father, for whose amusement Lord Biddlebrain's hounds have been out today, will readily surrender all care of these matters to a gentleman of your experience." Then, bending gracefully from her horse, she wished him good morning and "emblaction," to which Bucklaw, too much delighted with an opportunity of displaying his woodcraft to care about man or woman either, paid little attention, but was sewn strictstrip to his doublet with tucked-up sleeves and naked arms up to the elbows in blood and grease, slashing, cutting, and hewing, with the precision of Sir Tristram himself, and wrangling in disputed word, and right of all toted it, but it rader corded with the quick edelt. When Ravenswood, who followed a short pace behind his friend, saw that the stag had fallen, his temporary ardor for the chase gave way to that feeling of reluctance which he endured at encountering in his fallen fortunes the gaze whether of equals or inferiors. He reined up his horse on the top of a gentle eminence from which he observed the busy and gay scene beneath him, and heard the whoops of the huntsmen, gaily mingled with the cry of the dogs and the neighing and trampling of the horses. But these jovial sounds fell sadly on the ear of the ruined nobleman. The chase, with all its train of excitations, has ever since feudal times been accounted the almost exclusive privilege of the aristocracy, and was anciently their chief employment in times of peace. The sense that he was excluded by his situation from enjoying the sylvan sport which his rank assigned to him as a special prerogative, and the feeling that new men were now exercising it over the downs which had been jealously reserved by his ancestors for their own amusement, while he, the heir of the domain, was fain to hold himself at a distance from their party, awakened reflections calculated to depress deeply a mind like Ravenswood's, which was naturally contemplative and melancholy. His pride, however, soon shook off this feeling of dejection, and it gave way to impatience upon finding that his volatile friend Bucklaw seemed in no hurry to return with his borrowed steed, which Ravenswood, before leaving the field, wished to see restored to the obliging owner. As he was about to move towards the group of assembled huntsmen, he was joined by a horseman who, like himself, had kept aloof during the fall of the deer. This personage seemed stricken in years. He wore a scarlet cloak, buttoning high upon his face, and his hat was unlooped and slouched, probably by way of defense against the weather. His horse, a strong and steady palfrey, was calculated for a rider who proposed to witness the sport of the day rather than to share it. An attendant waited at some distance, and the whole equipment was that of an elderly gentleman of rank and fashion. He accosted Ravenswood very politely, but not without some embarrassment. "You seem a gallant young gentleman, sir," he said, "and yet appear as indifferent to this brave sport as if you had my load of years on your shoulders." "I have followed the sport with more spirit on other occasions," replied the master. "At present, late events in my family must be my apology. And besides," he added, "I was but indifferently mounted at the beginning of the sport." "I think," said the stranger, "one of my attendants had the sense to accommodate your friend with a horse." "I was much indebted to his politeness and yours," replied Ravenswood. "My friend is Mr. Haston of Bucklaw, whom I dare say you will be sure to find in the thick of the keenest sportsmen. He will return your servant's horse and take my pony in exchange, and will add," he concluded, turning his horse's head from the stranger, "his best acknowledgments to mine for the accommodation." The master of Ravenswood, having thus expressed himself, began to move homeward, with the manner of one who has taken leave of his company. But the stranger was not so to be shaken off. He turned his horse at the same time, and rode in the same direction, so near to the master that, without outriding him, which the formal civility of the time and the respect due to the stranger's age and recent civility would have rendered improper, he could not easily escape from his company. The stranger did not long remain silent. "This, then," he said, "is the ancient castle of Wolf's Crag, often mentioned in the Scottish records," looking to the old tower, then darkening under the influence of a stormy cloud that formed its background, for at the distance of a short mile, the chase, having been circuitous, had brought the hunters nearly back to the point which they had attained when Ravenswood and Bucklaw had set forward to join them. Ravenswood answered this observation with a cold and distant assent. "It was, as I have heard," continued the stranger, unabashed by his coldness, "one of the most early possessions of the honorable family of Ravenswood." "Their earliest possession," answered the master, "and probably their latest." I should hope not, sir," answered the stranger, clearing his voice with more than one cough and making an effort to overcome a certain degree of hesitation. "Scotland knows what she owes to this ancient family and remembers their frequent and honorable achievements. I have little doubt that, were it properly represented to Her Majesty that so ancient and noble a family were subjected to dilapidation, to decay means might be found, ad re edificandum antiquam domum. I will save you the trouble, sir, of discussing this point farther," interrupted the master, haughtily. "I am the heir of that unfortunate house. I am the master of Ravenswood. And you, sir, who seem to be a gentleman of fashion and education, must be sensible that the next mortification after being unhappy is the being loaded with undesired commiseration." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the elder horseman. "I did not know I am sensible. I ought not to have mentioned. Nothing could be farther from my thoughts than to suppose—" "There are no apologies necessary, sir," answered Ravenswood, "for here, I suppose, our roads separate, and I assure you that we part in perfect equanimity on my side." As speaking these words, he directed his horse's head towards a narrow causeway, the ancient approach to Wolf's Crag, of which it might be truly said, in the words of the Bard of Hope, that frequented by few was the grass-covered road, where the hunter of deer and the warrior trode to his hills that encircle the sea. But ere he could disengage himself from his companion, the young lady we have already mentioned came up to join the stranger, followed by her servants. "Daughter," said the stranger to the unmasked damsel, "this is the master of Ravenswood." It would have been natural that the gentleman should have replied to this introduction, but there was something in the graceful form and retiring modesty of the female to whom he was thus presented, which not only prevented him from inquiring to whom, and by whom, the annunciation had been made, but which even for the time struck him absolutely mute. At this moment the cloud which had long lowered above the height on which Wolf's Crag is situated, and which now, as it advanced, spread itself in darker and denser folds both over land and sea, hiding the distant objects and obscuring those which were nearer, turning the sea to a leaden complexion and the heath to a darker brown, began now, by one or two distant peals, to announce the thunders with which it was frass, while two flashes of lightning, following each other very closely, showed in the distance the grey turrets of Wolf's Crag and, more nearly, the rollowing billows of the ocean, crested suddenly with red and dazzling light. The horse of the fair huntress showed symptoms of impatience and restiveness, and it became impossible for Ravenswood, as a man or a gentleman, to leave her abruptly to the care of an aged father or her menial attendants. He was, or believed himself, obliged in courtesy to take hold of her bridle and assist her in managing the unruly animal. While he was thus engaged, the old gentleman observed that the storm seemed to increase, that they were far from Lord Biddlebrains's, whose guests they were for the present, and that he would be obliged to the master of Ravenswood to point him the way to the nearest place of refuge from the storm. At the same time he cast a wistful and embarrassed look towards the tower of Wolf's Crag, which seemed to render it almost impossible for the owner to avoid offering an old man and a lady in such an emergency, the temporary use of his house. Indeed, the condition of the young huntress made this courtesy indispensable, for, in the course of the services which he rendered, he could not but perceive that she trembled much and was extremely agitated from her apprehensions, doubtless, of the coming storm. I know not if the Master of Ravenswood shared her terrors, but he was not entirely free from something like a similar disorder of nerves, as he observed, "The Tower of Wolf's Crag has nothing to offer beyond the shelter of its roof, but if that can be acceptable at such a moment, why—" He paused, as if the rest of the invitation stuck in his throat. But the old gentleman, his self-constituted companion, did not allow him to recede from the invitation, which he had rather suffered to be implied than directly expressed. "The storm," said the stranger, "must be an apology for waiving ceremony. His daughter's health was weak. She had suffered much from a recent alarm. He trusted their intrusion on the Master of Ravenswood's hospitality would not be altogether unpardonable in the circumstances of the case. His child's safety must be dearer to him than ceremony. There was no room to retreat. The Master of Ravenswood led the way, continuing to keep hold of the lady's bridle to prevent her horse from starting at some unexpected explosion of thunder. He was not so bewildered in his own hurried reflections, but that he remarked that the deadly paleness which had occupied her neck and temples, and such of her features as the riding mask left exposed, gave place to a deep and rosy suffusion, and he felt with embarrassment that a flush was by tacit sympathy excited in his own cheeks. The stranger, with watchfulness which he disguised under apprehensions of the safety of his daughter, continued to observe the expression of the master's countenance as they ascended the hill to Wolf's Crag. When they stood in front of that ancient fortress, Ravenswood's emotions were of a very complicated description, and as he led the way into the rude courtyard and hallooed to Caleb to give attendance, there was a tone of sternness, almost of fierceness, which seemed somewhat alien from the courtesies of one who is receiving honored guests. Caleb came, and not the paleness of the fair stranger at the first approach of the thunder, nor the paleness of any other person in any other circumstances whatever, equaled that which overcame the thin cheeks of the disconsolate seneschal when he beheld the succession of guests to the castle, and reflected that the dinner hour was fast approaching. "Is he daft?" he muttered to himself. "Is he clean daft in nither, to bring lords and leddies and a host of folk behint them and 12 o'clock chappet?" Then approaching the master, he craved pardon for having permitted the rest of his people to go out to see the hunt, observing that they wad never think of his lordship coming back till mork night, and that he dreaded they might play the truant. "Silence, Balderstone," said Ravenswood sternly. "Your folly is unseasonable. Sir and madam," he said, turning to his guests, "this old man, and a yet older and more imbecile female domestic, form my whole retinue. Our means of refreshing you are more scanty than even so miserable a retinue, and a dwelling so dilapidated might seem to promise you. But, such as they may chance to be, you may command them." The elder stranger, struck with the ruined and even savage appearance of the tower, rendered still more disconsolate by the lowering and gloomy sky, and perhaps not altogether unmoved by the grave and determined voice in which their host addressed them, looked round him anxiously, as if he half repented the readiness with which he had accepted the offered hospitality. That there was now no opportunity of receding from the situation in which he had placed himself. As for Caleb, he was so utterly stunned by his master's public and unqualified acknowledgment of the nakedness of the land, that for 2 minutes he could only mutter within his hebdomadal beard, which had not felt the razor for 6 days, "He's daft clean daft red wud, and a wa wit. But deal hey Caleb Balderstone," said he, collecting his powers of invention and resource, "if the family shall lose credit, if he were as mad as the 7 wise masters." He then boldly advanced, and in spite of his master's frowns and impatience, gravely asked if he should not serve up some slight refection for the young leddy, and a glass of tokay, or old sack, or truce to this ill-timed foolery," said the master sternly. "Put the horses into the stable, and interrupt us no more with your absurdities." "Your honor's pleasure is to be obeyed aboon a' things," said Caleb. "Nevertheless, as for the sack and tokay, which it is not your noble guest's pleasure to accept." But here the voice of Bucklaw, heard even above the clattering of hoofs and braying of horns with which it mingled, announced that he was scaling the pathway to the tower at the head of the greater part of the gallant hunting train. "The Dow be in me," said Caleb, taking heart in spite of this new invasion of Philistines, "if they shall beat me yet, the Hellicat near de wheel. To bring such a crew here, that will expect to find brandy as plenty as ditch water, and he kenning say absolutely the case in whilk we stand for the present. But I trow, could I get rid of thy gaping gowks of flunkies that hae won into the courtyard at the back of their betters, as money a man gets preferment, I could make a right yet." The measures which he took to execute this dauntless resolution the reader shall learn in the next chapter. Chapter 10. Haston of Bucklaw was one of the thoughtless class who never hesitate between their friend and their jest. When it was announced that the principal persons of the chase had taken their route towards Wolf's Crag, the huntsman, as a point of civility, offered to transfer the venison to that mansion, a proffer which was readily accepted by Bucklaw, who thought much of the astonishment which their arrival in full body would occasion poor old Caleb Balderstone, and very little of the dilemma to which he was about to expose his friend the master, so ill circumstanced to receive such a party. But in old Caleb he had to do with a crafty and alert antagonist, prompt at supplying, upon all emergencies, evasions, and excuses suitable, as he thought, to the dignity of the family. "Praise be blessed," said Caleb to himself. "A leaf of the Mucklegate has been swung to yestreen's wind, and I think I can manage to shut the ither." But he was desirous, like a prudent governor, at the same time to get rid, if possible, of the internal enemy, in which light he considered almost every one who eat and drank, ere he took measures to exclude those whom their jocund noise now pronounced to be near at hand. He waited, therefore, with impatience until his master had shown his two principal guests into the tower, and then commenced his operations. "I think," he said to the stranger menials, "that as they are bringing the Stag's Head to the castle in all honor, we, who are indwellers, should receive them at the gate." The unwary grooms had no sooner hurried out, in compliance with this insidious hint, than one folding door of the ancient gate being already closed by the wind, as has been already intimated, honest Caleb lost no time in shutting the other with a clang, which resounded from donjon vault to battlement. Having thus secured the pass, he forthwith indulged the excluded huntsman in brief. Parley, from a small projecting window or shot hole through which, in former days, the warders were wont to reconnoiter those who presented themselves before the gates. He gave them to understand in a short and pitty speech that the gate of the castle was never on any account open during mealtimes, that his honor, the Master of Ravenswood, and some guests of quality had just sat down to dinner, that there was excellent brandy at the hostler wife's at Wolf's Hope down below, and he held out some obscure hint that the reckoning would be discharged by the master. By this was uttered in a very dubious and oracular strain, for, like Louis XIV, Caleb Balderstone hesitated to sacrifice if they get it. This enunciation was received with surprise by some, with laughter by others, and with dismay by the expelled lackeys, who endeavored to demonstrate that their right of readmission, for the purpose of waiting upon their master and mistress, was at least indisputable. But Caleb was not in a humor to understand or admit any distinctions. He stuck to his original proposition with that dogged but convenient pertinacity which is armed against all conviction and deaf to all reasoning. Bucklaw now came from the rear of the party and demanded admittance in a very angry tone, but the resolution of Caleb was immovable. If the king on the throne were at the gate, he declared, his 10 fingers should never open it, contrary to the established use and wont of the family of Ravenswood, and his duty as their head servant. Bucklaw was now extremely incensed, and with more oaths and curses than we care to repeat, declared himself most unworthily treated, and demanded peremptorily to speak with the master of Ravenswood himself. But to this also Caleb turned a deaf ear. "He's as soon a bleeze as a tap of toe, the lad Bucklaw," he said, "but the dill of ony master's face he shall see till he has sleepit and wakened on't. He'll ken himsel better the morn's morning. It sets the like o' him to be bringing a crew of drunken hunters here, when he kens there is but little preparation to sloken his ain't drought." And he disappeared from the window, leaving them all to digest their exclusion as they best might. But another person, of whose presence Caleb, in the animation of the debate, was not aware, had listened in silence to its progress. This was the principal domestic of the stranger, a man of trust and consequence, the same who, in the hunting field, had accommodated Bucklaw with the use of his horse. He was in the stable when Caleb had contrived the expulsion of his fellow servants, and thus avoided sharing the same fate, from which his personal importance would certainly not have otherwise saved him. This personage perceived the menenpoofer of Cayley, easily appreciated the motive of his conduct, and knowing his master's intentions towards the family of Ravenswood, had no difficulty as to the line of conduct he ought to adopt. He took the place of Caleb unperceived by the latter at the post of audience which he had just left, and announced to the assembled domestics that it was his master's pleasure that Lord Biddlebrain's retinue and his own should go down to the adjacent change-house and call for what refreshments they might have occasion for, and he should take care to discharge the lawing. The jolly troop of huntsmen retired from the inhospitable gate of Wolf's Crag, execrating, as they descended the steep pathway, the niggard and unworthy disposition of the proprietor, and damning, with more than sylvan license, both the castle and its inhabitants. Bucklaw, with many qualities which would have made him a man of worth and judgment in more favorable circumstances, had been so utterly neglected in point of education, that he was apt to think and feel according to the ideas of the companions of his pleasures. The praises which had recently been heaped upon himself, he contrasted with the general abuse now levelled against Ravenswood. He recalled to his mind the dull and monotonous days he had spent in the tower of Wolf's Crag, compared with the joviality of his usual life. He felt with great indignation his exclusion from the castle, which he considered as a gross affront, and every mingled feeling led him to break off the union which he had formed with the master of Ravenswood. On arriving at the change-house of the village of Wolf's Hope, he unexpectedly met with an acquaintance just alighting from his horse. This was no other than the very respectable Captain Cratengelt, who immediately came up to him, and, without appearing to retain any recollection of the indifferent terms on which they had parted, shook him by the hand in the warmest manner possible. A warm grasp of the hand was what Bucklaw could never help returning with cordiality, and no sooner had Cratengelt felt the pressure of his fingers than he knew the terms on which he stood with him. "Long life to you, Bucklaw," he exclaimed. "There's life for honest folk in this bad world yet." The Jacobites at this period, with what propriety I know not, used, it must be noticed, the term of honest men as peculiarly descriptive of their own party. "Aye, and for others besides, it seems," answered Bucklaw. "Other ways? How came you to venture hither, noble captain?" "Who I? I am as free as the wind at Martinmas, that pays neither land rent nor annual. All is explained, all settled with the honest old drivellers yonder of Old Reekie." "Pooh, pooh! They dared not teach me a week of days' endurance. A certain person has better friends among them than you would have, and can serve a friend when it is least likely." "Chur!" answered Haston, who perfectly knew and thoroughly despised the character of this man. "None of your cogging gibberish. Tell me truly, are you at liberty and in safety?" free and safe as a Whig bailey on the causeway of his own borough or a canting Presbyterian minister in his own pulpit, and I came to tell you that you need not remain in hiding any longer." "Then I suppose you call yourself my friend, Captain Craigengelt?" said Bucklaw. "Friend," replied Craigengelt, "my cock of the pit. Why, I am thy very Ashates man, as I have heard scholars say hand in glove bark and tree thine to life and death." "I'll try that in a moment," answered Bucklaw. "Thou art never without money, however thou comest by it. Lend me 2 pieces to wash the dust out of these honest fellows' throats in the first place, and then—" "2 pieces, 20 are at thy service, my lad, and 20 to back them. Aye, say you so?" said Bucklaw, pausing, for his natural penetration led him to suspect some extraordinary motive lay couched under an excess of generosity. "Craigengelt, you are either an honest fellow in right good earnest, and I scarce know how to believe that, or you are cleverer than I took you for, and I scarce know how to believe that either." "Ne n'empêchez pas l'autre," said Craigengelt. "Touch and try. The gold is good as ever was weighed." He put a quantity of gold pieces into Bucklaw's hand, which he thrust into his pocket without either counting or looking at them, only observing that he was so circumstanced that he must enlist, though the devil offered the press money. And then turning to the huntsmen, he called out, "Come along, my lads, all is at my cost." "Long life to Bucklaw," shouted the men of the chase. "And confusion to him that takes his share of the sport and leaves the hunters as dry as a drumhead," added another, by way of corollary. "The house of Ravenswood was ance a good and an honourable house in this land," said an old man, "but it's lost its credit this day, and the master has shown himself no better than a greedy cullion." And with this conclusion, which was unanimously agreed to by all who heard it, they rushed tumultuously into the house of entertainment, where they revelled till a late hour. The jovial temper of Bucklaw seldom permitted him to be nice in the choice of his associates, and on the present occasion, when his joyous debauch received additional zest from the intervention of an unusual space of sobriety and almost abstinence, he was as happy in leading the revels as if his comrades had been sons of princes. Craigengelt had his own purposes in fooling him up to the top of his bent, and having some low humour, much impudence, and the power of singing a good song. Understanding besides thoroughly the disposition of his regained associate, he handily succeeded in involving him bumper deep in the festivity of the meeting. A very different scene was in the meantime passing in the Tower of Wolf's Crag. When the Master of Ravenswood left the courtyard, too much busied with his own perplexed reflections to pay attention to the manoeuvre of Caleb, he ushered his guests into the great hall of the castle. The indefatigable Balderstone, who from choice or habit worked on from morning to night, had by degrees cleared this desolate apartment of the confused relics of the funeral banquet, and restored it to some order. But not all his skill and labour, in disposing to advantage the little furniture which remained, could remove the dark and disconsolate appearance of those ancient and disfurnished walls. The narrow windows, flanked by deep indentures into the walls, seemed formed rather to exclude than to admit the cheerful light, and the heavy and gloomy appearance of the thunder sky added still farther to the obscurity. As Ravenswood, with the grace of a gallant of that period, but not without a certain stiffness and embarrassment of manner, handed the young lady to the upper end of the apartment, her father remained standing more near to the door, as if about to disengage himself from his hat and cloak. At this moment the clang of the portal was heard, a sound at which the stranger started, stepped hastily to the window, and looked with an air of alarm at Ravenswood when he saw that the gate of the court was shut and his domestics excluded. "You have nothing to fear, sir," said Ravenswood gravely. "This roof retains the means of giving protection, though not welcome. Methinks," he added, "it is time that I should know who they are that have thus highly honoured my ruined dwelling." The young lady remained silent and motionless, and the father, to whom the question was more directly addressed, seemed in the situation of a performer who has ventured to take upon himself a part which he finds himself unable to present, and who comes to a pause when it is most to be expected that he should speak. While he endeavored to cover his embarrassment with the exterior ceremonials of a well-bred demeanor, it was obvious that, in making his bow, one foot shuffled forward as if to advance, the other backward, as if with the purpose of escape, and as he undid the cape of his coat and raised his beaver from his face, his fingers fumbled as if the one had been linked with rusted iron, or the other had weighed equal with a stone of lead. The darkness of the sky seemed to increase, as if to supply the want of those mufflings which he laid aside with such evident reluctance. The impatience of Ravenswood increased also in proportion to the delay of the stranger, and he appeared to struggle under agitation, though probably from a very different cause. He labored to restrain his desire to speak, while the stranger, to all appearance, was at a loss for words to express what he felt necessary to say. At length Ravenswood's impatience broke the bounds he had imposed upon it. "I perceive," he said, "that Sir William Ashton is unwilling to announce himself in the castle of Wolf's Crag." "I had hoped it was unnecessary," said the Lord Keeper, relieved from his silence as a spectre by the voice of the exorcist, "and I am obliged to you, Master of Ravenswood, for breaking the ice at once, where circumstances, unhappy circumstances, let me call them, rendered self-introduction peculiarly awkward." "And I am not then," said the Master of Ravenswood gravely, "to consider the honor of this visit as purely accidental?" "Let us distinguish a little," said the keeper, assuming an appearance of ease, which perhaps his heart was a stranger to. "This is an honor which I have eagerly desired for some time, but which I might never have obtained, save for the accident of the storm. My daughter and I are alike grateful for this opportunity of thanking the brave man to whom she owes her life, and I mine. The hatred which divided the great families in the feudal times had lost little of its bitterness, though it no longer expressed itself in deeds of open violence. Not the feelings which Ravenswood had begun to entertain towards Lucy Ashton, not the hospitality due to his guests, were able entirely to subdue, though they warmly combated, the deep passions which arose within him at beholding his father's foe standing in the hall of the family of which he had in a great measure accelerated the ruin. His looks glanced from the father to the daughter with an irresolution of which Sir William Ashton did not think it proper to await the conclusion. He had now disembarrassed himself of his riding dress, and walking up to his daughter, he undid the fastening of her mask. "Lucy, my love," he said, raising her and leading her towards Ravenswood, "lay aside your mask, and let us express our gratitude to the master openly and barefaced." "If he will condescend to accept it," was all that Lucy uttered, but in a tone so sweetly modulated, and which seemed to imply at once a feeling and a forgiving of the cold reception to which they were exposed, that, coming from a creature so innocent and so beautiful, her words cut Ravenswood to the very heart for his harshness. He muttered something of surprise, something of confusion, and, ending with a warm and eager expression of his happiness at being able to afford her shelter under his roof, he saluted her, as the ceremonial of the time enjoined upon such occasions. Their cheeks had touched and were withdrawn from each other. Ravenswood had not quitted the hand which he had taken in kindly courtesy. A blush, which attached more consequence by far than was usual to such ceremony, still mantled on Lucy Ashton's beautiful cheek when the apartment was suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning which seemed absolutely to swallow the darkness of the hall. Every object might have been for an instant seen distinctly. The slight and half-sinking form of Lucy Ashton, the well-proportioned and stately figure of Ravenswood, his dark features, and the fiery yet irresolute expression of his eyes. The old arms and scutcheons which hung on the walls of the apartment were for an instant distinctly visible to the keeper, by a strong red brilliant glare of light. Its disappearance was almost instantly followed by a burst of thunder, for the storm cloud was very near the castle, and the peal was so sudden and dreadful that the old tower rocked to its foundation, and every inmate concluded it was falling upon them. The soot, which had not been disturbed for centuries, showered down the huge tunnel chimneys. Lime and dust flew in clouds from the wall, and whether the lightning had actually struck the castle, or whether through the violent concussion of the air, several heavy stones were hurled from the mouldering battlements into the roaring sea beneath. It might seem as if the ancient founder of the castle were bestriding the thunderstorm and proclaiming his displeasure at the reconciliation of his descendant with the enemy of his house. The consternation was general, and it required the efforts of both the Lord Keeper and Ravenswood to keep Lucy from fainting. Thus was the master a second time engaged in the most delicate and dangerous of all tasks, that of affording support and assistance to a beautiful and helpless being, who, as seen before in a similar situation, had already become a favorite of his imagination, both when awake and when slumbering. If the genius of the house really condemned a union betwixt the master and his fair guest, the means by which he expressed his sentiments were as unhappily chosen as if he had been a mere mortal. The train of little attentions, absolutely necessary to soothe the young lady's mind and aid her in composing her spirits, necessarily threw the master of Ravenswood into such an intercourse with her father as was calculated, for the moment at least, to break down the barrier of feudal enmity which divided them. To express himself churlishly, or even coldly, towards an old man whose daughter and such a daughter lay before them, overpowered with natural terror, and all this under his own roof, the thing was impossible. And by the time that Lucy, extending a hand to each, was able to thank them for their kindness, the master felt that his sentiments of hostility towards the Lord Keeper were by no means those most calamities. The weather, her state of health, the absence of her attendants, all prevented the possibility of Lucy Ashton renewing her journey to Biddlebrain's house, which was full 5 miles distant, and the master of Ravenswood could not but, in common courtesy, offer the shelter of his roof for the rest of the day and for the night. But a flush of less soft expression, a look much more habitual to his features, resumed predominance when he mentioned how meanly he was provided for the entertainment of his guests. "Do not mention deficiencies," said the Lord Keeper, eager to interrupt him and prevent his resuming an alarming topic. "You are preparing to set out for the Continent, and your house is probably for the present unfurnished. All this we understand, but if you mention inconvenience, you will oblige us to seek accommodations in the hamlet." As the master of Ravenswood was about to reply, the door of the hall opened and Caleb Balderstone rushed in. Chapter 11. The thunderbolt, which had stunned all who were within hearing of it, had only served to awaken the bold and inventive genius of the flower of Major's Domo. Almost before the clatter had ceased, and while there was yet scarce an assurance whether the castle was standing or falling, Caleb exclaimed, "Heaven be praised! This comes to hand like the boule of a pint-stoup." He then barred the kitchen door in the face of the Lord Keeper's servant, whom he perceived returning from the party at the gate, and muttering, "How the deil cam he in? But deil may care. My see, what are ye sitting shaking and greeting in the chimney nook for? Come here or stay where ye are, and skirl as loud as ye can. It's a year good for. I say, ye old devil, skirl, skirl louder, louder, woman, gar the gentles hear ye in the ha. I have heard ye as far off as the bass, for a less matter, and stay down with that crockery," and with a sweeping blow he threw down from a shelf some articles of pewter and earthenware. He exalted his voice amid the clatter, shouting and roaring in a manner which changed Mysie's hysterical terrors of the thunder into fears that her old fellow servant was gone distracted. "He has stung down to the bits of pigs too, the only thing we had left to haude soup milk, and he has spilt the hatted hit that was for the master's dinner. Mercy save us, the old man's gay and clean and clear. Wud with a thunner, how'd your tongue ye be?" said Caleb, in the impetuous and overbearing triumph of successful invention. Us provided now dinner and a thunny, the thunner's done it and a clap of a hand. Poor mon, he's muckle astray, said Maisie, looking at him with a mixture of pity and alarm. I wish he may ever come hame to himsel again. Here, ye old doited devil, said Caleb, still exulting in his extrication from a dilemma which had seemed insurmountable. Keep the strange man out of the kitchen. Swear the thunner came down the chimney and spoiled the best dinner. Yever dress beef bacon kid lark, leveret wildfowl venison, and what not. Lay it on thick, and never mind expenses. I'll wossa up to the law. Make it the confusion ye can, but be sure ye keep out the strange servant. With these charges to his ally, Caleb posted up to the hall, but stopping to reconnoiter through an aperture, which time, for the convenience of many a domestic in succession, had made in the door, and perceiving the situation of Miss Ashton, he had prudence enough to make a pause, both to avoid adding to her alarm and in order to secure attention to his account of the disastrous effects of the thunder. But when he perceived that the lady was recovered and heard the conversation turn upon the accommodation and refreshment which the castle afforded, he thought it time to burst into the room in the manner announced in the last chapter. Willowins, such a misfortune to befall the house of Ravenswood, and I to live to see it. What is the matter, Caleb? Said his master, somewhat alarmed in his turn. Has any part of the castle fallen? Castle fyan. Nah, but the suit's fine, and the thunder's come right down the kitchen loom, and the things are a-lying here, awa, there, awa, like the Laird o' Hotchpotch's lands, and why brave guests of honour and quality to entertain a low beau here to Sir William Ashton and his daughter, and naething left in the house fit to present for dinner, or for supper either, for aught that I can see. I very believe you, Caleb, said Ravenswood dryly. Balderstone here turned to his master a half-upbraiding, half-imploring countenance, and edged towards him as he repeated, "It was nae great matter of preparation, but just something added to your honour's ordinary course of fair petty cover, as they say at the Louvre courses and the fruit." "Keep your intolerable nonsense to yourself, you old fool," said Ravenswood, mortified at his officiousness, yet not knowing how to contradict him without the risk of giving rise to scenes yet more ridiculous. Caleb saw his advantage and resolved to improve it. But first, observing that the Lord Keeper's servant entered the apartment and spoke apart with his master, he took the same opportunity to whisper a few words into Ravenswood's ear. "Haud your tongue, for heaven's sake, sir. If it's my pleasure to hazard my soul in telling lees for the honour of the family, it's nae business o' yours, and if ye let me gang on quietly, I's baie moderate in my banquet. But if you contradict me, deil, but I dress ye a dinner fit for a duke." Ravenswood, in fact, thought it would be best to let his officious butler run on, who proceeded to enumerate upon his fingers no muckle provision might have served 4 persons of honour. First course, capons in white broth roast kid bacon with reverence. Second course, roasted leveret butter crabs, a veal florentine. Third course, blackcock. It's black and new, now why the suit plumdamas, a tart, a flam and some nonsense sweet things, and comfits and that's a, he said, seeing the impatience of his master, that's just a was for buy apples and papples. Miss Ashton had by degrees gathered her spirits, so far as to pay some attention to what was going on, and observing the restrained impatience of Ravenswood, contrasted with the peculiar determination of manner with which Caleb detailed his imaginary banquet, the whole struck her as so ridiculous that, despite every effort to the contrary, she burst into a fit of incontrollable laughter, in which she was joined by her father, though with more moderation, and finally by the master of Ravenswood himself, though conscious that he just expense. Their mirth for a scene which we read with little emotion often appears extremely ludicrous to the spectators made the old vault ring again. They ceased. They renewed. They ceased. They renewed again their shouts of laughter. Caleb, in the meantime, stood his ground with a grave angry, and scornful dignity, which greatly enhanced the ridicule of the scene and mirth of the spectators. At length, when the voices and nearly the strength of the laughers were exhausted, he exclaimed with very little ceremony, "The deals and the gentles! They breakfast say lordly that the loss of the best dinner ever cook pat fingers to makes them as merry as if it were the best jeest in a George Buchanan. If there was as little in your honour's wames as there is in Caleb Balderstone's, less cackling wad serve ye on sic a gravamina subject." Caleb's blunt expression of resentment again awakened the mirth of the company, which, by the way, he regarded not only as an aggression upon the dignity of the family, but a special contempt of the eloquence with which he himself had summed up the extent of their supposed losses. A description of a dinner, as he said afterwards to Mysie, that wad hae made a fou man hungry, and them to sit there laughing at it. "But," said Miss Ashton, composing her countenance as well as she could, "are all these delicacies so totally destroyed that no scrap can be collected?" "Collected, my leddy? What wad ye collect out of the suit and the ass? Ye may gang down yoursel, and look into our kitchen, the cookmaid and the trembling exies, the good vivers lying about beef, capons, and white broth Florentine, and flams bacon why reverence, and a sweet confections and whims you'll see them my leddy, that is," said he, correcting himself. "Ye'll no see ony of them now, for the cook has soupit them up, as was will her part. But ye'll see the white broth where it was spilt. I pat my fingers in it, and it tastes as like sour milk as ony thing else. If that isna the effect of thunner, I kenna what is. This gentleman here couldna but hear the clash of our hale dishes, china and silver thegither. The Lord Keeper's domestic, though a statesman's attendant, and of course trained to command his countenance upon all occasions, was somewhat discomposed by this appeal, to which he only answered by a bow. "I think, Mr. Butler," said the Lord Keeper, who began to be afraid lest the prolongation of this scene should at length displease Ravenswood, "I think that, were you to retire with my servant Lockhard, he is travelled and is quite accustomed to accidents and contingencies of every kind, and I hope betwixt you, you may find out some mode of supply at this emergency." "His honour kens," said Caleb, who, however hopeless of himself of accomplishing what was desirable, would, like the high-spirited elephant, rather have died in the effort than brooked the aid of a brother in commission, "his honour kens. Weel, I need nae counsellor when the honour of the house is concerned." "I should be unjust if I denied it, Caleb," said his master, "but your art lies chiefly in making apologies, upon which we can no more dine than upon the bill of fare of our thunder-blasted dinner. Now, possibly Mr. Lockhardt's talent may consist in finding some substitute for that which certainly is not, and has in all probability never been." "Your honour is pleased to be facetious," said Caleb, "but I am sure that, for the worst, for a walk as far as Wolfshope, I could dine 40 men. Know that the folk there deserve your honour's custom. They have been ill advised in the matter of the duty eggs and butter, I winna deny that." "Do go consult together," said the master. "Go down to the village, and do the best you can. We must not let our guests remain without refreshment, to save the honour of a ruined family. And here, Caleb, take my purse. I believe that will prove your best ally." "Purse, purse, indeed!" quoth Caleb, indignantly flinging out of the room. "What shall I do wi' your honour's purse on your ain't grunt? I trust we are no to pay for our ain't." The servants left the hall, and the door was no sooner shut than the Lord Keeper began to apologize for the rudeness of his mirth, and Lucy to hope she had given no pain or offence to the kind-hearted, faithful old man. "Caleb and I must both learn, madam, to undergo with good humour, or at least with patience, the ridicule which everywhere attaches itself to poverty." "You do yourself injustice, Master of Ravenswood, on my word of honour," answered his elder guest. "I believe I know more of your affairs than you do yourself, and I hope to show you that I am interested in them, and that in short, that your prospects are better than you apprehend. In the meantime, I can conceive nothing so respectable as the spirit which rises above misfortune and prefers honorable privations to debt or dependence. Whether from fear of offending the delicacy or awakening the pride of the master, the Lord Keeper made these allusions with an appearance of fearful and hesitating reserve, and seemed to be afraid that he was intruding too far in venturing to touch, however lightly, upon such a topic, even when the master had led to it. In short, he appeared at once pushed on by his desire of appearing friendly, and held back by the fear of intrusion. It was no wonder that the Master of Ravenswood, little acquainted as he then was with life, should have given this consummate courtier credit for more sincerity than was probably to be found in the score of his caste. He answered, however, with reserve, that he was indebted to all who might think well of him, and, apologizing to his guests, he left the hall in order to make such arrangements for their entertainment as circumstances admitted. Upon consulting with old Micey, the accommodations for the night were easily completed, as indeed they admitted of little choice. The master surrendered his apartment for the use of Miss Ashton, and Micey, once a person of consequence, dressed in a black satin gown, which had belonged of yore to the master's grandmother, and had figured in the court balls of Henrietta Maria, went to attend her as lady's maid. He next inquired after Bucklaw, and understanding he was at the change house with the huntsman and some companions, he desired Caleb to call there, and acquaint him how he was circumstanced at Wolf's Crag, too intimate to him that it would be most convenient if he could find a bed in the hamlet, as the elder guest must necessarily be quartered in the secret chamber, the only spare bedroom which could be made fit to receive him. The master saw no hardship in passing the night by the hall fire, wrapped in his campaign cloak, and to badge Scottish domestics of the day, even of the highest rank, nay, to young men of family or fashion, on any pinch, clean straw, or a dry hayloft, was always held good night quarters. For the rest, Lockhart had his master's orders to bring some venison from the inn, and Caleb was to trust to his wits for the honor of his family. The master, indeed, a second time held out his purse, but, as it was in sight of the strange servant, the butler thought himself obliged to decline what his fingers itched to clutch. "Couldna, he hae slipped it gently into my hand," said Caleb, "but his honour will never learn how to bear himsel' in sic cases." Micey, in the meantime, according to a uniform custom in remote places in Scotland, offered the strangers the produce of her little dairy, while better meat was getting ready. And according to another custom, not yet wholly in desuetude, as the storm was now drifting off to leeward, the master carried this there keeper to the top of his highest tower to admire a wide and waste extent of view, and to weary for his dinner. Chapter 12. It was not without some secret misgivings that Caleb set out upon his exploratory expedition. In fact, it was attended with a treble difficulty. He dared not tell his master the offence which he had that morning given to Bucklaw, just for the honour of the family. He dared not acknowledge he had been too hasty in refusing the purse. And thirdly, he was somewhat apprehensive of unpleasant consequences upon his meeting Haston under the impression of an affront, and probably by this time under the influence also of no small quantity of brandy. Caleb, to do him justice, was as bold as any lion where the honour of the family of Ravenswood was concerned. But his was that considerate valour which does not delight in unnecessary risks. This, however, was a secondary consideration. The main point was to veil the indigence of the housekeeping at the castle, and to make good his vaunt of the cheer which his resources could procure without Lockhart's assistance, and without supplies from his master. This was as prime a point of honour with him as with the generous elephant with whom we have already compared him, who, being overtasked, broke his skull through the desperate exertions which he made to discharge his duty, when he perceived they were bringing up another to his assistance. The village which they now approached had frequently afforded the distressed butler resources upon similar emergencies, but his relations with it had been of late much altered. It was a little hamlet which straggled along the side of a creek formed by the discharge of a small brook into the sea, and was hidden from the castle, to which it had been in former times an appendage, by the intervention of the shoulder of a hill forming a projecting headland. It was called Wolf's Hope, i.e., Wolf's Haven, and the few inhabitants gained a precarious subsistence by manning 2 or 3 fishing boats in the herring season and smuggling gin and brandy during the winter months. They paid a kind of hereditary respect to the lords of Ravenswood. But in the difficulties of the family, most of the inhabitants of Wolf's Hope had contrived to get full rights to their little possessions, their huts, kail yards, and rights of comity, so that they were emancipated from the chains of feudal dependence and free from the various exactions with which, under every possible pretext, or without any pretext at all, the Scottish landlords of the period, themselves in great poverty, were wont to harass their still poorer tenants at will. They might be, on the whole, termed independent, a circumstance peculiarly galling to Caleb, who had been wont to exercise over them the same sweeping authority in levying contributions which was exercised in former times in England, when the royal purveyors, sallying forth from under the Gothic portcullis to purchase provisions with power and prerogative instead of money, brought home the plunder of 100 markets, and all that could be seized from a flying and hiding country, and deposited their spoil in an 100 Caleb loved the memory and resented the downfall of that authority which mimicked, on a petty scale, the grand contributions exacted by the feudal sovereigns. And as he fondly flattered himself that the awful rule and right supremacy which assigned to the barons of Ravenswood the first and most effective interest in all productions of nature within 5 miles of their castle, only slumbered and was not departed for ever, he used every now and then to give the recollection of the inhabitants a little jog by some petty exaction. These were at first submitted to with more or less readiness by the inhabitants of the hamlet, for they had been so long used to consider the wants of the baron and his family as having a title to be preferred to their own, that their actual independence did not convey to them an immediate sense of freedom. They resembled a man that has been long fettered, who, even at liberty, feels in imagination the grasp of the handcuffs still binding his wrists. But the exercise of freedom is quickly followed with the natural consciousness of its immunities, as the enlarged prisoner, by the free use of his limbs, soon dispels the cramped feeling they had acquired when bound. The inhabitants of Wolf's Hope began to grumble, to resist, and at length positively to refuse compliance with the exactions of Caleb Balderstone. It was in vain he reminded them that when the 11th Lord Ravenswood, called the Skipper, from his delight in naval matters, had encouraged the trade of their port by building the pier a bulwark of stones rudely piled together, which protected the fishing boats from the weather, it had been matter of understanding that he was to have the first stone of butter after the calving of every cow within the barony, and the first egg, thence called the Monday's egg, laid by every hen on every Monday in the year. The feuds heard and scratched their heads, coughed, sneezed, and being pressed for answer, rejoined with one voice, they could not say, the universal refuge of a Scottish peasant, when pressed to admit a claim which his conscience owns, or perhaps his feelings, and his interest inclines him to deny. Caleb, however, furnished the notables of Wolf's Hope with a note of the requisition of butter and eggs, which he claimed as arrears of the aforesaid subsidy, or kindly aid, payable as above mentioned, and having intimated that he would not be averse to compound the same for goods or money, if it was inconvenient to them to pay in kind, left them, as he hoped, to debate the mode of assessing themselves for that purpose. On the contrary, they met with the determined purpose of resisting the exaction, and were only undecided as to the mode of grounding their opposition, when the cooper, a very important person on a fishing station, and one of the conscript fathers of the village, observed, that their hens had cockled many a day for the lords of Ravenswood, and it was time they sold cockle for those that gave them roosts and barley. An unanimous grin intimated the assent of the assembly, and, continued the Thule orator, if it's your wall, I'll just tack a step as far as Dunn's, for Davy Dingwall, the writer, that's come frae the north to settle amang us, and he'll pit this job to rights, I's warrant him. A day was accordingly fixed for holding a grand palaver at Wolf's Hope on the subject of Caleb's requisitions, and he was invited to attend at the hamlet for that purpose. He went with open hands and empty stomach, trusting to fill the one on his master's account and the other on his own score, at the expense of the feuds of Wolf's Hope. But, death to his hopes, as he entered the eastern end of the straggling village, the awful form of Davy Dingwall, a sly, dry, hard-fisted, shrewd country attorney who had already acted against the family of Ravenswood and was a principal agent of Sir William Ashton, trotted in at the western extremity, bestriding a leathern portmanteau stuffed with the fair charters of the hamlet, and hoping he had not kept Mr. Balderstone waiting, as he was instructed and fully empowered to pay or receive, compound or compensate, and, in fine, to age as accords respecting all mutual and unsettled claims whatsoever, belonging or competent to the Honourable Edgar Ravenswood, commonly called the Master of Ravenswood, the Right Honourable Edgar Lord Ravenswood, said Caleb, with great emphasis, for, though conscious he was not of aught of wit, of to apathy. Lord Ravenswood, then, said the man of business, we shall not quarrel with you about titles of courtesy commonly called Lord Ravenswood, or Master of Ravenswood, heritable proprietor of the lands and barony of Wolf's Crag, on the one part, and to John Whitefish and others, feuds in the town of Wolf's Hope within the barony aforesaid, on the other part. Caleb was conscious, from sad experience, that he would wage a very different strife with this mercenary champion than with the individual feuds themselves, upon whose old recollections, predilections, and habits of thinking he might have wrought by 100 indirect arguments to which their deputy representative was totally insensible. The issue of the debate proved the reality of his apprehensions. It was in vain he strained his eloquence and ingenuity, and collected into one mass all arguments arising from antique custom and hereditary respect, from the good deeds done by the lords of Ravenswood to the community of Wolf's Hope in former days, and from what might be expected from them in future. The writer stuck to the contents of his feud charters. He could not see it. 'Twas not in the bond. And when Caleb, determined to try what a little spirit would do, deprecated the consequences of Lord Ravenswood's withdrawing his protection from the bird, and even hinted in his using active measures of resentment, the man of law sneered in his face. His clients, he said, had determined to do the best they could for their own town, and he thought Lord Ravenswood, since he was a lord, might have enough to do to look after his own castle. As to any threats of stouthreif oppression by rule of thumb, or via facti, as the law termed it, he would have Mr. Balderstone recollect that new times were not as old times, that they lived on the south of the Forth and far from the Highlands, that his clients thought they were able to protect themselves, but should they find themselves mistaken, they would apply to the government for the protection of a corporal and 4 red coats, who, said Mr. Dingwall, with a grin, would be perfectly able to squeacheravothement dead or what like their raid after. If Caleb could have concentrated all the lightnings of aristocracy in his eye to have struck dead this contemner of allegiance and privilege, he would have launched them at his head, without respect to the consequences. As it was, he was compelled to turn his course backward to the castle, and there he remained for full half a day, invisible and inaccessible even to Mizzy, sequestered in his own peculiar dungeon, where he sat burnishing a single pewter plate and whistling Maggie Lauder, 6 hours without intermission. The issue of this unfortunate requisition had shut against Caleb all resources which could be derived from Wolf's Hope and its Perleus, the El Dorado, or Peru, from which, in all former cases of exigence, he had been able to extract some assistance. He had indeed, in a manner vowed that the deal should have him if ever he put the print of his foot within its causeway again. He had hitherto kept his word, and, strange to tell, this secession had, as he intended in some degree, the effect of a punishment upon the refractory feuds. Mr. Balderstone had been a person in their eyes connected with a superior order of beings, whose presence used to grace their little festivities, whose advice they found useful on many occasions, and whose communications gave a sort of credit to their village. The place, they acknowledged, did no look as it used to do, and should do since Mr. Caleb keepeth the castle sae closely. But doubtless, touching the eggs and butter, it was a most unreasonable demand, as Mr. Dingwall had justly made manifest. Thus stood matters betwixt the parties, when the old butler, though it was gall and wormwood to him, found himself obliged either to acknowledge before strange man of quality, and, what was much worse, before that stranger's servant, the total inability of Wolf's Crag to produce a dinner, or he must trust to the compassion of the feuds of Wolf's Hope. It was a dreadful degradation, but necessity was equally imperious and lawless. With these feelings he entered the street of the village. Willing to shake himself from his companion as soon as possible, he directed Mr. Lockhart to Lucky Smartrash's change house, where a din, proceeding from the revels of Bucklaw, Craigengelt, and their party, sounded halfway down the street, while the red glare from the window overpowered the grey twilight which was now settling down, and glimmered against a parcel of old tubs, kegs, and barrels piled up in the cooper's yard, on the other side of the way. "If you, Mr. Lockhart," said the old butler to his companion, "will be pleased to step to the change house where that light comes from, and where, as I judge, they are now singing Cauld Kail in Aberdeen, you may do your master's errand about the venison, and I will do mine about Bucklaw's bed, as I return frae getting the rest of the vivers. It's note that the venison is actually needful," he added, detaining his colleague by the button, "to make up the dinner, but as a compliment to the hunters ye can. And, Mr. Lockhart, if they offer ye a drink o' yill, or a cup o' wine, or a glass o' brandy, you'll be a wise man to take it in case the thunner should hae sourdars at the castle, whilk is our muckle to be dreaded." He then permitted Lockhart to depart, and with foot heavy as lead, and yet far lighter than his heart, stepped on through the unequal street of the straggling village, meditating on whom he ought to make his first attack. It was necessary he should find someone with whom old acknowledged greatness should weigh more than recent independence, and to whom his application might appear an act of high dignity, relenting at once and soothing. But he could not recollect an inhabitant of a mind so constructed. "Our Kail is like to be called in new too," he reflected, as the chorus of Cauld Kail in Aberdeen again reached his ears. The minister he had got his presentation from the late lord, but they had quarrelled about tines. The Brewster's wife, she had trusted long, and the bill was aye scored up, and unless the dignity of the family should actually require it, it would be a sin to distress a widow woman. None was so able, but on the other hand, none was likely to be less willing to stand his friend upon the present occasion, than Gibbie Girder, the man of tubs and barrels, already mentioned, who had headed the insurrection in the matter of the egg and butter subsidy. "But a comes o' taking folk on the right side, I trow," quoted Caleb to himself, "and I hadn't the ill hap to say he was but a Johnny New, come in our town, and the carle bore the family and ill will ever since. But he married a bonny young queen, Jean Lightbody, old Lightbody's daughter, him that was in the steading of Lope the Dyke, and old Lightbody was married himsel to Marion, that was about my lady in the family, 40 years syne. I hae had mony a day's daffing with Jean's mither, and they say she bides on with them. The Carla has Jacobuses and Georgeses baith, and ane could get at them, and sure I am, it's doing him an honour him or his never deserved at our hand, the ungracious umph. and if he loses by us a Thacadur, he is ain cheapout, he can spare it brawly. Shaking off irresolution, therefore, and turning at once upon his heel, Caleb walked hastily back to the cooper's house, lifted the latch without ceremony, and, in a moment, found himself behind the hallan or partition, from which position he could, himself unseen, reconnoiter the interior of the butt, or kitchen apartment of the mansion. Reverse of the sad menage at the castle of Wolf's Crag, a bickering fire roared up the cooper's chimney. His wife, on the one side, in her pearlings and pudding sleeves, put the last finishing touch to her holiday's apparel, while she contemplated a very handsome and good-humored face in a broken mirror, raised upon the bink the shelves on which the plates are disposed for her special accommodation. Her mother, old Lucky Loot the Dyke, a canty Carlenius, was within 20 miles of her, according to the unanimous report of the comers or gossips, sat by the fire in the full glory of a grogram gown, lammer beads, and a clean cockernony, whiffing a snug pipe of tobacco, and superintending the affairs of the kitchen, for sight more interesting to the anxious heart and craving entrails of the desponding seneschal, that either buxom dame or canty comer there bubbled or them above iterify kerminchkara. Huge pot, or rather cauldron, steaming with beef and brewies, while before it revolved two spits, turned each by one of the cooper's apprentices, seated in the opposite corners of the chimney, the one loaded with a quarter of mutton, while the other was graced with a fat goose and a brace of wild ducks. The sight and scent of such a land of plenty almost wholly overcame the drooping spirits of Caleb. He turned for a moment's space to reconnoiter the bin, or parlor end of the house, and there saw a sight scarce less affecting to his feelings. A large round table, covered for 10 or 12 persons, decored according to his own favorite terms, with napery as white as snow, grand flagons of pewter, intermixed with 1 or 2 silver cups, containing, as was probable, something worthy the brilliancy of their outward appearance. Cleti schmeis, bekarmt cheap the cruthans. The devil's in the peddling tub, Cooper and Carl, muttered Caleb in all the envy of astonishment. It's a shame to see the like o' them gusting their gabs at sic a rate. But if some of that good cheer does not find its way to Wolf's Crag this night, my name is not Caleb Balderstone. So, resolving, he entered the apartment, and, in all courteous greeting, saluted both the mother and the daughter. Wolf's Crag was the court of the barony, Caleb prime minister at Wolf's Crag, and it has ever been remarked that though the masculine subject who pays the taxes sometimes growls at the courtiers by whom they are imposed, the said courtiers continue, nevertheless, welcome to the fair sex, to whom they furnish the newest small talk and the earliest fashions. Both the dames were, therefore, at once about old Caleb's neck, setting of their throats together, by way of welcome. "Aye, sirs, Mr. Balderstone. And is this you? A sight of you is good for Serene. Sit down, the good man will be blithe to see you. Ye nar saw him, say Cadgy, in your life. But we are to christen her between the night, as ye will ha heard, and doubtless ye will stay and see the ordinance. We hae killed a wether, and an ane o' our lads has been out wi' his gun at the moss. You used to like wild fowl." Na, good wife," said Caleb. "I just keeked in to wish ye joy, and I would be glad to hae spoken wi' the good man, but," moving as if to go away, "the ne'er a fit ye's gang," said the elder dame, laughing and holding him fast, with a freedom which belonged to their old acquaintance. "Why kens what ill it may bring to the bairn if ye ower look it in that gait." "But I'm in a preceese hurry, godwife," said the butler, suffering himself to be dragged to a seat without much resistance. And as to eating, for he observed the mistress of the dwelling bustling about to place a trencher for him, "as for eating lackaday, we are just killed up yonder eating frae morning to night. It's shameful epicurism. But that's what we he gotten frae the English pock." "Puddings. Hout, never mind the English pock puddings," said Lucky Lightbody. Try our puddings, Mr. Balderstone. There is black pudding and white hass. Try whilk ye like best. Baith good, baith excellent, canna be better, but the very smell is undue for me. That hae dined see lately the faithful wretch had fasted since daybreak. But I wanda affront your housewife scap, goody wife, and, with your permission, I zean pit them in my napkin, and eat them to my supper at e'en, for I am wearied of Missy's pastry and nonsense. Ye ken, landward dainties I please me best, Marion. And landward lasses, too, looking at the cooper's wife. Near a bit, but she looks far better than when she married Gilbert, and then she was the bonniest lass in our parisheen in the Neestill tent. But gauzy cow, goodly calf. The women smiled at the compliment, each to herself, and they smiled again to each other as Caleb wrapped up the puddings in a towel which he had brought with him, as a dragoon carries his foraging bag to receive what might fall in his way. And what news at the castle? Quo the gudewife? News. The bravest news you ever heard. The Lord Keeper's up yonder why, his fair daughter, just ready to fling her at my lord's head if he winna tak her out o' his arms. And I's warrant he'll stitch our old lands of Ravenswood to her petticoat tail. Sirs I. And will hae her? And is she weel favoured? And what's the colour o' her hair? And does she wear a habit or a rayleigh? Were the questions which the females showered upon the butler. Hout tout! It wad tak a man a day to answer your questions, and I hae hardly a minute. Where's the gudman? All what's a fetch the minister, said Mrs. Girder. Precious Mr. Peter bide the bent, frae the mosshead. The honest man has the rheumatism wi' lying in the hills and the persecution. Aye, Wigan a mountain man nae less, said Caleb with a peevishness he could not suppress. I he seen the day, Lucky, when worthy Mr. Cuffcushion and the service book would hae served your turn to the elder dame or ony honest woman in like circumstances. And that's true too, said Mrs. Lightbody, but what can a body do? Joan Mound Baith, sing her psalms and busk her cockernony the gate the gudeman likes, and nae ittergate. For he's maester and mayor at hame, I can tell you, Mr. Balderstone. Aye, and does he guide the gear too? Said Caleb, to whose projects masculine rule boded little good. Ilka Pennion, dunt but he'll dress her as dink, as a daisy, as you see. Say she has little reason to complain, where there's an better ath there is 10 war. Weel, good wife, said Caleb, crestfallen, but not beaten off. That wasn't to the way you guided your good men, but ilka land has its ain't louch. I'm on be gangin'. I just wanted to round in the good man's lug, that I heard them say up by yonder, that Peter Punchin, that was cooper to the Queen's stores at the Timber Burse at Leith, is dead. Say, I though that maybe a word frae my lord to the Lord Keeper might a served Gilbert, but since he's frae hame, oh, but ye maun stay his hame coming, said the Dane. Aye, tell the goodman ye meant weel to him, but he takes the tout at every bit lippening word. I'll stay the last minute I can. And so, said the handsome young spouse of Mr. Gorder, ye think this Miss Ashton is real favoured, troth, and say should she, to set up for our young lord with a face and a hand, and a seat on his horse that might become a king's son. Thy kin that he, I glowers up at my window, Mr. Balderstone, when he chances to ride through the town, say I hae a right to kin what. Like he is, as weel as ony body. I kin that brawly, said Caleb, for I he heard his lordship say the cooper's wife had the blackest in the barony, and I said, weel may that be, my lord, for it was her mither's afore her, as I kin to my cost. Marion, ha, these were merry days. Howta wa, old Carl, said the old dame, to speak sick daffing to young folk, but jeune fille, woman, dinna ye hear the baron greet? East warrant it's that dreary wade has come hourd again. of godmother and grandmother, and scoured away, jostling each other as they ran into some remote corner of the tenement where the young hero of the evening was deposited. When Caleb saw the coast fairly clear, he took an invigorating pinch of snuff to sharpen and confirm his resolution. "Called be my cast," thought he, "if either by the bent or girder taste that broach of wild fowl this evening." And then addressing the eldest turnspit, a boy of about 11 years old, and putting a penny into his hand, he said, "Here is 12 pennies, my man. Carry that hour to Mrs. Smartrash, and bid her fill my mill wi' snishing, and I'll turn the brooch for ye in the meantime, and she will gie a gingerbread snap for your pains." No sooner was the elder boy departed on this mission than Caleb, looking the remaining turnspit gravely and steadily in the face, removed from the fire the spit bearing the wild fowl of which he had undertaken the charge, clapped his hat on his head, and fairly marched off with it. He stopped at the door of the fire. Change house, only to say, in a few brief words, that Mr. Haston of Bucklaw was not to expect a bed that evening in the castle. If this message was too briefly delivered by Caleb, it became absolute rudeness when conveyed through the medium of a suburb landlady, and Bucklaw was, as a more calm and temperate man might have been, highly incensed. Captain Craigengelt proposed, with the unanimous applause of all present, that they should course the old fox, meaning Caleb, ere he got to cover, and toss him in a blanket. But Lockhart intimated to his master's servants and those of Lord Biddlebrains, in a tone of authority, that the slightest impertinence to the master of Ravenswood's domestic would give Sir William Ashton the highest offence, and having so said, in a manner sufficient to prevent any aggression on their part, he left the public house, taking along with him 2 servants loaded with such provisions as he had been able to procure, and overtook Caleb just when he had cleared the village. Chapter 13. The face of the little boy, sole witness of Caleb's infringement upon the laws at once of property and hospitality, would have made a good picture. He sat motionless, as if he had witnessed some of the spectral appearances which he had heard told of in a winter's evening, and as he forgot his own duty, and allowed his spit to stand still, he added to the misfortunes of the evening by suffering the mutton to burn as black as a coal. He was first recalled from his trance of astonishment by a hearty cuff administered by Dame Lightbody, who, in whatever other respects she might conform to her name, was a woman strong of person, and expert in the use of her hands, as some say her deceased husband had known to his cost. "What garr'd let the roast burn ye Kirkert good for naught? I dinna ken," said the boy. "And where's that ill deedy get, Giles?" "I dinna ken," blubbered the astonished declarant. "And where's Mr. Balderstone? And a bune and in the name of council and kirk session, that I shall say sigh, where's the broche the wild fowl?" As Mrs. Girder here entered and joined her mother's exclamations, screaming into one ear, while the old lady deafened the other, they succeeded in so utterly confounding the unhappy urchin that he could not for some time tell his story at all, and it was only when the elder boy returned that the truth began to dawn on their minds. "Weel, sirs," said Mrs. Lightbody, "while what hae thought o' Caleb Balderstone playing an old acquaintance sic a plisky?" "Oh, weary on him," said the spouse of Mr. Gorder. "And what am I to say to the goodman, Kilbrain me, if there wasn't a inner woman in a wolf's hope?" "Hout tout silly queen," said the mother. "Nay, nay, it's come to muckle, but it's no come to that neither, for an he brain you, he maun brain me, and I have garred his betters stand back. Hands ethis fair play, we mauna heed a bit flyting." The tramp of horses now announced the arrival of the cooper with the minister. They had no sooner dismounted than they made for the kitchen fire, for the evening was cool after the thunderstorm, and the woods wet and dirty. The young goodwife, strong in the charms of her Sunday gown and bigonets, threw herself in the way of receiving the first attack, while her mother, like the veteran division of the Roman legion, remained in the rear, ready to support her in case of necessity. Both hoped to protract the discovery of what had happened the mother, by interposing her bustling person betwixt Mr. Gorder and the fire, and the daughter, by the extreme cordiality with which she received the minister and her husband, and the anxious fears which she expressed lest they should have gotten called, quoted the husband, surlily, for he was not of that class of lords and masters whose wives are viceroys over them. We'll be called num, I think, if ye dinna let us into the fire. And so saying, he burst his way through both lines of defence, and, as he had a careful eye over his property of every kind, he perceived at one glance the absence of the spit with its savoury burden. "What the deil, woman, fie for shame!" exclaimed both the women. "And before Mr. Bide the Bent, I stand reproved," said the cooper. "But the taking in our mouths the name of the great enemy of our souls," said Mr. Bid the Bent. "I stand reproved," said the cooper, "is in exposing ourselves to his temptations," continued the reverend monitor, "and in inviting, or in some sort, a compelling of him to lay aside his other trafficking with unhappy persons, and wait upon those in whose speech his name is frequent." "Weel, Mr. Bide the Bent, can a man do mair than stand reproved?" said the cooper. "But just let me ask the women what for. They he dished the wild fowl before we came." "They arena dished, Gilbert," said his wife. But an accident." "What accident?" said Gorder with flashing eyes. "Nae'll come ower them, I trust, His wife, who stood much in awe of him, durst not reply, but her mother bustled up to her support, with arms disposed as if they were about to be Kembo at the next reply. "I gied them to an acquaintance of mine, Gibbie Girder, and what about it now?" Her excess of assurance struck Girder mute for an instant. "And ye gied the wild fowl, the best end of our christening dinner, to a friend of yours," yelled Rudas. "And what might his name be, I pray ye?" "Just worthy Mr. Caleb Balderstone frae Wolf's Crag," answered Marion, prompt and prepared for battle. Gorder's wrath foamed over all restraint. If there was a circumstance which could have added to the resentment he felt, it was that this extravagant donation had been made in favor of our friend Caleb, towards whom, for reasons to which the reader is no stranger, he nourished a decided resentment. He raised his riding wand against the elder matron, but she stood firm, collected in herself, and undauntedly brandished the iron ladle with which she had just been flaming Anglesey, basting the roast of mutton. Her weapon was certainly the better, and her arm not the weakest of the two, so that Gilbert thought it safest to turn short off upon his wife, who had by this time hatched a sort of hysterical whine, which greatly moved the minister, who was in fact as simple and kind-hearted a creature as ever breathed. "And you, ye thoughtless jade, to sit still and see my substance disponed upon to an idle, drunken, reprobate, worm-eaten serving-man, just because he kittles the lugs o' a silly old wife wi' useless clavers, and every twa words a lee. I'll gar you as goot gin." Here the minister interposed, both by voice and action, while Dame Lightbody threw herself in front of her daughter, and flourished her ladle. Illustration. "Am I no to chastise my ain't wife?" exclaimed the cooper very indignantly. "Ye may chastise your ain't wife if ye like," answered Dame Lightbody, "but you shall never lay finger on my daughter, and that ye may found upon." "For shame, Mr. Garter," said the clergyman. "This is what I little expected to have seen of you, that you suld give rein to your sinful passions against your nearest and your dearest. And this night too, when you're called to the most solemn duty of a Christian parent, and afore what? For redundancy of creature comforts, as worthless as they are unneedful." "Worthless!" exclaimed the cooper. "A better goose never walked on stubble. Two finer, daintier wild ducks never wot a feather." "Be it say, neighbour," rejoined the minister, "but see what superfluities are yet revolving before your fire. I have seen the day when 10 of the bannocks which stand upon that board would have been an acceptable dainty to as many men, that were starving on hills and bogs and in caves of the earth for the Gospel's sake. And that's what vexes me maist of a, said the cooper, anxious to get someone to sympathize with his not altogether causeless anger. And the queen had gene it to ony suffering sant, or to ony body ava, but that reaving, lying, oppressing Tory villain that rayed in the wicked troop of militia when it was commanded out against the saints at Bothwell Brig by the old tyrant Edgar Ravenswood, that is gained to his place, I wad the less hae minded it, but to gie the principal parts of the feast to the like o' him. "Oh, Gilbert," said the minister, "and dinna ye see a high judgment in this? The seed of the righteous are not seen begging their bread. Think of the son of a powerful oppressor being brought to the pass of supporting his household from your fullness." "And besides," said the wife, "it wasn't to for Lord Ravenswood neither, and he wad hear but a body speak. It was to help to entertain the Lord Keeper as they ca' him that's up yonder at Wolf's Crag. Sir William Ashton at Wolf's Crag," ejaculated the astonished man of hoops and staves. "And hand in glove wi' Lord Ravenswood," added Dame Lightbody. "Doited idiot! That old clavering sneck drawer wad gar ye trow. The moon is made of green cheese. The Lord Keeper and Ravenswood, they are cat and dog, hare and hound. I tell ye they are man and wife, and gree better than some others that are say," retorted the mother-in-law. "For by Peter Punchin, that's Cooper, the Queen's stores, is dead, and the place is to fill, and oh guide us, wull ye haud your skirling tongues," said Gerda, "for we are to." Remark that this explanation was given like a catch for two voices, the younger dame, much encouraged by the turn of the debate, taking up and repeating in a higher tone the words as fast as they were uttered by her mother. "The gudewife says naething but what's true, master," said Gorder's foreman, who had come in during the fray. "I saw the Lord Keeper's servants drinking and driving our at Lucky Smartrash's, our by yonder." "And is their maester up at Wolf's Crag?" said Gorder. "Aye, troth is he," replied his man of confidence, "and friends would Ravenswood." "It's like say," answered the foreman, "since he is putting up wi' him." "And Peter Punchin's dead." "Aye, aye, Punchin has leaked out at last, the old carle," said the foreman. "Mony a dribble o' brandy has gien through him in his day. But as for the broche and the wild fowl, the saddle's no off your mare yet, master, and I could follow and bring it back, for Mr. Balderstone's no far off the town yet. Do say, Will, and come here. I'll tell you what to do when you take him." He relieved the females of his presence and gave Will his private instructions. "A bonny-like thing," said the mother-in-law as the cooper re-entered the apartment, "to send the innocent lad after an armed man when ye ken Mr. Balderstone aye wears a rapier and whiles a dirk into the bargain." "I trust," said the minister, "ye have reflected weel on what ye have done, lest you should minister cause of strife, of which it is my duty to say, he who affordeth matter, albeit he himself striketh not, is in no manner guiltless." "Never fash your beard, Mr. Bide the Bent," replied Gerda. "Ane canna get their breath out here between wives and ministers. I ken best how to turn my ain't cake. Jean, serve up the dinner, and they mair about it." Nor did he again allude to the deficiency in the course of the evening. Meantime, the foreman, mounted on his master's steed and charged with his special orders, pricked swiftly forth in pursuit of the marauder Caleb. That personage, it may be imagined, did not linger by the way. He intermitted even his dearly beloved chatter for the purpose of making more haste, only assuring Mr. Lockhart that he had made the purveyor's wife give the wild fowl a few turns before the fire, in case that Missy, who had been so much alarmed by the thunder, should not have her kitchen grate in full splendor. Meanwhile, alleging the necessity of being at Wolf's Crag as soon as possible, he pushed on so fast that his companions could scarce keep up with him. He began already to think he was safe from pursuit, having gained the summit of the swelling eminence which divides Wolf's Crag from the village, when he heard the distant tread of a horse, and a voice which shouted at intervals, "Mr. For, Caleb Mr. Balderstone, Mr. Caleb Balderstone, hollow bide a wee." Caleb, it may be well believed, was in no hurry to acknowledge the summons. First, he would not heart it, and faced his companions down, that it was the echo of the wind. Then he said it was not worth stopping for, and, at length, halting reluctantly, as the figure of the horseman appeared through the shades of the evening, he bent up his whole soul to the task of defending his prey, threw himself into an attitude of dignity, advanced the spit, which in his grasp, with its burden, shield, and firmly what was his astonishment when the cooper's foreman, riding up and addressing him with respect, told him his master was very sorry he was absent when he came to his dwelling, and grieved that he could not tarry the christening dinner, and that he had ta'en the freedom to send a small runlet of sack and an anchor of brandy, as he understood there were guests at the castle, and that they were short of preparation. I have heard somewhere a story of an elderly gentleman who was pursued by a bear that had gotten loose from its muzzle, until completely exhausted. In a fit of desperation he faced round upon Bruin and lifted his cane, at the sight of which the instinct of discipline prevailed, and the animal, instead of tearing him to pieces, rose up upon his hind legs and instantly began to shuffle a saraband. Not less than the joyful surprise of the senior, who had supposed himself in the extremity of peril from which he was thus unexpectedly relieved, was that of our excellent friend Caleb, when he found the pursuer intended to add to his prize, instead of bereaving him of it. He recovered his latitude, however, instantly so. Soon as the foreman, stooping from his nag, where he sate perched betwixt the two barrels, whispered in his ear, if onything about Peter Punchin's place could be airded their way, John, Guyver wad mak it better to the Master of Ravenswood than a pair of new gloves, and that he wad be blithe to speak Readmeister Balderstone on that head, and he wad find him as pliant as a hoop willow, in a that he could wish of him. Caleb heard all this without rendering any answer, except that of all great men from Louis XIV. Downwards, namely, we will see about it. And then added aloud for the edification of Mr. Lockhart, your master has acted with becoming civility and attention in forwarding the liquors, and I will not fail to represent it properly to my Lord Ravenswood. And, my lad, he said, you may ride on to the castle, and if none of the servants are returned, Wilk is to be dreaded, as they make day and night of it when they are out of sight. Ye may put them into the porter's lodge. Wilk is on the right hand of the great entry. The porter has got leave to go to see his friends. Say ye will meet no aim to steer ye. The foreman, having received his orders, rode on, and having deposited the casks in the deserted and ruinous porter's lodge, he returned unquestioned by anyone. Having thus executed his master's commission, and doffed his bonnet to Caleb and his company as he repassed them in his way to the village, he returned to have his share of the christening festivity. Chapter 14. We left Caleb Balderstone in the extremity of triumph at the success of his various achievements for the honor of the house of Ravenswood. When he had mustered and marshalled his dishes of divers kinds, a more royal provision had not been seen in Wolf's Crag since the funeral feast of its deceased lord. Great was the glory of the serving man, as he decorated the old oaken table with a clean cloth, and arranged upon it carbonated venison and roasted wild fowl, with a glance, every now and then, as if to upbraid the incredulity of his master and his guests, and with many a story, more or less true, was Lockhart that evening regaled concerning the ancient grandeur of Wolf's Crag and the sway of its barons over the country in their neighbourhood. A vassal scarce held a calf or a lamb his ain't, till he had first asked if the Lord of Ravenswood was pleased to accept it, and they were obliged to ask the Lord's consent before they married in these days, and many a merry tale they tell about that right as weel as others. And although, said Caleb, These times are not like the good old times when authority had its right. Yet true it is, Mr. Lockhart, and you yourself may partly have remarked, that we of the house of Ravenswood do our endeavor in keeping up, by all just and lawful exertion of our baronial authority, that due and fitting connection betwixt superior and vassal, whilk is in some danger of falling into desuetude, owing to the general license and misrule of these present unhappy times. Said Mr. Lockhart, and if I may inquire, Mr. Balderstone, pray do you find your people at the village yonder amenable? For I must needs say that at Ravenswood Castle, now pertaining to my master the Lord Keeper, ye have not left behind ye the most compliant set of tenantry. Ah, but Mr. Lockhart, replied Caleb, ye must consider there has been a change of hands, and the old lord might expect to returns fra them when the newcomer canna get an ain. A dour and fractious set they were, they tenants of Ravenswood, and ill to live wi' when they dinna ken their master, and if your master put them mad ants, the whole country will not put them down. Troth, said Mr. Lockhart, and such be the case, I think the wisest thing for us wad be to hammer up a match between your young lord and our winsome young leddy by there, and Sir William might just stitch your old barony to her gown sleeve, and he wad swimming quiddle another out of somebody else, sic a lang head as he has. Caleb shook his head. I wish, he said, I wish that may answer, Mr. Lockhart. There are old prophecies about this house I wad like ill to see fulfilled wi' my old een that has seen evil enow already. Pshaw, never mind, Fritz, said his brother butler. If the young folk liked Anne meither, they would make a winsome couple. But, to say truth, there is a leddy sits in our hall nook, maun have her hand in that as weel as in every other job. But there's no harm in drinking to their healths, and I will fill Mrs. Micey a cup of Mr. Gorder's canary. While they thus enjoyed themselves in the kitchen, the company in the hall were not less pleasantly engaged. So soon as Ravenswood had determined upon giving the Lord Keeper such hospitality as he had to offer, he deemed it incumbent on him to assume the open and courteous brow of a well-pleased host. It has been often remarked that when a man commences by acting a character, he frequently ends by adopting it in good earnest. In the course of an hour or two, Ravenswood, to his own surprise, found himself in the situation of one who frankly does his best to entertain welcome and honored guests. How much of this change in his disposition was to be ascribed to the beauty and simplicity of Miss Ashton, to the readiness with which she accommodated herself to the inconveniences of her situation? How much to the smooth and plausible conversation of a Lord Keeper, remarkably gifted with those words which win? The ear must be left to the reader's ingenuity to conjecture, but Ravenswood was insensible to neither. The Lord Keeper was a veteran statesman, well acquainted with courts and cabinets, and intimate with all the various turns of public affairs during the last eventful years of the 17th century. He could talk, from his own knowledge, of men and events in a way which failed not to win attention, and had the peculiar art, while he never said a word, which committed himself at the same time to persuade the hearer that he was speaking without the least shadow of scrupulous caution or reserve. Ravenswood, in spite of his prejudices and real grounds of resentment, felt himself at once amused and instructed in listening to him, while the statesman, whose inward feelings had at first so much impeded his efforts to make himself known, had now regained all the ease and fluency of a silver-tongued lawyer of the very highest order. His daughter did not speak much, but she smiled, and what she did say argued a submissive gentleness, and a desire to give pleasure, which, to a proud man like Ravenswood, was more fascinating than the most brilliant wit. Above all, he could not be observed that, whether from gratitude or from some other motive, he himself, in his deserted and unprovided hall, was as much the object of respectful attention to his guests as he would have been when surrounded by all the appliances and means of hospitality proper to his high birth. all deficiencies passed unobserved, or, if they did not escape notice, it was to praise the substitutes which Caleb had contrived to supply the want of the usual accommodations. Where a smile was unavoidable, it was a very good-humored one, and often coupled with some well-turned compliment to show how much the guests esteemed the merits of their noble host, how little they thought of the inconveniences with which they were surrounded. I am not sure whether the pride of being found to outbalance, in virtue of his own personal merit, all the disadvantages of fortune, did not make as favorable an impression upon the haughty heart of the Master of Ravenswood as the conversation of the father and the beauty of Lucy Ashton. The hour of repose arrived. The keeper and his daughter retired to their apartments, which were decored more properly than could have been anticipated. In making the necessary arrangements, Mysie had indeed enjoyed the assistance of a gossip who had arrived from the village upon an exploratory expedition, but had been arrested by Caleb and impressed into the domestic drudgery of the evening, so that, instead of returning home to describe the dress and person of the grand young lady, she found herself compelled to be active in the domestic economy of Wolf's Crag. According to the custom of the time, the Master of Ravenswood attended the Lord Keeper to his apartment, followed by Caleb, who placed on the table, with all the ceremonials, due to torches of wax, 2 rudely framed tallow candles, such as in those days were only used by the peasantry, hooped in paltry clasps of wire, which served for candlesticks. He then disappeared, and presently entered with 2 earthen flagons. The china, he said, had been little used since my lady's time, one filled with Canary wine, the other with brandy. The Carey sack, unheeding all probabilities of detection, he declared had been 20 years in the cellars or he will kend, liquor as mild as mead and as strong as Samson. It had been in the house ever since the memorable revel in which old Micklestop had been slain at the head of the stair by Jamie of Jinglebray, on account of the honour of the worshipful Lady Moir. Wire was in some sort an ally Lila's, but to cut that matter it manded it at, for sure. God forbid your lordship should drink water in this family, replied Caleb, to the disgrace of so honourable an house. Nevertheless, if his lordship have a fancy, said the master, smiling, I think you might indulge him, for, if I mistake not, there has been water drank here at no distant date, and with good relish too. To be sure, if his lordship has a fancy, said Caleb, and re-entering with a jug of pure element, he will scarce find such water anywhere as is drawn frae the well at Wolf's Crag. Nevertheless, we must leave the Lord Keeper to his repose in this poor chamber of ours, said the Master of Ravenswood, interrupting his talkative domestic, who, immediately turning to the doorway, with a profound reverence, prepared to usher his master from the secret chamber. But the Lord Keeper prevented his host's departure. I have but one word to say to the Master of Ravenswood, Mr. Caleb, and I fancy he will excuse your waiting. With a second reverence lower than the former, Caleb withdrew, and his master stood motionless, expecting, with considerable embarrassment, what was to close the events of a day fraught with unexpected incidents. Master of Ravenswood, said Sir William Ashton, with some embarrassment, I hope you understand the Christian law too well to suffer the sun to set upon your anger. The master blushed and replied, he had no occasion that evening to exercise the duty enjoined upon him by his Christian faith. I should have thought otherwise, said his guest, considering the various subjects of dispute and litigation which have unhappily occurred more frequently than was desirable or necessary betwixt the late honourable lord, your father, and myself. I could wish, my lord, said Ravenswood, agitated by suppressed emotion, that reference to these circumstances should be made anywhere rather than under my father's roof. I should have felt the delicacy of this appeal at another time, said Sir William Ashton, but now I must proceed with what I mean to say. I have suffered too much in my own mind from the false delicacy which prevented my soliciting with earnestness what indeed I frequently requested, A personal communing with your father, much distress of mind to him and to me might have been prevented. It is true, said Ravenswood after a moment's reflection. I have heard my father say your lordship had proposed a personal interview. Proposed, my dear master? I did indeed propose it, but I ought to have begged, entreated, beseeched it. I ought to have torn away the veil which interested persons had stretched betwixt us, and shown myself as I was, willing to sacrifice a considerable part even of my legal rights, in order to conciliate feelings so natural as his must be allowed to have been. Let me say for myself, my young friend, for so I will call you, that had your father and I spent the same time together, which my good fortune has allowed me today to pass in your company, it is possible the land might yet have enjoyed one of the most respectable of its ancient nobility, and I should have been spared the pain of parting in enmity from a person whose general character I so much admired and honored. He put his handkerchief to his eyes. Ravenswood also was moved, but awaited in silence the progress of this extraordinary communication. It is necessary, continued the Lord Keeper, and proper that you should understand, that there have been many points betwixt us, in which, although I judged it proper that there should be an exact ascertainment of my legal rights by the decree of a court of justice, yet it was never my intention to press them beyond the verge of equity. My lord, said the Master of Ravenswood, it is unnecessary to pursue this topic farther. What the law will give you, or has given you, you enjoy or you shall enjoy. Neither my father nor I myself would have received anything on the footing of favor. Favor? No, you misunderstand me, resumed the keeper, or rather you are no lawyer. A right may be good in law, and ascertained to be so, which yet a man of honor may not in every case care to avail himself of. I am sorry for it, my lord, said the master. Nay, nay, retorted his guest, you speak like a young counselor, your spirit goes before your wit. There are many things still open for decision betwixt us. Can you blame me, an old man desirous of peace, and in the castle of a young nobleman who has saved my daughter's life and my own, that I am desirous, anxiously desirous, that these should be settled on the most liberal principles? The old man kept fast hold of the master's passive hand as he spoke, and made it impossible for him, be his predetermination what it would, to return any other than an acquiescent light. Ravenswood hurried into the hall where he was to spend the night, and for a time traversed its pavement with a disordered and rapid pace. His mortal foe was under his roof, yet his sentiments towards him were neither those of a feudal enemy nor of a true Christian. He felt as if he could neither forgive him in the one character nor follow forth his vengeance in the other, but that he was making a base and dishonorable composition betwixt his resentment against the father and his affection for his daughter. He cursed himself as he hurried to and fro in the pale moonlight and more ruddy gleams of the expiring wood fire. He threw open and shut the lattice windows with violence, as if alike impatient of the admission and exclusion of free air. At length, however, the torrent of passion foamed off its madness, and he flung himself into the chair which he proposed as his place of repose for the night. If, in reality, such were the calmer thoughts that followed the first tempest of his passion, if, in reality, this man desires no more than the law allows him, if he is willing to adjust even his acknowledged rights upon an equitable footing, what could be my father's cause of complaint? What is mine? Those from whom we won our ancient possessions fell under the sword of my ancestors and left lands and livings to the conquerors. We sink under the force of the law, now too powerful for the Scottish cavalry. Let us parley with the victors of the day, as if we had been besieged in our fortress and without hope of relief. This man may be other than I have thought him, and his daughter, but I have resolved not to think of her. He wrapped his cloak around him, fell asleep, and dreamed of Lucy Ashton till daylight gleamed through the lattices. Chapter 15. The Lord Keeper carried with him to a couch, harder than he was accustomed to stretch himself upon, the same ambitious thoughts and political perplexities which drive sleep from the softest down that ever spread a bed of state. He had sailed long enough amid the contending tides and currents of the time to be sensible of their peril, and of the necessity of trimming his vessel to the prevailing wind if he would have her escape shipwreck in the storm. The nature of his talents and the timorousness of disposition connected with them had made him assume the pliability of the versatile old Earl of Northampton, who explained the art by which he kept his ground during all the changes of state from the reign of Henry VIII to that of Elizabeth, by the frank avowal that he was born of the willow, not of the oak. It had accordingly been Sir William Ashton's policy on all occasions to watch the changes in the political horizon, and, ere yet the conflict was decided, to negotiate some interest for himself with the party most likely to prove victorious. His time-serving disposition was well known and excited the contempt of the more daring leaders of both factions in the state. But his talents were of a useful and practical kind, and his legal knowledge held in high estimation, and they so far counterbalanced other deficiencies that those in power were glad to use and to reward, though without absolutely trusting or greatly respecting him. The Marquis of A had used his utmost influence to effect a change in the Scottish cabinet, and his schemes had been of late so well laid and so ably supported that there appeared a very great chance of his proving ultimately successful. He did not, however, feel so strong or so confident as to neglect any means of drawing recruits to his standard. The acquisition of the Lord Keeper was deemed of some importance, and the friend, perfectly acquainted with his circumstances and character, became responsible for his political conversion. When this gentleman arrived at Ravenswood Castle upon a visit, the real purpose of which was disguised under general courtesy, he found the prevailing fear which at present beset the Lord Keeper was that of danger to his own person from the Master of Ravenswood. The language which the blind Sibyl, old Alice, had used, the sudden appearance of the Master, armed and within his precincts, immediately after he had been warned against danger from him, the cold and haughty return received in exchange for the acknowledgments with which he loaded him for his timely protection, had all made a strong impression on his imagination. So soon as the Marquis's political agent found how the wind sate, he began to insinuate fears and doubts of another kind scarce less calculated to affect the Lord Keeper. He inquired with seeming interest whether the proceedings in Sir William's complicated litigation with the Ravenswood family were out of court and settled without the possibility of appeal. The Lord Keeper answered in the affirmative, but his interrogator was too well informed to be imposed upon. He pointed out to him, by unanswerable arguments, that some of the most important points which had been decided in his favor against the House of Ravenswood were liable, under the Treaty of Union, to be reviewed by the British House of Peers, a court of equity of which the Lord Keeper felt an instinctive dread. This course came instead of an appeal to the old Scottish Parliament, or, as it was technically termed, a protestation for remede in law. The Lord Keeper, after he had for some time disputed the legality of such a proceeding, was compelled, at length, to comfort himself with the improbability of the young Master of Ravenswood's finding friends in Parliament capable of stirring in so weighty an affair. "Do not comfort yourself with that false hope," said his wily friend. "It is possible that, in the next session of Parliament, young Ravenswood may find more friends and favour even than your lordship." "That would be a sight worth seeing," said the keeper scornfully. "And yet," said his friend, "such things have been seen ere now, and in our own time. There are many at the head of affairs, even now, that a few years ago were under hiding for their lives, and many a man now dines on plate of silver that was fain to eat his crowdy without a bicker, and many a high head has been brought full low among us in as short a space. Scot of Scots or vets, staggering state of Scots, statesman, of which curious memoir you showed me a manuscript, has been outstaggered in our time." The Lord Keeper answered with a deep sigh that these mutations were no new sights in Scotland, and had been witnessed long before the time of the satirical author he had quoted. It was many a long year, he said, since Forden had quoted as an ancient proverb, Nequi dives, nequi fortis, sed nec sapiens scotus, predominante invidia, dedudorabit in terra. And be assured, my esteemed friend, was the answer, that even your long services to the state, or deep legal knowledge, will not save you or render your estate stable if the Marquis of A comes in with a party in the British Parliament. You know that the deceased Lord Ravenswood was his near ally, his lady being fifth in descent from the Knight of Tillibardine, and I am well assured that he will take young Ravenswood by the hand and be his very good lord and kinsman. Why should he not? The master is an active and stirring young fellow, able to help himself with tongue and hands, and it is such as he that finds friends among their kindred, and not those unarmed and unable Mephibosheths that are sure to be a burden to everyone that takes them up. And so, if these Ravenswood cases be called over the coals in the House of Peers, you will find that the Marquis will have a crow to pluck with you. That would be an evil requital, said the Lord Keeper, for my long services to the state, and the ancient respect in which I have held his lordship's honourable family and person. Aye, but, rejoined the agent of the Marquis, it is in vain to look back on past service and old respect, my lord. It will be present service and immediate proofs of regard which, in these sliddery times, will be expected by a man like the Marquis. The Lord Keeper now saw the full drift of his friend's argument, but he was too cautious to return any positive answer. He knew not, he said, the service which the Lord Marquis could expect from one of his limited abilities that had not always stood at his command, still saving and reserving his duty to his king and country. Having thus said nothing while he seemed to say everything, for the exception was calculated to cover whatever he might afterwards think proper to bring under it, Sir William Ashton changed the conversation, nor did he again permit the same topic to be introduced. His guest departed without having brought the wily old statesman the length of committing himself or of pledging himself to any future line of conduct, but with the certainty that he had alarmed his fears in a most sensible point and laid a foundation for future and farther treaty. When he rendered an account of his negotiation to the Marquis, they both agreed that the keeper ought not to be permitted to relapse into security, and that he should be plied with new subjects of alarm, especially during the absence of his lady. They were well aware that her proud, vindictive, and predominating spirit would be likely to supply him with the courage in which he was deficient, that she was immovably attached to the party now in power, with whom she maintained a close correspondence and alliance, and that she hated, without fearing, the Ravenswood family, whose more ancient dignity threw discredit on the newly acquired grandeur of her husband to such a degree that she would have periled the interest of her own house, to have the prospect of altogether crushing that of her enemy. But Lady Ashton was now absent. The business which had long detained her in Edinburgh had afterwards induced her to travel to London, not without the hope that she might contribute her share to disconcert the intrigues of the Marquis at court, for she stood high in favour with the celebrated Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, to whom, in point of character, she bore considerable resemblance. It was necessary to press her husband hard before her return, and, as a preparatory step, the Marquis wrote to the Master of Ravenswood the letter which we rehearsed in a former chapter. It was cautiously worded so as to leave it in the power of the writer hereafter to take as deep or as slight an interest in the fortunes of his kinsman as the progress of his own schemes might require, but however unwilling, as a statesman, the Marquis might be to commit himself, or assume the character of a patron, while he had nothing to give away, it must be said to his honour that he felt a strong inclination effectually to befriend the Master of Ravenswood, as well as to use his name as a means of alarming the terrors of the Lord Keeper. As the messenger who carried this letter was to pass near the house of the Lord Keeper, he had it in direction that, in the village adjoining to the park gate of the castle, his horse should lose a shoe, and that while it was replaced by the smith of the place, he should express the utmost regret for the necessary loss of time, and in the vehemence of his impatience give it to be understood that he was bearing a message from the Marquis of A to the Master of Ravenswood upon a matter of life and death. This news, with exaggerations, was speedily carried from various quarters to the ears of the Lord Keeper, and each reporter dwelt upon the extreme impatience of the courier, and the surprising short time in which he had executed his journey. The anxious statesman heard in silence, but in private Lockhart received orders to watch the courier on his return, to waylay him in the village, to ply him with liquor if possible, and to use all means, fair or foul, to learn the contents of the letter of which he was the bearer. But as this plot had been foreseen, the messenger returned by a different and distant road, and thus escaped the snare that was laid for him. After he had been in vain expected for some time, Mr. Dingwall had orders to make a special inquiry among his clients of Wolf's Hope, whether such a domestic belonging to the Marquis of A had actually arrived at the neighboring castle. This was easily ascertained, for Caleb had been in the village one morning by 5 o'clock to borrow troppins of ale and a kipper for the messenger's refreshment, and the poor fellow had been ill for 24 hours at Lucky Smarse, in consequence of dining upon some salt drink, so that the existence of a correspondence betwixt the Marquis and his distressed kinsman, which Sir William Ashton had sometimes treated as a bugbear, was proved beyond the possibility of further doubt. The alarm of the Lord Keeper became very serious, since the claim of right, the power of appealing from the decisions of the civil court to the Estates of Parliament, which had formerly been held incompetent, had in many instances been claimed, and in some allowed, and he had no small reason to apprehend the issue, if the English House of Lords should be disposed to act upon an appeal from the Master of Ravenswood for remit in law. It would resolve into an equitable claim, and be decided, perhaps, upon the broad principles of justice, which were not quite so favorable to the Lord Keeper as those of strict law. Besides judging, though most inaccurately, from courts which he had himself known in the unhappy times preceding the Scottish Union, the keeper might have too much right to think that, in the house to which his lawsuits were to be transferred, the old maxim might prevail which was too well recognized in Scotland in former times: show me the man and I'll show you the law. The high and unbiased character of English judicial proceedings was then little known in Scotland, and the extension of them to that country was one of the most valuable advantages which it gained by the Union. But this was a blessing which the Lord Keeper, who had lived under another system, could not have the means of foreseeing. And the loss of his political consequence, he anticipated the loss of his lawsuit. Meanwhile, every report which reached him served to render the success of the Marquis's intrigues the more probable, and the Lord Keeper began to think it indispensable that he should look round for some kind of protection against the coming storm. The timidity of his temper induced him to adopt measures of compromise and conciliation. The affair of the wild bull, properly managed, might, he thought, be made to facilitate a personal communication and reconciliation betwixt the master and himself. He would then learn, if possible, what his own ideas were of the extent of his rights and the means of enforcing them, and perhaps matters might be brought to a compromise where one party was wealthy and the other so very poor. A reconciliation with Ravenswood was likely to give him an opportunity to play his own game with the Marquis of A. And besides, said he to himself, it will be an act of generosity to raise up the heir of this distressed family, and if he is to be warmly and effectually befriended by the new government, who knows but my virtue may prove its own reward? Thus thought Sir William Ashton, covering with no unusual self-delusion his interested views with a hue of virtue, and having attained this point, his fancy strayed still farther. He began to bethink himself that if Ravenswood was to have a distinguished place of power and trust, And if such a union would sopite the heavier part of his unadjusted claims, there might be worse matches for his daughter Lucy. The master might be reponed against the attainder. Lord Ravenswood was an ancient title, and the alliance would, in some measure, legitimate his own possession of the greater part of the master's spoils, and make the surrender of the rest a subject of less bitter regret. With these mingled and multifarious plans occupying his head, the Lord Keeper availed himself of my Lord Biddlebrains's repeated invitation to his residence, and thus came within a very few miles of Wolf's Crag. Here he found the lord of the mansion absent, but was courteously received by the lady, who expected her husband's immediate return. She expressed her particular delight at seeing Miss Ashton, and appointed the hounds to be taken out for the Lord Keeper's special amusement. He readily entered into the proposal, as giving him an opportunity to reconnoiter Wolf's Crag, and perhaps to make some acquaintance with the owner if he should be tempted from his desolate mansion by the chase. Lockhart had his orders to endeavor on his part to make some acquaintance with the inmates of the castle, and we have seen how he played his part. The accidental storm did more to further the Lord Keeper's plan of forming a personal acquaintance with young Ravenswood than his most sanguine expectations could have anticipated. His fear of the young nobleman's personal resentment had greatly decreased since he considered him as formidable from his legal claims and the means he might have of enforcing them. But although he thought, not unreasonably, that only desperate circumstances drove men on desperate measures, it was not without a secret terror, which shook his heart within him, that he first felt himself enclosed within the desolate tower of Wolf's Crag. A place so well fitted, from solitude and strength, to be a scene of violence and vengeance. The stern reception at first given to them by the Master of Ravenswood, and the difficulty he felt in explaining to that injured nobleman what guests were under the shelter of his roof, did not soothe these alarms, so that when Sir William Ashton heard the door of the courtyard shut behind him with violence, the words of Alice rung in his ears, that he had drawn on matters too hardly with so fierce a race as those of Ravenswood, and that they would bide their time to be avenged. The subsequent frankness of the master's hospitality, as their acquaintance increased, abated the apprehensions these recollections were calculated to excite, and it did not escape Sir William Ashton that it was to Lucy's grace and beauty he owed the change in their host's behavior. All these thoughts thronged upon him when he took possession of the secret chamber. The iron lamp, the unfurnished apartment, more resembling a prison than a place of ordinary repose, the hoarse and ceaseless sound of the waves rushing against the base of the rock on which the castle was founded, saddened and perplexed his mind. To his own successful machinations, the ruin of the family had been in a great measure owing, but his disposition was crafty and not cruel, so that actually to witness the desolation and distress he had himself occasioned was as painful to him as it would be to the humane mistress of a family to superintend in person the execution of the lambs and poultry which are killed by her own directions. At the same time, when he thought of the alternative of restoring to Ravenswood a large proportion of his spoils, or of adopting, as an ally and member of his own family, the heir of this impoverished house, he felt as the spider may be supposed to do when his whole web, the intricacies of which had been planned with so much art, is destroyed by the chance sweep of a broom. And then, if he should commit himself too far in this matter, it gave rise to a perilous question, which many a good husband, when under temptation to act as a free agent, has asked himself without being able to return a satisfactory answer: what will my wife, what will Lady Ashton say? On the whole, he came at length to the resolution in which minds of a weaker cast so often take refuge. He resolved to watch events, to take advantage of circumstances as they occurred, and regulate his conduct accordingly. In this spirit of temporizing policy, he at length composed his mind to rest. Chapter 16. When Ravenswood and his guest met in the morning, the gloom of the master's spirit had in part returned. He, also, had passed a night rather of reflection than of slumber, and the feelings which he could not but entertain towards Lucy Ashton had to support a severe conflict against those which he had so long nourished against her father. To clasp in friendship the hand of the enemy of his house, to entertain him under his roof, to exchange with him the courtesies and the kindness of domestic familiarity, was a degradation which his proud spirit could not be bent to without a struggle. But the ice being once broken, the Lord Keeper was resolved it should not have time again to freeze. It had been part of his plan to stun and confuse Ravenswood's ideas by a complicated and technical statement of the matters which had been in debate betwixt their families, justly thinking that it would be difficult for a youth of his age to follow the expositions of a practical lawyer concerning actions of Compton reckoning and of multiple poindings and adjudications and watsets, proper and improper, and poindings of the ground, and declarations of the expiry of the legal. Thus, thought Sir William, I shall have all the grace of appearing perfectly communicative, while my party will derive very little advantage from anything I may tell him. He therefore took Ravenswood aside into the deep recess of a window in the hall, and resuming the discourse of the preceding evening, expressed a hope that his young friend would assume some patience in order to hear him enter in a minute and explanatory detail of those unfortunate circumstances in which his late honourable father had stood at variance with the Lord Keeper. The Master of Ravenswood coloured highly, but was silent, and the Lord Keeper, though not greatly approving the sudden heightening of his auditor's complexion, commenced the history of a bond for 20,000 marks, advanced by his father to the father of Lord Ravenswood, and was proceeding to detail the executorial proceedings by which this large sum had been rendered a debitum fundi. Ellegersinge, when he was interrupted by the master. "It is not in this place," he said, "that I can hear Sir William Ashton's explanation of the matters in question between us. It is not here, where my father died of a broken heart, that I can with decency or temper investigate the cause of his distress. I might remember that I was a son, and forget the duties of a host. A time, however, there must come when these things shall be discussed, in a place and in a presence where both of us will have equal freedom to speak and to hear." Any time, the Lord Keeper said, any place was alike to those who sought nothing but justice. Yet it would seem he was, in fairness, entitled to some premonition respecting the grounds upon which the master proposed to impugn the whole train of legal proceedings, which had been so well and rightly advised in the only courts competent. "Sir William Ashton," answered the master with warmth, "the lands which you now occupy were granted to my remote ancestor for services done with his sword against the English invaders. How they have glided from us by a train of proceedings that seem to be neither sale nor mortgage nor adjudication for debt, but a nondescript and entangled mixture of all these rights. How annual rent has been accumulated upon principle, and no nook or quine of legal advantage left unoccupied, until our interest in our hereditary property seems to have melted away like an icicle in thaw. All this you understand better than I do. I am willing, however, to suppose from the frankness of your conduct towards me that I may in a great measure have mistaken your personal character, and that things may have appeared right and fitting to you, a skilful and practised lawyer, which to my ignorant understanding seem very little short of injustice and gross oppression. And you, my dear master," answered Sir William, "you permit me to say have been equally misrepresented to me. I was taught to believe you a fierce, imperious, hot-headed youth, ready at the slightest provocation to throw your sword into the scales of justice, and to appeal to those rude and forcible measures from which civil polity has long protected the people of Scotland. Then, since we were mutually mistaken in each other, why should not the young nobleman be willing to listen to the old lawyer, while, at least, he explains the points of difference betwixt them?" "No, my lord," answered Ravenswood. "It is in the House of British Peers, whose honor must be equal to their rank. It is in the court of last resort that we must parley together. The belted lords of Britain, her ancient peers, must decide if it is their will that a house, not the least noble of their members, shall be stripped of their possessions, the reward of the patriotism of generations, as the pawn of a wretched mechanic becomes forfeit to the usurer the instant the hour of redemption is passed away. If they yield to the grasping severity creditor, and to the gnawing usury that eats into our lands as moths into a raiment, it will be of more evil consequence to them and their posterity than to Edgar Ravenswood. I shall still have my sword and my cloak, and can follow the profession of arms wherever a trumpet shall sound." As he pronounced these words in a firm yet melancholy tone, he raised his eyes and suddenly encountered those of Lucy Ashton, who had stolen unawares on their interview, and observed her looks fastened on them with an expression of enthusiastic interest and admiration which had wrapped her for the moment beyond the fear of discovery. The noble form and fine features of Ravenswood, fired with the pride of birth and sense of internal dignity, the mellow and expressive tones of his voice, the desolate state of his fortunes, and the indifference with which he seemed to endure and to dare the worst that might befall, rendered him a dangerous object of contemplation for a maiden already too much disposed to dwell upon recollections connected with him, when their eyes encountered each other. Both blushed deeply, conscious of some strong internal emotion, and shunned again to meet each other's looks. Sir William Ashton had, of course, closely watched the expression of their countenances. "I need fear," said he internally, "neither parliament nor protestation. I have an effectual mode of reconciling myself with this hot-tempered young fellow in case he shall become formidable. The present object is, at all events, to avoid committing ourselves. The hook is fixed. We will not strain the line too soon. It is as well to reserve the privilege of slipping it loose if we do not find the fish worth landing." In this selfish and cruel calculation upon the supposed attachment of Ravenswood to Lucy, he was so far from considering the pain he might give to the former by thus dallying with his affections, that he even did not think upon the risk of involving his own daughter in the perils of an unfortunate passion, as if her predilection, which could not escape his attention, were like the flame of a taper which might be lighted or extinguished at pleasure. But Providence had prepared a dreadful requital for this keen observer of human passions, who had spent his life in securing advantages to himself by artfully working upon the passions of others. Caleb Balderstone now came to announce that breakfast was prepared, for in those days of substantial feeding the relics of the supper simply furnished forth the morning meal. Neither did he forget to present to the Lord Keeper with great reverence a morning draught in a large pewter cup, garnished with leaves of parsley and scurvy grass. He craved pardon, of course, for having omitted to serve it in the great silver standing cup as behoved, being that it was at present in a silversmith's in Edinburgh for the purpose of being overlaid with gilt. "In Edinburgh, like enough," said Ravenswood, "but in what place, or for what purpose, I am afraid neither you nor I know." "Oh," said Caleb peevishly, "there's a man standing at the gate already this morning. That's a thing that I ken. Does your honour ken whether you will speak with him or no?" "Does he wish to speak with me, Caleb?" "Less will no serve him," said Caleb, "but ye had best take a VC of him through the wicket before opening the gate. It's no every ane we sold let into this castle." "What! Do you suppose him to be a messenger come to arrest me for debt?" said Ravenswood. "A messenger arrests your honour for debt, and in your castle of Wolf's Crag your honour is jesting with Auld Caleb this morning. However, he whispered in his ear as he followed him out, 'I would be loath to do ony decent man a prejudice, in your honour's gude opinion, but I would tak to a looks of that chield before I let him within these walls.'" He was not an officer of the law, however, being no less a person than Captain Craigengelt, with his nose as red as a comfortable cup of brandy could make it. his laced cocked hat set a little aside upon the top of his black riding periwig, a sword by his side and pistols at his holsters, and his person arrayed in a riding suit, laid over with tarnished lace, the very moral of one who would say, "Stand to a true man." When the master had recognized him, he ordered the gates to be opened. "I suppose," he said, "Captain Craigengelt, there are no such weighty matters betwixt you and me, but may be discussed in this place. I have company in the castle at present, and the terms upon which we last parted must excuse my asking you to make part of them." Craigengelt, although possessing the very perfection of impudence, was somewhat abashed by this unfavorable reception. He had no intention, he said, to force himself upon the master of Ravenswood's hospitality. He was in the honorable service of bearing a message to him from a friend, otherwise the master of Ravenswood should not have had reason to complain of this intrusion. "Let it be short, sir," said the master, "for that will be the best apology. Who is the gentleman who is so fortunate as to have your services as a messenger?" "My friend, Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," answered Craigengelt with conscious importance, and that confidence which the acknowledged courage of his principle inspired, "who conceives himself to have been treated by you with something much short of the respect which he had reason to demand, and, therefore, is resolved to exact satisfaction. I bring with me," said he, taking a piece of paper out of his pocket, "the precise length of his sword, and he requests you will meet him, accompanied by a friend, and equally armed, at any place within a mile of the castle, when I shall give attendance as umpire or second on his behoof." "Satisfaction and equal arms," repeated Ravenswood, who, the reader will recollect, had no reason to suppose he had given the slightest offense to his late intimate. "Upon my word, Captain Craigengelt, either you have invented the most improbable falsehood that ever came into the mind of such a person, or your morning draught has been somewhat of the strongest. What could persuade Bucklaw to send me such a message?" "For that, sir," replied Craigengelt, "I am desired to refer you to what, in duty to my friend, I am to term your inhospitality in excluding him from your house, without reasons assigned." "It is impossible," replied the master. "He cannot be such a fool as to interpret actual necessity as an insult. Nor do I believe that, knowing my opinion of you, Captain, he would have employed the services of so slight and inconsiderable a person as yourself upon such an errand, as I certainly could expect no man of honor to act with you in the office of umpire." "I slight and inconsiderable," said Craigengelt, raising his voice and laying his hand on his cutlass. "If it were not that the quarrel of my friend craves the precedence, and his independence before my own, I would give you to understand. I can understand nothing upon your explanation, Captain Craigengelt. Be satisfied of that, and oblige me with your departure." "D—in," muttered the bully, "and is this the answer which I am to carry back to an honorable message?" "Tell the Laird of Bucklaw," answered Ravenswood, "if you are really sent by him, that when he sends me his cause of grievance by a person fitting to carry such an errand, betwixt him and me, I will either explain it or maintain it. Then, master, you will at least cause to be returned to Haston, by my hands, his property, which is remaining in your possession." "Whatever property Bucklaw may have left behind him, sir," replied the master, "shall be returned to him by my servant, as you do not show me any credentials from him which entitle you to receive it." "Well, master," said Captain Craigengelt, with malice which even his fear of the consequences could not suppress, "you have this morning done me an egregious wrong and dishonor, but far more to yourself. A castle, indeed," he continued, looking around him. "Why, this is worse than a Coupray gorge house, where they receive travelers to plunder them of their property." "You insolent rascal," said the master, raising his cane and making a grasp at the captain's bridle. "If you do not depart without uttering another syllable, I will batoon you to death." At the motion of the master towards him, the bully turned so rapidly round that with some difficulty he escaped throwing down his horse, whose hoofs struck fire from the rocky pavement in every direction. Recovering him, however, with the bridle, he pushed for the gate and rode sharply back again in the direction of the village. As Ravenswood turned round to leave the courtyard after this dialogue, he found that the Lord Keeper had descended from the hall, and witnessed, though at the distance prescribed by politeness, his interview with Craigengelt. "I have seen," said the Lord Keeper, "that gentleman's face, and at no great distance of time. His name is Craig. Craig something, is it not?" "Craigengelt is the fellow's name," said the master, "at least that by which he passes at present." "Craigengelt," said Caleb, punning upon the word Craig, which in Scotch signifies throat. "If he is Craig in guilt just now, he is as likely to be Craig in peril as ony shield I ever saw. The loon has Woody written on his very visnomy, and I wad wager tway and a plack that him plats his cravat yet." "You understand physiognomy, good Mr. Caleb," said the keeper, smiling. "I assure you the gentleman has been near such a consummation before now. For I most distinctly recollect that, upon occasion of a journey which I made about a fortnight ago to Edinburgh, I saw Mr. Craigengelt, or whatever is his name, undergo a severe examination before the Privy Council." "Upon what account?" said the Master of Ravenswood with some interest. The question led immediately to a tale which the Lord Keeper had been very anxious to introduce, when he could find a graceful and fitting opportunity. He took hold of the master's arm and led him back towards the hall. "The answer to your question," he said, "though it is a ridiculous business, is only fit for your own ear." As they entered the hall, he again took the master apart into one of the recesses of the window, where it will be easily believed that Miss Ashton did not venture again to intrude upon their conference. Chapter 17. The Lord Keeper opened his discourse with an appearance of unconcern, marking, however, very carefully the effect of his communication upon young Ravenswood. "You are aware," he said, "my young friend, that suspicion is the natural vice of our unsettled times, and exposes the best and wisest of us to the imposition of artful rascals. If I had been disposed to listen to such the other day, or even if I had been the wily politicians which you have been taught to believe me, you, Master of Ravenswood, instead of being at freedom and with fully liberty to solicit and act against me as you please in defence of what you suppose to be your rights, would have been in the castle of Edinburgh or some other state prison, or if you had escaped that destiny, it must have been by flight to a foreign country and at the risk of a sentence of fugitation." "My Lord Keeper," said the master, "I think you would not jest on such a subject, yet it seems impossible you can be in earnest." "Innocence," said the Lord Keeper, "is also confident, and sometimes, though very excusably, presumptuously so." "I do not understand," said Ravenswood, "how a consciousness of innocence can be, in any case, accounted presumptuous." "Imprudent, at least it may be called," said Sir William Ashton, "since it is apt to lead us into the mistake of supposing that sufficiently evident to others of which, in fact, we are only conscious ourselves. I have known a rogue, for this very reason, make a better defence than an innocent man could have done in the same circumstances of suspicion. Having no consciousness of innocence to support him, such a fellow applies himself to all the advantages which the law will afford him, and sometimes, if his counsel be men of talent, succeeds in compelling his judges to receive him as innocent. I remember the celebrated case of Sir Cooley Condidle of Condidle, who was tried for theft under trust, of which all the world knew him guilty, and yet was not only acquitted, but lived to sit in judgment on Holmesster folk." "Allow me to beg you will return to the point," said the master. "You seem to say that I had suffered under some suspicion." "Suspicion, master? Aye, truly, and I can show you the proofs of it, if I happen only to have them with me. Here, Lockhard," his attendant came, "fetch me the little private mail with the padlocks that I recommended to your particular charge. Die here." "Yes, my lord." Lockhart vanished, and the keeper continued as if half speaking to himself. I think the papers are with me. I think so, for as I was to be in this country, it was natural for me to bring them with me. I have them, however, at Ravenswood Castle, that I am sure, so perhaps you might condescend. Here Lockhart entered and put the leathern scrutoire, or mail-box, into his hands. The keeper produced one or two papers, respecting the information laid before the Privy Council concerning the riot, as it was termed, at the funeral of Alan Lord Ravenswood, and the active share he had himself taken in quashing the proceedings against the master. These documents had been selected with care so as to irritate the natural curiosity of Ravenswood upon such a subject, without gratifying it, yet to show that Sir William Ashton had acted upon that trying occasion the part of an advocate and peacemaker betwixt him and the jealous authorities of the day. Having furnished his host with such subjects for examination, the Lord Keeper went to the breakfast table, and entered into light conversation, addressed partly to old Caleb, whose resentment against the usurper of the castle of Ravenswood began to be softened by his familiarity, and partly to his daughter. After perusing these papers, the master of Ravenswood remained for a minute or two with his hand pressed against his brow, in deep and profound meditation. He then again ran his eye hastily over the papers, as if desirous of discovering in them some deep purpose, or some mark of fabrication, which had escaped him at first perusal. Apparently the second reading confirmed the opinion which had pressed upon him at the first, for he started from the stone bench on which he was sitting, and, going to the Lord Keeper, took his hand, and strongly pressing it, asked his pardon repeatedly for the injustice he had done him when it appeared he was experiencing, at his hands, the benefit of protection to his person and vindication to his character. The statesman received these acknowledgments at first with well-feigned surprise, and then with an affectation of frank cordiality. The tears began already to start from Lucy's blue eyes at viewing this unexpected and moving scene. To see the master, late so haughty and reserved, and whom she had always supposed the injured person, supplicating her father for forgiveness, was a change at once surprising, flattering, and affecting. "Dry your eyes, Lucy," said her father. "Why should you weep, because your father, though a lawyer, is discovered to be a fair and honorable man? What have you to thank me for, my dear master," he continued, addressing Ravenswood, "that you would not have done in my case? Savoncuige tributo was the Roman justice, and I learned it when I studied Justinian. Besides, have you not overpaid me 1,000 times in saving the life of this dear child?" "Yes," answered the master, in all the remorse of self-accusation, "but the little service I did was an act of mere brutal instinct. Your defense of my cause, when you knew how ill I thought of you, and how much I was disposed to be your enemy, was an act of generous, manly, and considerate wisdom." "Pah! Pshaw!" said the Lord Keeper. "Each of us acted in his own way, you as a gallant soldier, I as an upright judge and privy councillor. We could not perhaps have changed parts, at least I should have made a very sorry Toreador, and you, my good master, though your cause is so excellent, might have pleaded it perhaps worse yourself than I who acted for you before the council." "My generous friend," said Ravenswood, and with that brief word, which the keeper had often lavished upon him, but which he himself now pronounced for the first time, he gave to his feudal enemy the full confidence of an haughty but honorable heart. The master had been remarked among his contemporaries for sense and acuteness, as well as for his reserved, pertinacious, and irascible character. His prepossessions accordingly, however obstinate, were of a nature to give way before love and gratitude, and the real charms of the daughter, joined to the supposed services of the father, cancelled in his memory the vows of vengeance which he had taken so deeply on the eve of his father's funeral. But they had been heard and registered in the book of fate. Caleb was present at this extraordinary scene, and he could conceive no other reason for a proceeding so extraordinary than an alliance betwixt the houses and Ravenswood Castle assigned for the young lady's dowry. As for Lucy, when Ravenswood uttered the most passionate excuses for his ungrateful negligence, she could but smile through her tears, and, as she abandoned her hand to him, assure him, in broken accents, of the delight with which she beheld the complete reconciliation between her father and her deliverer. Even the statesman was moved and affected by the fiery, unreserved, and generous self-abandonment with which the Master of Ravenswood renounced his feudal enmity and threw himself without hesitation upon his forgiveness. His eyes glistened as he looked upon a couple who were obviously becoming attached, and who seemed made for each other. He thought how high the proud and chivalrous character of Ravenswood might rise, under many circumstances in which he found himself overcrowed, to use a phrase of Spenser, and kept under by his brief pedigree and timidity of disposition. Then his daughter, his favourite child, his constant playmate, seemed formed to live happy in a union with such a commanding spirit as Ravenswood. And even the fine, delicate, fragile form of Lucy Ashton seemed to require the support of the master's muscular strength and masculine character. And it was not merely during a few minutes that Sir William Ashton looked upon their marriage as a probable and even desirable event, for a full hour intervened ere his imagination was crossed by recollection of the master's poverty and the sure displeasure of Lady Ashton. It is certain that the very unusual flow of kindly feeling with which the Lord Keeper had been thus surprised was one of the circumstances which gave much tacit encouragement to the attachment between the master and his daughter, and led both the lovers distinctly to believe that it was a connection which would be most agreeable to him. He himself was supposed to have admitted this in effect when, long after the catastrophe of their love, he used to warn his hearers against permitting their feelings to obtain an ascendancy over their judgment, and affirm that the greatest misfortune of his life was owing to a very temporary predominance of sensibility over self-interest. It must be owned, if such was the case, he was long and severely punished for an offence of very brief duration. After some pause, the Lord Keeper resumed the conversation. "In your surprise at finding me an honester man than you expected, you have lost your curiosity about this Cregengelt, my good master, and yet your name was brought in the course of that matter too." "The scoundrel," said Ravenswood. "My connection with him was of the most temporary nature possible, and yet I was very foolish to hold any communication with him at all. What did he say of me?" "Enough," said the keeper, "to excite the very loyal terrors of some of our sages, who are for proceeding against men on the mere grounds of suspicion or mercenary information. Some nonsense about your proposing to enter into the service of France or of the Pretender, I don't recollect which, but which the Marquis of A., one of your best friends, and another person, whom some call one of your worst and most interested enemies, could not somehow be brought to listen to. I am obliged to my honourable friend, and yet, shaking the Lord Keeper's hand, and yet I am still more obliged to my honourable enemy." "Inimicis amicices," said the Lord Keeper, returning the pressure. "But this gentleman, this Mr. Haston of Bucklaw, I am afraid the poor young man you quote, heard the fellow mention his name, is under very bad guidance." "He is old enough to govern himself," answered the master. "Old enough, perhaps, but scarce wise enough, if he has chosen this fellow for his feuds achates. Why, he lodged an information against him, that is, such a consequence might have ensued from his examination had we not looked rather at the character of the witness than the tenor of his evidence. Mr. Haston of Bucklaw," said the master, "is, I believe, a most honourable man, and capable of nothing that is mean or disgraceful." "Capable of much that is unreasonable, though, that you must needs allow, master. Death will soon put him in possession of a fair estate, if he hath it not already. Old Lady Gyrington, an excellent person, accepting that her inveterate ill nature rendered her intolerable to the whole world, is probably dead by this time. 6 heirs portioners had successively died to make her wealthy. I know the estates well. They march with my own and noble property. I am glad of it, said Ravenswood, and should be more so, were I confident that Bucklaw would change his company and habits with his fortunes. This appearance of Craigengelt acting in the capacity of his friend is a most vile augury for his future respectability. He is a bird of evil omen, to be sure, said the keeper, and croaks of jail and gallows tree. But I see Mr. Caleb grows impatient for our return to breakfast. Chapter 18. The Master of Ravenswood took an opportunity to lead his guests to prepare for their departure, while he himself made the brief arrangements necessary previous to his absence from Wolf's Crag for a day or two. It was necessary to communicate with Caleb on this occasion, and he found that faithful servitor in his sooty and ruinous den, greatly delighted with the departure of their visitors, and computing how long, with good management, the provisions which had been unexpended might furnish the master's table. He's nae belly god, that's a blessing, and Bucklaw's gain, that could have eaten a horse behind the saddle, cresses or water purpy, and a bit ate cake, can serve the master for breakfast as weel as Caleb. Then for dinner there's no muckle left on the spool bane. It will brander, though it will brander very weel. His triumphant calculations were interrupted by the master, who communicated to him, not without some hesitation, his purpose to ride with the Lord Keeper as far as Ravenswood Castle, and to remain there for a day or two. The mercy of heaven forbid, said the old serving man, turning as pale as the tablecloth which he was folding up. And why, Caleb? Said his master. Why should the mercy of heaven forbid my returning the Lord Keeper's visit? Oh, sir, replied Caleb. Oh, Mr. Edgar, I am your servant, and it ill becomes me to speak, but I am an old servant, has served baith your father and Gudisier, and mine to have seen Lord Randall, your great-grandfather, but that was when I was a bairn. And what of all this, Balderstone? Said the master. What can it possibly have to do with my paying some ordinary civility to a neighbor? Oh, Mr. Edgar, that is my lord, answered the butler. Your ain't conscience tells you it isna for your father's son to be neighboring wi' the like o' him. It isna for the credit of the family. And he weren's come to terms, and to gie ye back your ain't e'en, though you sold honour his house, wi' your alliance I sold na say na, for the young leddy is a winsome sweet creature. But keep your ain't state why them, I ken the race of them weel, they will think them marry ye. Why, now, you go farther than I do, Caleb, said the master, drowning a certain degree of consciousness in a forced laugh. You are for marrying me into a family that you will not allow me to visit. How this? And you look as pale as death besides. Oh, sir, repeated Caleb again, you would but laugh if I told it. But Thomas the Rhymer, whose tongue couldna be fause, spoke the word of your house that will e'en prove our true, if you go to Ravenswood this day. Oh, that it should e'er have been fulfilled in my time. And what is it, Caleb? Said Ravenswood, wishing to soothe the fears of his old servant. Caleb replied he had never repeated the lines to living mortal. They were told to him by an old priest that had been confessor to Lord Allen's father when the family were Catholic. But mony a time, he said, I hae soft they dark words hour to myself, and well a day. Little did I think of their coming round this day. Truce with your nonsense, and let me hear the doggerel which has put it into your head, said the master impatiently. With a quivering voice, and a cheek pale with apprehension, Caleb faltered out the following lines. When the last laird of Ravenswood to Ravenswood shall ride, and woo a dead maiden to be his bride, he shall stable his steed in the Kelpie's flow, and his name shall be lost for evermo'. I know the Kelpie's flow well enough. said the master. I suppose, at least, you mean the quicksand betwixt this tower and Wolf's Hope. But why any man in his senses should stable a steed there, oh, ever speer onything about that, sir. God forbid we should ken what the prophecy means, but just bide you at hame, and let the strangers ride to Ravenswood by themselves. We have done e'en more for them, and to do mair would be mair against the credit of the family than in its favour. Well, Caleb, said the master, I give you the best possible credit for your good advice on this occasion, but as I do not go to Ravenswood to seek a bride, dead or alive, I hope I shall choose a better stable for my horse than the Kelpie's quicksand, and especially as I have always had a particular dread of it since the patrol of dragoons were lost there 10 years since. My father and I saw them from the tower struggling against the advancing tide, and they were lost long before. Any help could reach them, and they deserved it weel, the southern loons, said Caleb. What had they ado capering on our sands, and hindering a ween honest folk frae bringing on shore a drap brandy? I seen them that busy that I wot he fired the old culverin or the demi-saker that's on the south bartizan at them, only I was feared they might burst in the ganging aft. Caleb's brain was now fully engaged with abuse of the English soldiery and excisemen, so that his master found no great difficulty in escaping from him and rejoining his guests. All was now ready for their departure, and one of the Lord Keeper's grooms having saddled the master's steed, they mounted in the courtyard. Caleb had with much toil opened the double doors of the outward gate, and thereat stationed himself, endeavoring by the reverential and at the same time consequential air which he assumed to supply, by his own gaunt, wasted and thin person, the absence of a whole baronial establishment of porters, warders, and liveried menials. The keeper returned his deep reverence with a cordial farewell, stooping at the same time from his horse, and sliding into the butler's hand the remuneration which in those days was always given by a departing guest to the domestics of the family, where he had been entertained. Lucy smiled on the old man with her usual sweetness, bade him adieu, and deposited her guerdon with a grace of action and a gentleness of accent which could not have failed to have won the faithful retainer's heart but for Thomas the Rhymer and the successful lawsuit against his master. As it was, he might have adopted the language of the Duke, and, as you like it, thou wouldst have better pleased me with this deed if thou hadst told me of another father. Ravenswood was at the lady's bridle rein, encouraging her timidity and guiding her horse carefully down the rocky path which led to the moor, when one of the servants announced from the rear that Caleb was calling loudly after them, desiring to speak with his master. Ravenswood felt it would look singular to neglect this summons, although inwardly cursing Caleb for his impertinent officiousness. Therefore he was compelled to relinquish to Mr. Lockhart the agreeable duty in which he was engaged, and to ride back to the gate of the courtyard. Here he was beginning, somewhat peevishly, to ask Caleb the cause of his clamour, when the good old man exclaimed, "Wisht, sir, wisht, and let me speak just a word that I couldna say afore folk." There putting into his lord's hand the money he had just received. "There's 3 gowd pieces, and you'll want siller a by yonder. But stay, wisht, now!" For the master was beginning to exclaim against this transference. "Never say a word, but just see to get them changed in the first town you ride through, for they are brand new frae the mint, and can speckle a wee bit." "You forget, Caleb," said his master, striving to force back the money on his servant and extricate the bridle from his hold. "You forget that I have some gold pieces left of my own. Keep these to yourself, my old friend, and, once more, good day to you. I assure you I have plenty. You know you have managed that our living should cost us little or nothing." "All," said Caleb, "these will serve for you another time. But see ye hae Anya, for doubtless for the credit of the family there maun be some civility to the servants, and ye maun hae something to mak a show with when they say, 'Master, will you bet a broad piece?' Then ye maun tak out your purse and say, 'I carena if I do,' and take care no to agree on the articles of the wager, and just put up your purse again, and— This is intolerable, Caleb. I really must be gone. And you will go then? Said Caleb, loosening his hold upon the master's cloak, and changing his didactics into a pathetic and mournful tone. And you will go, for I have told you about the prophecy, and the dead bride, and the Kelpie's quicksand? Ah, a wilful man maun ha his way, he that will to Cupar maun to Cupar. But pity of your life, sir, if ye be fowling or shooting in the park, beware of drinking at the mermaiden's well. He's gane, he's down the path there, o flight after her. The head is as clean tine of the Ravenswood family this day as I wad chap the head a fall. The old butler looked long after his master, often clearing away the dew as it rose to his eyes, that he might, as long as possible, distinguish his stately form from those of the other horsemen. Close to her bridle rein, aye, close to her bridle rein. Wisely saith the holy man, by this also you may know that woman hath dominion over all men, and without this lass would not our ruin have been altogether fulfilled. With a heart fraught with such sad auguries did Caleb return to his necessary duties at Wolf's Crag as soon as he could no longer distinguish the object of his anxiety among the group of riders which diminished in the distance. In the meantime the party pursued their route joyfully. Having once taken his resolution, the Master of Ravenswood was not of a character to hesitate or pause upon it. He abandoned himself to the pleasure he felt in Miss Ashton's company, and displayed an assiduous gallantry which approached as nearly to gaiety as the temper of his mind and state of his family permitted. The Lord Keeper was much struck with his depth of observation and the unusual improvement which he had derived from his studies. Of these accomplishments Sir William Ashton's profession and habits of society rendered him an excellent judge, and he, knew how to appreciate a quality to which he himself was a total stranger, the brief and decided dauntlessness of the Master of Ravenswood's fear. In his heart the Lord Keeper rejoiced at having conciliated an adversary so formidable, while, with a mixture of pleasure and anxiety, he anticipated the great things his young companion might achieve with a breath of court favor to fill his sails. What could she desire, he thought, his mind always conjuring up opposition in the person of Lady Ashton to his new prevailing wish? What could a woman desire in a match more than the soppiting of a very dangerous claim, and the alliance of a son-in-law, noble, brave, well-gifted, and highly connected, sure to float whenever the tide sets his way, strong, exactly where we are, weak, in pedigree and in the temper of a swordsman? Sure, no reasonable woman would hesitate, but alas! Here his argument was stumped by the consciousness that Lady Ashton was not always reasonable in his sense of the word. To prefer some clownish merse laird to the gallant young nobleman, and to the secure possession of Ravenswood upon terms of easy compromise, it would be the act of a madwoman. Thus pondered the veteran politician, until they reached Biddlebrain's house, where it had been previously settled they were to dine and repose themselves, and prosecute their journey in the afternoon. They were received with an excess of hospitality, and the most marked attention was offered to the Master of Ravenswood, in particular by their noble entertainers. The truth was that Lord Biddlebrains had obtained his peerage by a good deal of plausibility, an art of building up a character for wisdom upon a very trite style of commonplace eloquence, a steady observation of the changes of the times, and the power of rendering certain political services to those who could best reward them. His lady and he, not feeling quite easy under their new honors, to which use had not adapted their feelings, were very desirous to procure the fraternal countenance of those who were born denizens of the regions into which they had been exalted from a lower sphere. The extreme attention which they paid to the Master of Ravenswood had its usual effect in exalting his importance in the eyes of the Lord Keeper, who, although he had a reasonable degree of contempt for Lord Biddlebrains's general parts, entertained a high opinion of the acuteness of his judgment in all matters of self-interest. I wish Lady Ashton had seen this, was his internal reflection. No man knows so well as Biddlebrains on which side his bread is buttered, and he fawns on the master like a beggar's misan on a cook. And my lady, too, bringing forward her beetle-browed misses to skirl and play upon the virginals, as if she said, "Pick and choose." They are no more comparable to Lucy than an owl is to a cygnet, and so they may carry their black brows to a farther market. The entertainment being ended, our travellers, who had still to measure the longest part of their journey, resumed their horses, and after the lord keeper, the master, and the domestics had drunk dock and dorrock, or the stir cup, in the liquors adapted to their various ranks, the cavalcade resumed its progress. It was dark by the time they entered the avenue of Ravenswood Castle, a long straight line leading directly to the front of the house, flanked with huge elm trees, which sighed to the night wind, as if they compassionated the air of their ancient proprietors, who now returned to their shades in the society, and almost in the retinue of their new master. Some feelings of the same kind oppressed the mind of the master himself. He gradually became silent, and dropped a little behind the lady, at whose bridal rein he had hitherto waited with such devotion. He well recollected the period when, at the same hour in the evening, he had accompanied his father, as that nobleman left, never again to return to it, the mansion from which he derived his name and title. The extensive front of the old castle, on which he remembered having often looked back, was then as black as mourning weed. The same front now glanced with many lights, some throwing far forward into the night, a fixed and stationary blaze, and others hurrying from one window to another, intimating the bustle and busy preparation preceding their arrival, which had been intimated by an avant courier. The contrast pressed so strongly upon the master's heart as to awaken some of the sterner feelings with which he had been accustomed to regard the new lord of his paternal domain, and to impress his countenance with an air of severe gravity when, alighted from his horse, he stood in the hall no longer his own, surrounded by the numerous menials of its present owner. The lord keeper, when about to welcome him with the cordiality which their late intercourse seemed to render proper, became aware of the change, refrained from his purpose, and only intimated the ceremony of reception by a deep reverence to his guest, seeming thus delicately to share the feelings which predominated on his brow. Two upper domestics, bearing each a huge pair of silver candlesticks, now marshalled the company into a large saloon, or withdrawing room, where new alterations impressed upon Ravenswood the superior wealth of the present inhabitants of the castle. The mouldering tapestry, which, in his father's time, had half streamed from them in tatters, had given place to a complete finishing of wainscot, the cornice of which, as well as the frames of the various compartments, were ornamented with festoons of flowers and with birds, which, though carved in oak, seemed, such was the art of the chisel, actually to swell their throats and flutter their wings. Her betorment of errand, several old and pamely courts of armed heroes of the halberd wave which weighed Herman the pictures of the lord keeper's father and mother were also to be seen, the latter sour, shrewish, and solemn, in her black hood and close pinners, with a book of devotion in her hand, the former exhibiting beneath a black silk Geneva cowl or skullcap, which sate as close to the head as if it had been shaven, a pinched, peevish, puritanical set of features, terminating in a hungry, reddish-peaked beard, forming on the whole a countenance in the expression of which the hypocrite seemed to contend with the miser and the knave. And it is to make room for such scarecrows as these, thought Ravenswood, that my ancestors have been torn down from the walls which they erected. He looked at them again, and, as he looked, the recollection of Lucy Ashton, for she had not entered the apartment with them, seemed less lively in his imagination. There were also 2 or 3 Dutch drolleries, as the pictures of Ostade and Teniers were then termed, with one good painting of the Italian school. There was, besides, a noble full length of the Lord Keeper in his robes of office, placed beside his lady in silk and ermine, a haughty beauty, bearing in her looks all the pride of the house of Douglas, from which she was descended. The painter, notwithstanding his skill, overcome by the reality, or perhaps from a suppressed sense of humor, had not been able to give the husband on the canvas that air of awful rule and right supremacy which indicates the full possession of domestic authority. It was obvious at the first glance that, despite mace and gold frogs, the Lord Keeper was somewhat henpecked. The floor of this fine saloon was laid with rich carpets. Huge fires blazed in the double chimneys, and 10 silver sconces, reflecting with their bright plates the lights which they supported, made the whole seem as brilliant as day. "Would you choose any refreshment, master?" said Sir William Ashton, not unwilling to break the awkward silence. Illustration. He received no answer, the master being so busily engaged in marking the various changes which had taken place in the apartment that he hardly heard the Lord Keeper address him. A repetition of the offer of refreshment, with the addition that the family meal would be presently ready, compelled his attention and reminded him that he acted a weak, perhaps even a ridiculous, part in suffering himself to be overcome by the circumstances in which he found himself. He compelled himself, therefore, to enter into conversation with Sir William Ashton with as much appearance of indifference as he could well command. "You will not be surprised, Sir William, that I am interested in the changes you have made for the better in this apartment. In my father's time, after our misfortunes compelled him to live in retirement, it was little used except by me as a playroom, when the weather would not permit me to go abroad. In that recess was my little workshop, where I treasured the few carpenter's tools which old Caleb procured for me and taught me how to use. There, in yonder corner, under that handsome silver sconce, I kept my fishing rods and hunting poles, bows and arrows. I have a young birkie," said the Lord Keeper, willing to change the tone of the conversation, "of much the same turn. He is never happy save when he is in the field. I wonder he is not here. Here, Lockhart, send William Shaw for Mr. Henry. I suppose he is, as usual, tied to Lucy's apron string. That foolish girl, master, draws the whole family after her at her pleasure." Even this allusion to his daughter, though artfully thrown out, did not recall Ravenswood from his own topic. "We were obliged to leave," he said, "some armor and portraits in this apartment. May I ask where they had been removed to?" "Why," answered the keeper with some hesitation, "the room was fitted up in our absence, and sedant armatage is the maxim of lawyers, you know. I am afraid it has been here somewhat too literally complied with. I hope I believe they are safe. I am sure I gave orders. May I hope that when they are recovered and put in proper order, you will do me the honor to accept them at my hand as an atonement for their accidental derangement." The master of Ravenswood bowed stiffly and, with folded arms, again resumed his survey of the room. Henry, a spoilt boy of 15, burst into the room and ran up to his father. "Think of Lucy, Papa. She has come home so cross and so fractious that she will not go down to the stable to see my new pony, that Bob Wilson brought from the Mull of Galloway." "I think you were very unreasonable to ask her," said the keeper. "Then you are as cross as she is," answered the boy. "But when mamma comes home, she'll claw up both your mittens." "Hush your impertinence, you little forward imp," said his father. "Where is your tutor?" "Gone to a wedding at Dunbar. I hope he'll get a haggis to his dinner." And he began to sing the old Scottish song, "There was a haggis in Dunbar, fal de row, and as ye mony better, and few war, fal de row, and—" "I am much obliged to Mr. Cordery for his attentions," said the Lord Keeper. "And pray who has had the charge of you while I was away, Mr. Henry?" "Norman and Bob Wilson, for by my own self. A groom and a gamekeeper, and your own silly self-proper guardians for a young advocate. Why, you will never know any statutes, but those against shooting red deer, killing salmon, and "And speaking of red game," said the young scapegrace, interrupting his father without scruple or hesitation, "Norman has shot a buck, and I showed the branches to Lucy, and she says they have but 8 tines, and she says that you killed a deer with Lord Biddlebrains's hounds when you were west away, and, do you know, she says it had 10 tines. Is it true?" "It may have had 20, Henry, for what I know. But if you go to that gentleman, he can tell you all about it." "Go speak to him, Henry. It is the Master of Ravenswood." While they conversed thus, the father and son were standing by the fire, and the master, having walked towards the upper end of the apartment, stood with his back towards them, apparently engaged in examining one of the paintings. The boy ran up to him and pulled him by the skirt of the coat with the freedom of a spoilt child, saying, "I say, sir, if you please to tell me." But when the master turned round and Henry saw his face, he became suddenly and totally disconcerted, walked 2 or 3 steps backward, and still gazed on Ravenswood with an air of fear and wonder which had totally banished from his features their usual expression of pert vivacity. "Come to me, young gentleman," said the master, "and I will tell you all I know about the hunt." "Go to the gentleman, Henry," said his father. "You are not used to be so shy." But neither invitation nor exhortation had any effect on the boy. On the contrary, he turned round as soon as he had completed his survey of the master, and walking as cautiously as if he had been treading upon eggs, he glided back to his father and pressed as close to him as possible. Ravenswood, to avoid hearing the dispute betwixt the father and the overindulged boy, thought it most polite to turn his face once more towards the pictures and pay no attention to what they said. "Why do you not speak to the master, you little fool?" said the Lord Keeper. "I am afraid," said Henry in a very low tone of voice. "Afraid, you goose," said his father, giving him a slight shake by the collar. "What makes you afraid?" "What makes him to like the picture of Sir Lucy Ravenswood, then?" said the boy, whispering. "What picture, you natural?" said his father. "I used to think you only a scapegrace, but I believe you will turn out a born idiot. I tell you it is the picture of old Lucy of Ravenswood, and he is as like it as if he had luppen out of the canvas, and it is up in the old Baron's hall that the maids launder the clothes in, and it has armor and not a coat like the gentleman, and he has not a beard and whiskers like the picture, and it has another kind of thing about the throat, and no band strings as he has. And why should not the gentleman be like his ancestor, you silly boy?" said the Lord Keeper. "Aye, but if he is come to chase us all out of the castle," said the boy, "and has 20 men at his back in disguise, and is come to say with a hollow voice, 'I bide my time,' and is to kill you on the hearth as Lucy did the other man, and whose blood is still to be seen." "Hush! Nonsense," said the Lord Keeper, not himself much pleased to hear these disagreeable coincidences forced on his notice. "Master, here comes Lockhart to say supper is served." And at the same instant Lucy entered at another door, having changed her dress since her return. The exquisite feminine beauty of her countenance, now shaded only by a profusion of sunny tresses, the sylph-like form, disencumbered of her heavy riding skirt and mantled in azure silk, the grace of her manner and of her smile, cleared, with a celerity which surprised the master himself, all the gloomy and unfavorable thoughts which had for some time overclouded his fancy. In those features, so simply sweet, he could trace no alliance with the pinched visage of the peak, bearded, black-capped Puritan, or his starched, withered spouse, with the craft expressed in the Lord Keeper's countenance, or the haughtiness which predominated in that of his lady, and while he gazed on Lucy Ashton, she seemed to be an angel descended on earth, unallied to the coarser mortals among whom she deigned to dwell for a season. Such is the power of beauty over a youthful and enthusiastic fancy. Chapter 19. The hog hath lost his pearl, The feast of Ravenswood Castle was as remarkable for its profusion as that of Wolf's Crag had been for its ill-veiled penury. The Lord Keeper might feel internal pride at the contrast, but he had too much tact to suffer it to appear. On the contrary, he seemed to remember with pleasure what he called Mr. Balderstone's bachelor's meal, and to be rather disgusted than pleased with the display upon his own groaning board. "We do these things," he said, "because others do them. But I was bred a plain man at my father's frugal table, and I should would my wife and family permit me to return to my sowens and my poor man of mutton?" This was a little overstretched. The master only answered, "That different ranks I mean," said he, correcting himself. "Different degrees of wealth require a different style of housekeeping." This dry remark put a stop to further conversation on the subject, nor is it necessary to record that which was substituted in its place. The evening was spent with freedom, and even cordiality, and Henry had so far overcome his first apprehensions that he had settled a party for coursing a stag with the representative and living resemblance of grim Sir Malise of Ravenswood, called the Revenger. The next morning was the appointed time. It rose upon active sportsmen and successful sport. The banquet came in course, and a pressing invitation to tarry yet another day was given and accepted. This Ravenswood had resolved should be the last of his stay, but he recollected he had not yet visited the ancient and devoted servant of his house, old Alice, and it was but kind to dedicate one morning to the gratification of so ancient an adherent. To visit Alice, therefore, a day was devoted, and Lucy was the master's guide upon the way. Henry, it is true, accompanied them, and took from their walk the air of a tete-a-tete, while, in reality, it was little else, considering the variety of circumstances which occurred to prevent the boy from giving the least attention to what passed between his companions. Now a rook settled on a branch within shot. Anon a hare crossed their path, and Henry and his greyhound went astray in pursuit of it. Then he had to hold a long conversation with the forester, which detained him a while behind his companions, and again he went to examine the earth of a badger, which carried him on a good way before them. The conversation betwixt the master and his sister meanwhile took an interesting and almost a confidential turn. She could not help mentioning her sense of the pain he must feel in visiting scenes so well known to him, bearing now an aspect so different, and so gently was her sympathy expressed that Ravenswood felt it for a moment as a full requital of all his misfortunes. Some such sentiment escaped him, which Lucy heard with more of confusion than displeasure, and she may be forgiven the imprudence of listening to such language, considering that the situation in which she was placed by her father seemed to authorize Ravenswood to use it. Yet she made an effort to turn the conversation, and she succeeded, for the master also had advanced farther than he intended, and his conscience had instantly checked him when he found himself on the verge of speaking of love to the daughter of Sir William Ashton. They now approached the hut of old Alice, which had of late been rendered more comfortable, and presented an appearance less picturesque perhaps, but far neater than before. The old woman was on her accustomed seat beneath the weeping birch, basking, with the listless enjoyment of age and infirmity, in the beams of the autumn sun. At the arrival of her visitors, she turned her head towards them. "I hear your step, Miss Ashton," she said, "but the gentleman who attends you is not my lord, your father." "And why should you think so, Alice?" said Lucy. "Or how is it possible for you to judge so accurately by the sound of a step, on this firm earth and in the open air? My hearing, my child, has been sharpened by my blindness, and I can now draw conclusions from the slightest sounds, which formerly reached my ears as unheeded as they now approach yours. Necessity is a stern but an excellent schoolmistress, and she that has lost her sight must collect her information from other sources." "Will you hear a man's step? I grant it," said Lucy. "But why, Alice, may it not be my father's?" "The pace of age, my love, is timid and cautious. The foot takes leave of the earth slowly, and is planted down upon it with hesitation. It is the hasty and determined step of youth that I now hear, and could I give credit to so strange a thought, I should say it was the step of a Ravenswood. This is indeed, said Ravenswood, an acuteness of organ, which I could not have credited had I not witnessed it. I am indeed the master of Ravenswood, Alice, the son of your old master. You, said the old woman with almost a scream of surprise, you, the master of Ravenswood here in this place, and thus accompanied. I cannot believe it. Let me pass my old hand over your face, that my touch may bear witness to my ears. The master sate down beside her on the earthen bank and permitted her to touch his features with her trembling hand. It is indeed, she said, it is the features as well as the voice of Ravenswood, the high lines of pride, as well as the bold and haughty tone. But what do you hear, master of Ravenswood? What do you, in your enemy's domain and in company with his child? As old Alice spoke, her face kindled, as probably that of an ancient feudal vassal might have done, in whose presence his youthful liege lord had showed some symptom of degenerating from the spirit of his ancestors. The master of Ravenswood, said Lucy, who liked not the tone of this expostulation, and was desirous to abridge it, is upon a visit to my father. Indeed, said the old blind woman in an accent of surprise. I knew, continued Lucy, I should do him a pleasure by conducting him to your cottage. Where, to say the truth, Alice, said Ravenswood, I expected a more cordial reception. It is most wonderful, said the old woman, muttering to herself. But the ways of heaven are not like our ways, and its judgments are brought about by means far beyond our fathoming. Hearken, young man, she said, your fathers were implacable, but they were honorable foes. They sought not to ruin their enemies. Under the mask of hospitality, what have you to do with Lucy Ashton? Why should your steps move in the same footpath with hers? Why should your voice sound in the same chord and time with those of Sir William Ashton's daughter? Young man, he who aims at revenge by dishonorable means, be silent, woman, said Ravenswood sternly. Is it the devil that prompts your voice? Know that this young lady has not on earth a friend who would venture farther to save her from injury or from insult. And is it even so? Said the old woman, in an altered but melancholy tone. Then God help you both. Amen. Alice, said Lucy, who had not comprehended the import of what the blind woman had hinted, and send you your senses, Alice, and your good humor. If you hold this mysterious language, instead of welcoming your friends, they will think of you as other people do. And how do other people think? Said Ravenswood, for he also began to believe the old woman spoke with incoherence. They think, said Henry Ashton, who came up at that moment and whispered into Ravenswood's ear, that she is a witch, that should have been burned with them that suffered at Haddington. What is it you say? Said Alice, turning towards the boy, her sightless visage inflamed with passion, that I am a witch and ought to have suffered with the helpless old wretches who were murdered at Haddington. Hear to that now, again whispered Henry, and me whispering lower than a wren cheeps. If the usurer and the oppressor and the grinder of the poor man's face and the remover of ancient landmarks and the subverter of ancient houses were at the same stake with me, I could say, light the fire in God's name. This is dreadful, said Lucy. I have never seen the poor deserted woman in this state of mind, but age and poverty can ill bear reproach. Come, Henry, we will leave her for the present. She wishes to speak with the master alone. We will walk homeward and rest us, she added, looking at Ravenswood, by the Mermaiden's Well. And Alice, said the boy, if you know of any here that comes through among the deer and makes them drop their cabs out of season, you may tell her, with my compliments to command, that if Norman has not got a silver bullet ready for her, I'll lend him one of my doublet buttons on purpose. Alice made no answer till she was aware that the sister and brother were out of hearing. She then said to Ravenswood, and you too are angry with me for my love. It is just that strangers should be offended, but you too are angry." "I am not angry, Alice," said the master, "only surprised that you, whose good sense I have heard so often praised, should give way to offensive and unfounded suspicions." "Offensive," said Alice. "Aye, trust is ever offensive, but surely not unfounded." "I tell you, dame, most groundless," replied Ravenswood. Then the world has changed its wont, and the Ravenswoods their hereditary temper, and the eyes of old Alice's understanding are yet more blind than those of her countenance. When did a Ravenswood seek the house of his enemy, but with the purpose of revenge? And hither are you come, Edgar Ravenswood, either in fatal anger, or in still more fatal love. "In neither," said Ravenswood. "I give you mine honor, I assure you." Alice could not see his blushing cheek, but she noticed his hesitation, and that. He retracted the pledge which he seemed at first disposed to attach to his denial. "It is so then," she said, "and therefore she is to tarry by the Mermaiden's Well. Often has it been called a place fatal to the race of Ravenswood, often has it proved so, but never was it likely to verify old sayings as much as on this day." "You drive me to madness, Alice," said Ravenswood. "You are more silly and more superstitious than old Balderstone. Are you such a wretched Christian as to suppose I would in the present day levy war against the Ashton family, as was the sanguinary custom in elder times? Or do you suppose me so foolish that I cannot walk by a young lady's side without plunging headlong in love with her?" "My thoughts," replied Alice, "are my own, and if my mortal sight is closed to objects present with me, it may be I can look with more steadiness into future events. Are you prepared to sit lowest at the board which was once your father's own, unwillingly, as a connection and ally of his proud successor? Are you ready to live on his bounty, to follow him in the bypaths of intrigue and chicane, which none can better point out to you, to gnaw the bones of his prey when he has devoured the substance? Can you say as Sir William Ashton says, think as he thinks, vote as he votes, and call your father's murderer your worshipful father-in-law and revered patron? Master of Ravenswood, I am the eldest servant of your house, and I would rather see you shrouded and coffined." The tumult in Ravenswood's mind was uncommonly great. She struck upon and awakened a chord which she had for some time successfully silenced. He strode backwards and forwards through the little garden with a hasty pace, and at length, checking himself, and stopping right opposite to Alice, he exclaimed, "Woman, on the verge of the grave, dare you urge the son of your master to blood and to revenge?" "God forbid," said Alice solemnly, "and therefore I would have you depart." These fatal bounds where your love as well as your hatred threaten sure mischief, or at least disgrace, both to yourself and others. I would shield, were it in the power of this withered hand, the Ashtons from you, and you from them, and both from their own passions. You can have nothing, ought to have nothing in common with them. Be gone from among them, and if God has destined vengeance on the oppressor's house, do not you be the instrument. "I will think on what you have said, Alice," said Ravenswood more composedly. "I believe you mean truly and faithfully by me, but you urge the freedom of an ancient domestic somewhat too far. But farewell, and if heaven afford me better means, I will not fail to contribute to your comfort." He attempted to put a piece of gold into her hand, which she refused to receive, and in the slight struggle attending his wish to force it upon her, it dropped to the earth. "Let it remain an instant on the ground," said Alice, as the master stooped to raise it, "and believe me, that piece of gold is an emblem of her whom you love. She is as precious, I grant, but you must stoop even to abasement before you can win her. For me, I have as little to do with gold as with earthly passions, And the best news that the world has in store for me is that Edgar Ravenswood is 100 miles distant from the seat of his ancestors, with the determination never again to behold it." "Alice," said the master, who began to think this earnestness had some more secret cause than arose from anything that the blind woman could have gathered from this casual visit, "I have heard you praised by my mother for your sense, acuteness, and fidelity. You are no fool to start at shadows, or to dread old superstitious saws like Caleb Balderstone. Tell me distinctly where my danger lies, if you are aware of any which is tending towards me. If I know myself, I am free from all such views respecting Miss Ashton as you impute to me. I have necessary business to settle with Sir William. That arranged, I shall depart, and with as little wish, as you may easily believe, to return to a place full of melancholy subjects of reflection, as you have to see me here." Alice bent her sightless eyes on the ground, and was for some time plunged in deep meditation. "I will speak the truth," she said at length, raising up her head. "I will tell you the source of my apprehensions, whether my candor be for good or for evil. Lucy Ashton loves you, Lord of Ravenswood." "It is impossible," said the master. "1,000 circumstances have proved it to me," replied the blind woman. "Her thoughts have turned on no one else since you saved her from death, and that my experienced judgment has won from her own conversation. Having told you this, if you are indeed a gentleman and your father's son, you will make it a motive for flying from her presence. Her passion will die like a lamp for want of that the flame should feed upon, but if you remain here, her destruction, or yours, or that of both, will be the inevitable consequence of her misplaced attachment. I tell you this secret unwillingly, but it could not have been hid long from your own observation, and it is better you learn it from mine. Depart, Master of Ravenswood. You have my secret. If you remain an hour under Sir William Ashton's roof without the resolution to marry his daughter, you are a villain. If with the purpose of allying yourself with kin, you are an infatuated and predestined fool." So saying, the old blind woman arose, assumed her staff, and, tottering to her hut, entered it and closed the door, leaving Ravenswood to his own reflections. Chapter 20. The meditations of Ravenswood were of a very mixed complexion. He saw himself at once in the very dilemma which he had for some time felt apprehensive he might be placed in. The pleasure he felt in Lucy's company had indeed approached to fascination, yet it had never altogether surmounted his internal reluctance to wed with the daughter of his father's foe, and even in forgiving Sir William Ashton the injuries which his family had received, and giving him credit for the kind intentions he professed to entertain, he could not bring himself to contemplate as possible an alliance betwixt their houses. Still, he felt that Alice spoke truth, and that his honor now required he should take an instant leave of Ravenswood Castle, or become a suitor of Lucy Ashton. The possibility of being rejected, too, should he make advances to her wealthy and powerful father to sue for the hand of an Ashton, and be refused this, were a consummation too disgraceful. "I wish her well," he said to himself, "and for her sake I forgive the injuries her father has done to my house, but I will never, no, never see her more." With one bitter pang he adopted this resolution just as he came to where two paths parted, the one to the Mermaiden's Fountain, where he knew Lucy waited him, the other leading to the castle by another and more circuitous road. He paused an instant when about to take the latter path, thinking what apology he should make for conduct which must needs seem extraordinary. Any pretext will serve. Only let me dally no longer here. When young Henry came flying up to him, half out of breath, "Master, you must give Lucy your arm back to the castle, for I cannot give her mine, for Norman is waiting for me, and I am to go with him to make his ring walk, and I would not stay away for a guldus, and Lucy is afraid to walk all alone, though. Out will the body at what it shop betwixt two scales equally loaded. A feather's weight will turn the scale." "It is impossible for me to leave the young lady in the wood alone," said Ravenswood. to see her once more can be of little consequence, after the frequent meetings we have had. I ought too, in courtesy, to apprise her of my intention to quit the castle." And having thus satisfied himself that he was taking not only a wise but an absolutely necessary step, he took the path to the fatal fountain. Henry no sooner saw him on the way to join his sister than he was off like lightning in another direction, to enjoy the society of the forester in their congenial pursuits. Ravenswood, not allowing himself to give a second thought to the propriety of his own conduct, walked with a quick step towards the stream, where he found Lucy seated alone by the ruin. She sate upon one of the disjointed stones of the ancient fountain, and seemed to watch the progress of its current as it bubbled forth to daylight in gay and sparkling profusion from under the shadow of the ribbed and darksome vault. With which veneration, or perhaps remorse, had canopied its source. To a superstitious eye, Lucy Ashton, folded in her plaited mantle with her long hair escaping partly from the snood and falling upon her silver neck, might have suggested the idea of the murdered nymph of the fountain. But Ravenswood only saw a female exquisitely beautiful, and rendered yet more so in his eyes. How could it be otherwise? By the consciousness that she had placed her affections on him. As he gazed on her, he felt his fixed resolution melting like wax in the sun, and hastened, therefore, from his concealment in the neighboring thicket. She saluted him, but did not arise from the stone on which she was seated. "My madcap brother," she said, "has left me, but I expect him back in a few minutes, for, fortunately, as anything pleases him for a minute, nothing has charms for him much longer." Ravenswood did not feel the power of informing Lucy that her brother meditated a distant excursion and would not return in haste. He sate himself down on the grass at some little distance from Miss Ashton, and both were silent for a short space. "I like this spot," said Lucy at length, as if she found the silence embarrassing. The bubbling murmur of the clear fountain, the waving of the trees, the profusion of grass and wild flowers that rise among the ruins, make it like a scene in romance. I think, too, I have heard it is a spot connected with the legendary lore which I love so well. "It has been thought," answered Ravenswood, "a fatal spot to my family, and I have some reason to term it so, for it was here I first saw Miss Ashton, and it is here I must take my leave of her forever." The blood, which the first part of this speech called into Lucy's cheeks, was speedily expelled by its conclusion. "To take leave of us, master," she exclaimed. "What can have happened to hurry you away? I know Alice dislikes my father, and I hardly understood her humor today. It was so mysterious. But I am certain my father is sincerely grateful for the high service you rendered us. Let me hope that, having won your friendship hardly, we shall not lose it lightly." "Lose it, Miss Ashton," said the master of Ravenswood. "No, wherever my fortune calls me, whatever she inflicts upon me, it is your friend, your sincere friend who acts or suffers. But there is a fate on me, and I must go, or I shall add the ruin of others to my own." "Yet do not go from us, master," said Lucy, and she laid her hand in all simplicity and kindness upon the skirt of his cloak, as if to detain him. "You shall not part from us. My father is powerful. He has friends that are more so than himself. Do not go till you see what his gratitude will do for you. Believe me, he is already laboring in your behalf with the council." "It may be so," said the master proudly, "yet it is not to your father, Miss Ashton, but to my own exertions that I ought to owe success in the career on which I am about to enter. My preparations are already made, a sword and a cloak, and a bold heart and a determined hand." Lucy covered her face her hands, and the tears, in spite of her, forced their way between her fingers. "Forgive me," said Ravenswood, taking her right hand, which, after slight resistance, she yielded to him, still continuing to shade her face with the left. "I am too rude, too rough, too intractable to deal with any being so soft and gentle as you are. Forget that so stern a vision has crossed your path of life, and let me pursue mine, sure that I can meet with no worse misfortune after the moment it divides me from your side." Lucy wept on, but her tears were less bitter. Each attempt which the master made to explain his purpose of departure only proved a new evidence of his desire to stay, until at length, instead of bidding her farewell, he gave his faith to her forever and received her troth in return. The whole passed so suddenly, and arose so much out of the immediate impulse of the moment, that ere the master of Ravenswood could reflect upon the consequences of the step which he had taken, their lips, as well as their hands, had pledged the sincerity of their affection. "And now," he said, after a moment's consideration, "it is fit I should speak to Sir William Ashton. He must know of our engagement. Ravenswood must not seem to dwell under his roof to solicit clandestinely the affections of his daughter. You would not speak to my father on the subject?" said Lucy doubtingly. "And—" then added more warmly, "Oh, do not, do not. Let your lot in life be determined, your station and purpose ascertained, before you address my father. I am sure he loves you. I think he will consent. But then my mother—" She paused, ashamed to express the doubt she felt how far her father dared to form any positive resolution on this most important subject without the consent of his lady. "Your mother, my Lucy," replied Ravenswood. "She is of the house of Douglas, a house that has intermarried with mine even when its glory and power were at the highest. What could your mother object to my alliance?" "I did not say object," said Lucy, "but she is jealous of her rights, and may claim a mother's title to be consulted in the first instance." "Be it so," replied Ravenswood. "London is distant, but a letter will reach it, and—" "Receive an answer within a fortnight. I will not press on the Lord Keeper for an instant reply to my proposal." "But," hesitated Lucy, "were it not better to wait a few weeks? Were my mother to see you, to know you, I am sure she would approve. But you are unacquainted personally, and the ancient feud between the families—" Ravenswood fixed upon her his keen dark eyes, as if he was desirous of penetrating into her very soul. "Lucy," he said, "I have sacrificed to you projects of vengeance long nursed, and sworn to with ceremonies little better than heathen. I sacrificed them to your image, ere I knew the worth which it represented. In the evening which succeeded my poor father's funeral, I cut a lock from my hair, and, as it consumed in the fire, I swore that my rage and revenge should pursue his enemies, until they shriveled before me like that scorched-up symbol of annihilation. It was a deadly sin," said Lucy, turning pale, "to make a vow so fatal." "I acknowledge it," said Ravenswood, "and it had been a worse crime to keep it. It was for your sake that I abjured these purposes of vengeance, though I scarce knew that such was the argument by which I was conquered, until I saw you once more, and became conscious of the influence you possessed over me." "And why do you now," said Lucy, "recall sentiments, so terrible sentiments, so inconsistent with those you profess for me, with those your importunity has prevailed on me to acknowledge?" "Because," said her lover, "I would impress on you the price at which I have bought your love, the right I have to expect your constancy. I say not that I have bartered for it the honor of my house, its last remaining possession. But though I say it not and think it not, I cannot conceal from myself that the world may do both." "If such are your sentiments," said Lucy, "you have played a cruel game with me, but it is not too late to give it over, take back the faith and troth which you could not plight to me without suffering abatement of honor. Let what is past be as if it had not been. Forget me, I will endeavor to forget myself." "You do me injustice," said the master of Ravenswood. "By all I hold true and honorable, you do me the extremity of injustice. If I mention the price at which I have bought your love, it is only to show how much I prize it, to bind our engagement by a still firmer tie, and to show, by what I have done to attain this station in your regard, how much I must suffer should you ever break your faith." "And why, Ravenswood," answered Lucy, "should you think that possible? Why?" should you urge me with even the mention of infidelity? Is it because I ask you to delay applying to my father for a little space of time? Bind me by what vows you please. If vows are unnecessary to secure constancy, they may yet prevent suspicion. Ravenswood pleaded, apologized, and even kneeled to appease her displeasure, and Lucy, as placeable as she was single-hearted, readily forgave the offense which his doubts had implied. The dispute thus agitated, however, ended by the lovers going through an emblematic ceremony of their troth plight, of which the vulgar still preserve some traces. They broke betwixt them the thin, broad piece of gold which Alice had refused to receive from Ravenswood. "And never shall this leave my bosom," said Lucy, as she hung the piece of gold round her neck and concealed it with her handkerchief, "until you, Edgar Ravenswood, ask me to resign it to you. And while I wear it, never shall that heart acknowledge another love than yours." With like protestations, Ravenswood placed his portion of the coin opposite to his heart. And now, at length, it struck them that time had hurried fast on during this interview, and their absence at the castle would be subject of remark, if not of alarm. As they arose to leave the fountain which had been witness of their mutual engagement, an arrow whistled through the air and struck a raven perched on the sere branch of an old oak near to where they had been seated. The bird fluttered a few yards and dropped at the feet of Lucy, whose dress was stained with some spots of its blood. Miss Ashton was much alarmed, and Ravenswood, surprised and angry, looked everywhere for the marksman who had given them a proof of his skill as little expected as desired. He was not long of discovering himself, being no other than Henry Ashton, who came running up with a crossbow in his hand. "I knew I should startle you," he said. "And do you know, you looked so busy that I hoped it would have fallen souse on your heads before you were aware of it. What was the master saying to you, Lucy?" "I was telling your sister what an idle lad you were, keeping us waiting here for you so long," said Ravenswood to save Lucy's confusion. "Waiting for me? Why, I told you to see Lucy home, and that I was to go to make the ring walk with old Norman in the hayberry thicket, and you may be sure that would take a good hour, and we have all the deer's marks and furnishes got, while you were sitting here with Lucy, like a lazy loon." "Well, well, Mr. Henry," said Ravenswood, "but let us see how you will answer to me for killing the raven. Do you know, the ravens are all under the protection of the lords of Ravenswood, and to kill one in their presence is such bad luck that it deserves the stab." "And that's what Norman said," replied the boy. "He came as far with me as within a flight shot of you, and he said he never saw a raven sit still so near living folk, and he wished it might be for good luck, for the raven is one of the wildest birds that flies, unless it be a tame one. And so I crept on, till I was within 80 yards of him, and then whiz went the bolt, and there he lies. Faith, was it not well shot? And I dare say I have not shot in a crossbow. Not 10 times, maybe." "Admirably shot, indeed," said Ravenswood, "and you will be a fine marksman if you practice hard." "And that's what Norman says," answered the boy. "But I am sure it is not my fault if I do not practice enough. For a free will, I would do little else. Only my father and tutor are angry sometimes, and only Miss Lucy there gives herself airs about my being busy. For all she can sit idle by a well side the whole day when she has a handsome young gentleman to prate with. I have known her do so 20 times, if you will believe me." The boy looked at his sister as he spoke, and, in the midst of his mischievous chatter, had the sense to see that he was really inflicting pain upon her, though without being able to comprehend the cause or the amount. "Come now, Lucy," he said, "don't greet, and if I have said anything beside the mark, I'll deny it again, and what does the Master of Ravenswood care if you had 100 sweethearts? So near put finger in your eye about it." The Master of Ravenswood was, for the moment, scarce satisfied with what he heard, yet his good sense naturally regarded it as the chatter of a spoilt boy, who strove to mortify his sister in the point which seemed most accessible for the time. but although of a temper equally slow in receiving impressions and obstinate in retaining them, the prattle of Henry served to nourish in his mind some vague suspicion that his present engagement might only end in his being exposed, like a conquered enemy in a Roman triumph, a captive attendant on the car of a victor who meditated only the satiating his pride at the expense of the vanquished. There was, we repeat it, no real ground whatever for such an apprehension, nor could he be said seriously to entertain such for a moment. Indeed, it was impossible to look at the clear blue eye of Lucy Ashton and entertain the slightest permanent doubt concerning the sincerity of her disposition. Still, however, conscious pride and conscious poverty combined to render a mind suspicious which in more fortunate circumstances would have been a stranger to that as well as to every other meanness. They reached the castle, where Sir William Ashton, who had been alarmed by the length of their stay, met them in the hall. Had Lucy, he said, been in any other company than that of one who had shown he had so complete power of protecting her, he confessed he should have been very uneasy and would have dispatched persons in quest of them. But, in the company of the Master of Ravenswood, he knew his daughter had nothing to dread. Lucy commenced some apology for their long delay, but, conscience struck, became confused as she proceeded. And when Ravenswood, coming to her assistance, endeavored to render the explanation complete and satisfactory, he only involved himself in the same disorder, like one who, endeavoring to extricate his companion from a slough, entangles himself in the same tenacious swamp. It cannot be supposed that the confusion of the two youthful lovers escaped the observation of the subtle lawyer, accustomed by habit and profession to trace human nature through all her windings. But it was not his present policy to take any notice of what he observed. He desired to hold the Master of Ravenswood bound, but wished that he himself should remain free, and it did not occur to him that his plan might be defeated by Lucy's returning. The passion which he hoped she might inspire, if she should adopt some romantic feelings towards Ravenswood, in which circumstances, or the positive and absolute opposition of Lady Ashton, might render it unadvisable to indulge her, the Lord Keeper conceived they might be easily superseded and annulled by a journey to Edinburgh, or even to London, a new set of Brussels lace, and the soft whispers of half a dozen lovers anxious to replace him whom it was convenient she should renounce. This was his provision for the worst view of the case. But according to its more probable issue, any passing favor she might entertain for the Master of Ravenswood might require encouragement rather than repression. This seemed the more likely as he had that very morning, since their departure from the castle, received a letter, the contents of which he hastened to communicate to Ravenswood. A footpost had arrived with a packet to the Lord Keeper from that friend whom we have already mentioned, who was laboring hard underhand to consolidate a band of patriots, at the head of whom stood Sir William's greatest terror, the active and ambitious Marquis of A. The success of this convenient friend had been such that he had obtained from Sir William not indeed a directly favorable answer, but certainly a most patient hearing. This he had reported to his principal, who had replied by the ancient French adage, Chateau qui parle et femme qui écoute, l'une et l'autre va se rendre. A statesman who hears you propose a change of measures without reply was, according to the Marquise's opinion, in the situation of the fortress which parleys and the lady who listens, and he resolved to press the siege of the Lord Keeper. The packet, therefore, contained a letter from his friend and ally, and another from himself, to the Lord Keeper, frankly offering an unceremonious visit. They were crossing the country to go to the southward. The roads were indifferent, the accommodation of the inns as execrable as possible. The Lord Keeper had been long acquainted intimately with one of his correspondents, and, though more slightly known to the Marquis, had yet enough of his lordship's acquaintance to render the visit sufficiently natural, and to shut the mouths of those who might be disposed to impute it to a political intrigue. He instantly accepted the offered visit, determined, however, that he would not pledge himself an inch farther for the furtherance of their views than reason, by which he meant his own self-interest, should plainly point out to him as proper. Two circumstances particularly delighted him: the presence of Ravenswood and the absence of his own lady. By having the former under his roof, he conceived he might be able to quash all such hazardous and hostile proceedings as he might otherwise have been engaged in, under the patronage of the Marquis, and Lucy, he foresaw, would make, for his immediate purpose of delay and procrastination, a much better mistress of his family than her mother, who would, he was sure, in some shape or other, contrive to disconcert his family than her proud and implacable temper. His anxious solicitations that the master would stay to receive his kinsman were, of course, readily complied with, since the éclaircissement which had taken place at the Mermaiden's Fountain had removed all wish for sudden departure. Lucy and Lockhart had therefore orders to provide all things necessary in their different departments for receiving the expected guests with a pomp and display of luxury very uncommon in Scotland at that remote period. Chapter 21. Sir William Ashton, although a man of sense, legal information, and great practical knowledge of the world, had yet some points of character which corresponded better with the timidity of his disposition and the supple arts by which he had risen in the world than to the degree of eminence which he had attained, as they tended to show an original mediocrity of understanding, however highly it had been cultivated, and a native meanness of disposition, however carefully veiled. He loved the ostentatious display of his wealth less as a man to whom habit has made it necessary than as one to whom it is still delightful from its novelty. The most trivial details did not escape him, and Lucy soon learned to watch the flush of scorn which crossed Ravenswood's cheek when he heard her father gravely arguing with Lockhart, nay, even with the old housekeeper, upon circumstances which, in families of rank, are left uncared for because it is supposed impossible they can be neglected. "I could pardon Sir William," said Ravenswood one evening after he had left the room, some general anxiety upon this occasion, for the Marquis's visit is an honour and should be received as such, but I am worn out by these miserable minutiae of the buttery and the larder and the very hencoop. They drive me beyond my patience. I would rather endure the poverty of Wolf's Crag than be pestered with the wealth of Ravenswood Castle." "And yet," said Lucy, "it was by attention to these minutiae that my father acquired the property, which my ancestors sold for lack of it," replied Ravenswood. "Be it so. A porter still bears but a burden, though the burden be of gold." Lucy sighed. She perceived too plainly that her lover held in scorn the manners and habits of a father to whom she had long looked up as her best and most partial friend, whose fondness had often consoled her for her mother's contemptuous harshness. The lovers soon discovered that they differed upon other and no less important topics. Religion, the mother of peace, was, in those days of discord, so much misconstrued and mistaken that her rules and forms were the subject of the most opposite opinions and the most hostile animosities. The Lord Keeper, being a Whig, was, of course, a Presbyterian, and had found it convenient, at different periods, to express greater zeal for the Kirk than perhaps he really felt. His family, equally of course, were trained under the same institution. Ravenswood, as we know, was a High Churchman, or Episcopalian, and frequently objected to Lucy the fanaticism of some of her own communion, while she intimated, rather than expressed, horror at the latitudinarian principles which she had been taught to think connected with the prelatical form of church government. Thus, although their mutual affection seemed to increase rather than to be diminished as their characters opened more fully on each other, the feelings of each were mingled with some less agreeable ingredients. Lucy felt a secret awe, amid all her affection for Ravenswood. His soul was of an higher, prouder character than those with whom she had hitherto mixed in intercourse, His ideas were more fierce and free, and he contemned many of the opinions which had been inculcated upon her as chiefly demanding her veneration. On the other hand, Ravenswood saw in Lucy a soft and flexible character, which, in his eyes at least, seemed too susceptible of being molded to any form by those with whom she lived. He felt that his own temper required a partner of a more independent spirit, who could set sail with him on his course of life, resolved as himself to dare indifferently the storm and the favoring breeze. But Lucy was so beautiful, so devoutly attached to him, of a temper so exquisitely soft and kind, that while he could have wished it were possible to inspire her with a greater degree of firmness and resolution, and while he sometimes became impatient of the extreme fear which she expressed of their attachment being prematurely discovered, he felt that the softness of a mind, amounting almost to feebleness, rendered her even dearer to him, as a being who had voluntarily clung to him for protection and made him the arbiter of her fate for weal or woe. His feelings towards her at such moments were those which had been since so beautifully expressed by our immortal Joanna Baillie: "Thou sweetest thing, that ere did fix its lightly fibred sprays to the rude rock, ah, wouldst thou cling to me? Rough and storm-worn I am, yet love me as thou truly dost, I will love thee again, with true and honest heart, though all unmeet, to be the mate of such sweet gentleness." Thus the very points in which they differed seemed, in some measure, to ensure the continuance of their mutual affection. If, indeed, they had so fully appreciated each other's character before the burst of passion in which they hastily pledged their faith to each other, Lucy might have feared Ravenswood too much ever to have loved him, and he might have construed her softness and docile temper as imbecility, rendering her unworthy of his regard. But they stood pledged to each other, and Lucy only feared that her lover's pride might one day teach him to regret his attachment. Ravenswood, that a mind so ductile as Lucy's might, in absence or difficulties, be induced, by the entreaties or influence of those around her, to renounce the engagement she had formed. "Do not fear it," said Lucy, when upon one occasion a hint of such suspicion escaped her lover. "The mirrors which receive the reflection of all successive objects are framed of hard materials like glass or steel. The softer substances, when they receive an impression, retain it undefaced." "This is poetry, Lucy," said Ravenswood, "and in poetry there is always fallacy, and sometimes fiction." "Believe me, then, once more, in honest prose," said Lucy, "that though I will never wed man without the consent of my parents, yet neither force nor persuasion shall dispose of my hand till you renounce the right I have given you to it." The lovers had ample time for such explanations. Henry was now more seldom their companion, being either a most unwilling attendant upon the lessons of his tutor, or a forward volunteer under the instructions of the foresters or grooms. As for the keeper, his mornings were spent in his study, maintaining correspondence of all kinds, and balancing in his anxious mind the various intelligence which he collected from every quarter concerning the expected change of Scottish politics, and the probable strength of the parties who were about to struggle for power. At other times he busied himself about arranging, and countermanding, and then again arranging, the preparations which he judged necessary for the reception of the Marquis of A., whose arrival had been twice delayed by some necessary cause of detention. In the midst of all these various avocations, political and domestic, he seemed not to observe how much his daughter and his guest were thrown into each other's society, and was censured by many of his neighbors, according to the fashion of neighbors in all countries, for suffering such an intimate connection to take place betwixt two young persons. The only natural explanation was that he designed them for each other, while in truth his only motive was to temporize and procrastinate until he should discover the real extent of the interest which the Marquis took in Ravenswood's affairs, and the power which he was likely to possess of advancing them. Until these points should be made both clear and manifest, the Lord Keeper resolved that he would do nothing to commit himself, either in one shape or other, and, like many cunning persons, he overreached himself deplorably. Amongst those who had been disposed to censure, with the greatest severity, the conduct of Sir William Ashton in permitting the prolonged residence of Ravenswood under his roof and his constant attendance on Miss Ashton, was the new Laird of Gyrington and his faithful squire and bottle-holder, personages formerly well known to us by the names of Haston and Bucklaw, and his companion, Captain Craigengelt. The former had at length succeeded to the extensive property of his long-lived grand-aunt, and to considerable wealth besides, which he had employed in redeeming his paternal acres by the title appertaining to which he still chose to be designated, notwithstanding Captain Craigengelt had proposed to him a most advantageous mode of vesting the money in Law's scheme, which was just then broached, and offered his services to travel express to Paris for the purpose. But Bucklaw had so far derived wisdom from adversity that he would listen to no proposal which Craigengelt could invent, which had the slightest tendency to risk his newly acquired independence. He that had once eat pease bannocks, drank sour wine, and slept in the secret chamber at Wolf's Crag, would, he said, prize good cheer and a soft. That is long as he lived, and take special care never to need such hospitality again. Craigengelt, therefore, found himself disappointed in the first hopes he had entertained of making a good hand of the Laird of Bucklaw. Still, however, he reaped many advantages from his friend's good fortune. Bucklaw, who had never been at all scrupulous in choosing his companions, was accustomed to and entertained by a fellow whom he could either laugh with or laugh at as he had a mind, who would take, according to Scottish phrase, the bit and the buffet, understood all sports, whether within or without doors, and when the Laird had a mind for a bottle of wine, no infrequent circumstance, was always ready to save him from the scandal of getting drunk by himself. Upon these terms, Craigengelt was the frequent, almost the constant, inmate of the house of Gyrington. In no time, and under no possibility of circumstances, could good have been derived from such an intimacy, however its bad consequences might be qualified by the thorough knowledge which Bucklaw possessed of his dependent's character and the high contempt in which he held it. But as circumstances stood, this evil communication was particularly liable to corrupt what good principles nature had implanted in the patron. Craigengelt had never forgiven the scorn with which Ravenswood had torn the mask of courage and honesty from his countenance, and to exasperate Bucklaw's resentment against him was the safest mode of revenge which occurred to his cowardly yet cunning and malignant disposition. He brought up on all occasions the story of the challenge which Ravenswood had declined to accept, and endeavored by every possible insinuation to make his patron believe that his honor was concerned in bringing that matter to an issue by a present discussion with Ravenswood. But respecting this subject, Bucklaw imposed on him at length a peremptory command of silence. "I think," he said, "the master has treated me unlike a gentleman, and I see no right he had to send me back a cavalier answer when I demanded the satisfaction of one. But he gave me my life once, and in looking the matter over at present, I put myself but on equal terms with him. Should he cross me again, I shall consider the old accompt as balanced, and his mastership will do well to look to himself." "That he should," re-echoed Craigengelt, "for when you are in practice, Bucklaw, I would bet a magnum you are through him before the third pass." "Then ye know nothing of the matter," said Bucklaw, "and you never saw him fence." "And I know nothing of the matter," said the dependent. "A good jest, I promise you. And though I never saw Ravenswood fence, have I not been at Monsieur Seguin's school, who was the first maître d'armes at Paris? And have I not been at Signor Pocol's at Florence, and Mainher Durchstossen's at Vienna? And have I not seen all their play?" "I don't know whether you have or not," said Bucklaw. "But what about it, though you had?" "Only that I will be deed if ever I saw French, Italian, or High Dutchman ever make foot, hand and I keep time half so well as you, Bucklaw." "I believe you lie, Craigie," said Bucklaw. "However, I can hold my own, both with single rapier, backsword, sword and dagger, broadsword, or case of falchions, and that's as much as any gentleman need know of the matter." "And the double of what 99 out of 100 know," said Craigengelt. "They learn to change a few thrusts with the small sword, and then, forsooth, they understand the noble art of defense. Now, when I was at Rouen in the year 1695, there was a Chevalier de Chiffon, and I went to the opera, where we found 3 bits of English birkies. Is it a long story you are going to tell?" said Bucklaw, interrupting him without ceremony. "Just as you like," answered the parasite, "for we made short work of it." "Then I like it short," said Bucklaw. "Is it serious or merry?" "Devilish serious, I assure you, and so they found it, for the Chevalier and I." "Then I don't like it at all," said Bucklaw. "So fill a brimmer of my old auntie's claret, rest her heart, and, as the Hielandman says, sciac dot na sciala." That was what tough old Sir Even Dew used to say to me when I was out with the Meadle lads in 1689. "Craigengelt," he used to say, "you are as pretty a fellow as ever held steel in his grip, but you have one fault." "If he had known you as long as I have done," said Bucklaw, "he would have found out some 20 more. But hang long stories, give us your toast, man." Craigengelt rose, went a tiptoe to the door, peeped out, shut it carefully, came back again, clapped his tarnished gold-laced hat on one side of his head, took his glass in one hand, and touching the hilt of his hanger with the other, named "The King over the Water." "I tell you what it is, Captain Craigengelt," said Bucklaw, "I shall keep my mind to myself on these subjects, having too much respect for the memory of my venerable Aunt Garrington to put her lands and tenements in the way of committing treason against established authority. Bring me King James too." "Edinburgh captain, with 30,000 men at his back. And I'll tell you what I think about his title. But as for running my neck into a noose, and my good broad lands into the statutory penalties, in that case made and provided, rely upon it, you will find me no such fool." "So, when you mean to vapour with your hanger and your dram cup in support of treasonable toasts, you must find your liquor and company elsewhere." "Well then," said Craigengelt, "name the toast yourself, and be it what it like, I'll pledge you, word a mile to the bottom." "And I'll give you a toast that deserves it, my boy," said Bucklaw. "What say you to Miss Lucy Ashton?" "Up with it," said the captain, as he tossed off his brimmer, "the bonniest lass in Lothian. What a pity the old sneck-drawing Whigamore, her father, is about to throw her away upon that rag of pride and beggary, the Master of Ravenswood." "That's not quite so clear," said Bucklaw in a tone which, though it seemed indifferent, excited his companion's eager curiosity, and not that only, but also his hope of working himself into some sort of confidence which might make him necessary to his patron, being by no means satisfied to rest on mere sufferance if he could form by art or industry a more permanent title to his favour. "I thought," said he after a moment's pause, "that was a settled matter. They're continually together, and nothing else is spoken of betwixt Lammer Law and Traprain." "They may say what they please," replied his patron, "but I know better, and I'll give you Miss Lucy Ashton's health again, my boy." "And I would drink it on my knee," said Craigengelt, "if I thought the girl had the spirit to jilt that son of a Spaniard." "I am to request you will not use the word jilt and Miss Ashton's name together," said Bucklaw gravely. "Jilt, did I say? Discard, my lad of acres, by Jove, I meant to discard," replied Craigengelt, "and I hope she'll discard him like a small card at piquet, and take in the King of Hearts, my boy." But what?" said his patron. "But yet I know for certain they are hours together alone, and in the woods and the fields. That's her foolish father's dotage, that will be soon put out of the lass's head, if it ever gets into it, answered Bucklaw. "And now fill your glass again, Captain. I am going to make you happy. I am going to let you into a secret, a plot, a noosing plot, only the noose is but typical. A marrying matter?" said Craigengelt, and his jaw fell as he asked the question, for he suspected that matrimony would render his situation at Jerrington much more precarious than during the jolly days of his patron's bachelorhood. "Aye, a marriage, man," said Bucklaw. "But wherefore droops thy mighty spirit, and why grow the rubies on thy cheek so pale? The board will have a corner, and the corner will have a trencher, and the trencher will have a glass beside it. And the board end shall be filled, and the trencher and the glass shall be replenished for thee, if all the petticoats in Lothian had sworn the contrary. What, man, I am not the boy to put myself into leading strings." "So says many an honest fellow," said Craigengelt, "and some of my special friends, but curse me if I know the reason. The women could never bear me, and always contrived to trundle me out of favour before the honeymoon was over. If you could have kept your ground till that was over, you might have made a good year's pension," said Bucklaw. "But I never could," answered the dejected parasite. "There was my Lord Castle-Cuddy. We were hand and glove. I rode his horses, borrowed money both for him and from him, trained his hawks and taught him how to lay his bets. And when he took a fancy of marrying, I married him to Katy Glegg, whom I thought myself as sure of as man could be of woman. Egged, she had me out of the house as if I had run on wheels, within the first fortnight." "Well," replied Bucklaw, "I think I have nothing of Castle-Cuddy about me or Lucy of Katy Glegg. But you see the thing will go on whether you like it or no. The only question is, will you be useful?" "Useful!" exclaimed the captain. "And to thee, my lad of lands, my darling boy, whom I would trap barefooted through the world for. Name time, place, mode, and circumstances, and see if I will not be useful in all uses that can be." "Devised. Why then you must ride 200 miles for me," said the patron. 1,000, and call them a flea's leap," answered the dependent. "I'll saddle my horse directly." "Better stay till you know where you are to go and what you are to do," quoth Bucklaw. "You know I have a kinswoman in Northumberland, Lady Blenkinsop by name, whose old acquaintance I had the misfortune to lose in the period of my poverty, but the light of whose countenance shone forth upon me when the sun of my prosperity began to arise." "Dian, all such double-faced jades!" exclaimed Craigengelt heroically. "This I will say for John Craigengelt, that he is his friend's friend through good report and bad report, poverty and riches, and you know something of that yourself." "Bucklaw, I have not forgot your merits," said his patron. "I do remember that, in my extremities, you had a mind to crimp me for the service of the French king or of the Pretender, and, moreover, that you afterwards lent me a score of pieces, when, as I firmly believe, you had heard the news that old Lady Jerrington had a touch of the dead palsy. But don't be downcast, John. I believe, after all, you like me very well in your way, and it is my misfortune to have no better counsellor at present. To return to this Lady Blenkinsop, you must know, she is a close confederate of Duchess Sarah." "What, of Saul Jennings?" exclaimed Craigengelt. "Then she must be a good one. Hold your tongue, and keep your Tory rants to yourself, if it be possible," said Bucklaw. "I tell you that through the Duchess of Marlborough has this Northumbrian cousin of mine become a crony of Lady Ashton, the keeper's wife, or I may say, the Lord Keeper's Lady Keeper, and she has favoured Lady Blenkinsop with a visit on her return from London, and is just now at her old mansion house on the banks of the Wansbeck. Now, sir, as it has been the use and wont of these ladies to consider their husbands as of no importance in the management of their own families, it has been their present pleasure, without consulting Sir William Ashton, to put on the tap as a matrimonial alliance, to be concluded between Lucy Ashton and my own right honourable self, Lady Ashton acting as self-constituted plenipotentiary on the part of her daughter and husband, and Mother Blenkinsop equally unaccredited, doing me the honor to be my representative. You may suppose I was a little astonished when I found that a treaty, in which I was so considerably interested, had advanced a good way before I was even consulted. Cap at me. If I think that was according to the rules of the game, said his confidant. And pray, what answer did you return? Why, my first thought was to send the treaty to the devil and the negotiators along with it, for a couple of meddling old women. My next was to laugh very heartily, and my third and last was a settled opinion that the thing was reasonable and would suit me well enough. Why, I thought you had never seen the wench but once, and then she had her riding mask on. I am sure you told me so. Aye, but I liked her very well then. And Ravenswood's dirty usage of me shutting me out of doors to dine with the lackeys, because he had the Lord Keeper, forsooth, and his daughter to be guests in his beggarly castle of starvation, deem me, Craigengelt, if I ever forgive him till I play him as good a trick. No more you should, if you are a lad of mettle, said Craigengelt, the matter now taking a turn in which he could sympathize, and if you carry this wench from him, it will break his heart. That it will not, said Bucklaw. His heart is all steeled over with reason and philosophy, things that you, Craigie, know nothing about more than myself. God help me. But it will break his pride, though, and that's what I'm driving at. Distance me, said Craigengelt, but I know the reason now of his unmannerly behavior at his old tumble-down tower yonder. Ashamed of your company? No, no. Gad, he was afraid you would cut in and carry off the girl. Eh? Craigengelt? Said Bucklaw. Do you really think so? But no, no, he is a devilish deal prettier man than I am. Who he? Exclaimed the parasite. He's as black as the crook, and for his size he's a tall fellow to be sure. But give me a light, stout, middle-sized plague on thee, said Bucklaw, interrupting him, and on me for listening to. You would say as much if I were hunchbacked, but as to Ravenswood, he has kept no terms with me. I'll keep none with him. If I can win this girl from him, I will win her. Win her? Splud, you shall win her. Point, quint, and quatorze, my king of trumps, you shall pique, repique, and cap at him. Prithee, stop thy gambling cat for one instant, said Bucklaw. Things have come thus far that I have entertained the proposal of my kinswoman, agreed to the terms of jointure, amount of fortune, and so forth, and that the affair is to go forward when Lady Ashton comes down, for she takes her daughter and her son in her own hand. Now they want me to send up a confidential person with some writings. By this good win, I'll ride to the end of the world, the very gates of Jericho, and the judgment seat of Prester John, for thee, ejaculated the captain. Why, I believe you would do something for me, and a great deal for yourself. Now, anyone could carry the writings, but you will have a little more to do. You must contrive to drop out before my Lady Ashton, just as if it were a matter of little consequence. The residence of Ravenswood at her husband's house, and his close intercourse with Miss Ashton, and you may tell her that all the country talks of a visit from the Marquis of A, as it is supposed, to make up the match betwixt Ravenswood and her daughter. I should like to hear what she says to all this, for, rat me, if I have any idea of starting for the plate at all if Ravenswood is to win the race, and he has odds against me already. Never a bit. The wench has too much sense, and in that belief I drink her health a third time. And, were time and place fitting, I would drink it on bended knees, and he that would not pledge me, I would make his guts garter his stockings. Hark ye, Craigengelt, as you are going into the society of women of rank, said Bucklaw, I'll thank you to forget your strange blackguard oaths and damns. I'll write to them, though, that you are a blunt, untaught fellow. Aye, replied Craigengelt, a plain, blunt, honest, downright soldier. Not too honest, not too much of the soldier neither, but such as thou art, it is my luck to need thee, for I must have spurs put to Lady Ashton's motions. I'll dash them up to the rowel heads, said Craigengelt, She shall come here at the gallop, like a cow chased by a whole nest of hornets, and her tail over her rump like a corkscrew. And hear ye, Craigie, said Bucklaw, your boots and doublet are good enough to drink in, as the man says in the play, but they are somewhat too greasy for tea-table service. Prithee, get thyself a little better rigged out, and here is to pay all charges. Nay, Bucklaw, on my soul, man, you use me ill. However, added Craigengelt, pocketing the money, if you will have me so far indebted to you, I must be conforming. Well, horse and away, said the patron, so soon as you have got your riding livery in trim. You may ride the black crop ear, and harkee, I'll make you a present of him to boot. I drink to the good luck of my mission, answered the ambassador, and a half-pint bumper. I thank ye, Craigie, and pledge you. I see nothing against it but the father or the girl taking a tantrum, and I am told the mother can wind them both round her little finger. Take care not to affront her with any of your Jacobite jargon. Oh, aye, true, she is a Whig, and a friend of old Sal of Marlborough. Thank my stars, I can hoist any colours at a pinch. I have fought as hard under John Churchill as ever I did under Dundee or the Duke of Berwick. I verily believe you, Craigie, said the lord of the mansion. But, Craigie, do you pray step down to the cellar and fetch us up a bottle of the Burgundy, 1678. It is in the fourth bin from the right-hand turn. And I say, Craigie, you may fetch up half a dozen whilst you are about it. Egad will make a night on't. Chapter 22. Craigengelt set forth on his mission so soon as his equipage was complete, prosecuted his journey with all diligence, and accomplished his commission with all the dexterity for which Bucklaw had given him credit. As he arrived with credentials from Mr. Hasten of Bucklaw, he was extremely welcome to both ladies, and those who are prejudiced in favor of a new acquaintance can, for a time at least, discover excellencies in his very faults and perfections in his deficiencies. Although both ladies were accustomed to good society, yet, being predetermined to find out an agreeable and well-behaved gentleman in Mr. Hasten's friend, they succeeded wonderfully in imposing on themselves. It is true that Craigengelt was now handsomely dressed, and that was a point of no small consequence. But, independent of outward show, his blackguard impudence of address was construed into honorable bluntness, becoming his supposed military profession, his hectoring past for courage, and his sauciness for wit. Lest, however, anyone should think this a violation of probability, we must add, in fairness to the two ladies, that their discernment was greatly blinded and their favor propitiated by the opportune arrival of Captain Craigengelt in the moment when they were longing for a third hand to make a party at Tredrille, in which, as in all games, whether a chance or skill, that worthy person was a great proficient. When he found himself established in favor, his next point was how best to use it for the furtherance of his patron's views. He found Lady Ashton prepossessed strongly in favor of the motion which Lady Blenkinsop, partly from regard to her kinswoman, partly from the spirit of matchmaking, had not hesitated to propose to her, so that his task was an easy one. Bucklaw, reformed from his prodigality, was just the sort of husband which she desired to have for her shepherdess of Lammermoor, and while the marriage gave her an easy fortune and a respectable country gentleman for her husband, Lady Ashton was of opinion that her destinies would be fully and most favorably accomplished. It so chanced also that Bucklaw, among his new acquisitions, had gained the management of a little political interest in a neighboring county where the Douglas family originally held large possessions. It was one of the bosom hopes of Lady Ashton that her eldest son, Sholto, should represent this county in the British Parliament, and she saw this alliance with Bucklaw as a circumstance which might be highly favourable to her wishes. Craigengelt, who in his way by no means wanted sagacity, no sooner discovered in what quarter the wind of Lady Ashton's wishes sate than he trimmed his course accordingly. There was little to prevent Bucklaw himself from sitting for the county. He must carry the heat, must walk the course. 2 cousins, German, 6 more distant kinsmen, his factor and his chamberlain, were all hollow votes, and the Drylington interest had always carried, betwixt love and fear, about as many more. But Bucklaw cared no more about riding the first horse, and that sort of thing, than he, Craigengelt, did about a game at Berkey. It was a pity his interest was not in good guidance. All this Lady Ashton drank in with willing and attentive ears, resolving internally to be herself the person who should take the management of the political influence of her destined son-in-law for the benefit of her eldest born, Sholto, and all other parties concerned. When he found her ladyship thus favourably disposed, the captain proceeded, to use his employer's phrase, to set spurs to her resolution by hinting at the situation of matters at Ravenswood Castle, the long residence which the heir of that family had made with the Lord Keeper, and the reports which, though he would be drear he gave credit to any of them, had been idly circulated in the neighbourhood. It was not the captain's cue to appear himself to be uneasy on the subject of these rumours, but he easily saw from Lady Ashton's flushed cheek, hesitating voice, and flashing eye that she had caught the alarm which he intended to communicate. She had not heard from her husband so often or so regularly as she thought him bound in duty to have written, and of this very interesting intelligence concerning his visit to the Tower of Wolf's Crag and the guest whom, with such cordiality, he had received at Ravenswood Castle, he had suffered his lady to remain altogether ignorant, until she now learned it by the chance information of a stranger. Such concealment approached, in her apprehension, to a misprision at last, of treason, if not to actual rebellion against her matrimonial authority, and in her inward soul she did vow to take vengeance on the Lord Keeper, as on a subject detected in meditating revolt. Her indignation burned the more fiercely as she found herself obliged to suppress it in presence of Lady Blenkinsop, the kinswoman, and of Craigengelt, the confidential friend of Bucklaw, of whose alliance she now became trebly desirous, since it occurred to her alarmed imagination that her husband might, in his policy or timidity, prefer that of Ravenswood. The captain was engineer enough to discover that the train was fired, and therefore heard, in the course of the same day, without the least surprise, that Lady Ashton had resolved to abridge her visit to Lady Blenkinsop, and set forth with the peep of morning on her return to Scotland, using all the dispatch which the state of the roads and the mode of travelling would possibly permit. Unhappy Lord Keeper! Little was he aware what a storm was travelling towards him in all the speed with which an old-fashioned coach and six could possibly achieve its journey. He, like Don Gayferos, forgot his lady fair and true, and was only anxious about the expected visit of the Marquis of A. Soothfast tidings had assured him that this nobleman was at length, and without fail, to honour his castle at 1 in the afternoon, being a late dinner hour. And much was the bustle in consequence of the annunciation. The Lord Keeper traversed the chambers, held consultation with the butler in the cellars, and even ventured, at the risk of a demele, with a cook of a spirit lofty enough to scorn the admonitions of Lady Ashton herself, to peep into the kitchen. Satisfied, at length, that everything was in as active a train of preparation as was possible, he summoned Ravenswood and his daughter to walk upon the terrace for the purpose of watching, from that commanding position, the earliest symptoms of his lordship's approach. For this purpose, with slow and idle step, he paraded the terrace which, flanked with a heavy stone battlement, stretched in front of the castle upon a level with the first story, while visitors found access to the court by a projecting gateway, the bartizan or flatted roof of which was accessible from the terrace by an easy flight of low and broad steps. The whole bore a resemblance partly to a castle, partly to a nobleman's seat, and though calculated, in some respects, for defence, evinced that it had been constructed under a sense of the power and security of the ancient lords of Ravenswood. This pleasant walk commanded a beautiful and extensive view, but what was most to our present purpose, there were seen from the terrace 2 roads, one leading from the east and one from the westward, which, crossing a ridge opposed to the eminence on which the castle stood, at different angles, gradually approached each other until they joined not far from the gate of the avenue. It was to the westward approach that the Lord Keeper, from a sort of fidgeting anxiety, his daughter from complacence to him, and Ravenswood, though feeling some symptoms of internal impatience out of complacence to his daughter, directed their eyes to see the precursors of the Marquise's approach. These were not long of presenting themselves. 2 running footmen, dressed in white, with black jockey caps and long staffs in their hands, headed the train, and such was their agility that they found no difficulty in keeping the necessary advance which the etiquette of their station required before the carriage and horsemen. Onward they came at a long swinging trot, arguing unwearied speed in their long-breathed calling. Such running footmen are often alluded to in old plays. I would particularly instance Middleton's Mad World, My Master's, and perhaps may be still remembered by some old persons in Scotland as part of the retinue of the ancient nobility when travelling in full ceremony. Behind these glancing meteors, who footed it as if the avenger of blood had been behind them, came a cloud of dust, raised by riders who preceded, attended, or followed the state carriage of the Marquis. The privilege of nobility in those days had something in it impressive on the imagination. The dresses and liveries and number of their attendants, their style of traveling, the imposing and almost warlike air of the armed men who surrounded them, placed them far above the laird, who travelled with his brace of footmen, and as to rivalry from the mercantile part of the community, these would as soon have thought of imitating the state equipage of the sovereign. At present it is different, and I myself, Peter Pattison, in a late journey to Edinburgh, had the honour, in the mail coach phrase, to change a leg with a peer of the realm. It was not so in the days of which I write, and the Marquis's approach, so long expected in vain, now took place in the full pomp of ancient aristocracy. Sir William Ashton was so much interested in what he beheld and in considering this ceremonial of reception, in case any circumstance had been omitted, that he scarce heard his son Henry exclaim, "There is another coach and 6 coming down the east road, papa. Can they both belong to the Marquis of A?" At length, when the youngster had fairly compelled his attention by pulling his sleeve, he turned his eyes, and as he turned, surveyed an awful vision. Sure enough, another coach and 6, with 4 servants or outriders in attendance, was descending the hill from the eastward, at such a pace as made it doubtful which of the carriages thus approaching from different quarters would first reach the gate at the extremity of the avenue. The one coach was green, the other blue, and not the green and blue chariots in the circus of Rome or Constantinople excited more turmoil among the citizens than the double apparition occasioned in the mind of the Lord Keeper. We all remember the terrible exclamation of the dying profligate when a friend, to destroy what he supposed the hypochondriac idea of a spectre appearing in a certain shape at a given hour, placed before him a person dressed up in the manner he described. "Mon Dieu," said the expiring sinner, who, it seems, saw both the real and polygraphic apparition, "il y en a Dieu." The surprise of the Lord Keeper was scarcely less unpleasing at the duplication of the expected arrival. His mind misgave him strangely. There was no neighbor who would have approached so unceremoniously at a time when ceremony was held in such respect. It must be Lady Ashton, said his conscience, and followed up the hint with an anxious anticipation of the purpose of her sudden and unannounced return. He felt that he was caught in the manner, that the company in which she had so unluckily surprised him was likely to be highly distasteful to her. There was no question, and the only hope which remained for him was her high sense of dignified propriety, which, he trusted, might prevent a public explosion. But so active were his doubts and fears as altogether to derange his purpose ceremonial for the reception of the Marquis. These feelings of apprehension were not confined to Sir William Ashton. "It is my mother, it is my mother," said Lucy, turning as pale as ashes and clasping her hands together as she looked at Ravenswood. "And if it be Lady Ashton," said her lover to her in a low tone, "what can be the occasion of such alarm? Surely the return of a lady to the family from which she has been so long absent should excite other sensations than those of fear and dismay." "You do not know my mother," said Miss Ashton in a tone almost breathless with terror. "What will she say when she sees you in this place?" "My stay has been too long," said Ravenswood somewhat haughtily, "if her displeasure at my presence is likely to be so formidable. My dear Lucy," he resumed, in a tone of soothing encouragement, "you are too childishly afraid of Lady Ashton. She is a woman of family, a lady of fashion, a person who must know the world, and what is due to her husband and her husband's guests." Lucy shook her head, and, as if her mother, still at the distance of half a mile, could have seen and scrutinized her deportment, she withdrew herself from beside Ravenswood, and, taking her brother Henry's arm, led him to a different part of the terrace. The keeper also shuffled down towards the portal of the great gate, without inviting Ravenswood to accompany him, and thus he remained standing alone on the terrace, deserted and shunned, as it were, by the inhabitants of the mansion. This suited not the mood of one who was proud in proportion to his poverty, and who thought that in sacrificing his deep-rooted resentment so far as to become Sir William Ashton's guest, he conferred a favor and received none. "I can forgive Lucy," he said to himself. "She is young, timid, and conscious of an important engagement assumed without her mother's sanction. Yet she should remember with whom it has been assumed, and leave me no reason to suspect that she is ashamed of her choice." For the keeper, sense, spirit, and expression seemed to have left his face and manner since he had the first glimpse of Lady Ashton's carriage. "I must watch how this is to end, and, if they give me reason to think myself an unwelcome guest, my visit is soon abridged." With these suspicions floating on his mind, he left the terrace, and walking towards the stables of the castle, gave directions that his horse should be kept in readiness in case he should have occasion to ride abroad. In the meanwhile, the drivers of the two carriages, the approach of which had occasioned so much dismay at the castle, had become aware of each other's presence as they approached upon different lines to the head of the avenue, as a common centre. Lady Ashton's driver and postilions instantly received orders to get foremost if possible, her ladyship being desirous of dispatching her first interview with her husband before the arrival of these guests, whoever they might happen to be. On the other hand, the coachman of the Marquis, conscious of his own dignity and that of his master, and observing the rival charioteer was mending his pace, resolved, like a true brother of the whip, whether ancient or modern, to vindicate his right of precedence, so that, to increase the confusion of the Lord Keeper's understanding, he saw the short time which remained for consideration abridged by the haste of the contending coachmen, who, fixing their eyes sternly on each other, and applying the lash smartly to their horses, began to thunder down the descent with emulous rapidity, while the horsemen who attended them were forced to put on to a hand gallop. Sir William's only chance now remaining was the possibility of an overturn, and that his lady or visitor might break their necks. I am not aware that he formed any distinct wish on the subject, but I have no reason to think that his grief in either case would have been altogether inconsolable. This chance, however, also disappeared, for Lady Ashton, though insensible to fear, began to see the ridicule of running a race with a visitor of distinction, the goal being the portal of her own castle, and commanded her coachman, as they approached the avenue, to slacken his pace, and allow precedence to the stranger's equipage, a command which he gladly obeyed, as coming in time to save his honour, the horses of the Marquis's carriage being better, or at least fresher than his own. He restrained his pace, therefore, and suffered the green coach to enter the avenue, with all its retinue, which passed it occupied with the speed of a whirlwind. The Marquise's lace charioteer no sooner found the pas d'avance was granted to him than he resumed a more deliberate pace, at which he advanced under the embowering shade of the lofty elms, surrounded by all the attendants, while the carriage of Lady Ashton followed, still more slowly, at some distance. In the front of the castle, and beneath the portal which admitted guests into the inner court, stood Sir William Ashton, much perplexed in mind, his younger son and daughter beside him, and in their rear a train of attendants of various ranks, in and out of livery. The nobility and gentry of Scotland, at this period, were remarkable even to extravagance for the number of their servants, whose services were easily purchased in a country where men were numerous beyond proportion to the means of employing them. The manners of a man trained like Sir William Ashton are too much at his command to remain long disconcerted with the most adverse concurrence of circumstances. He received the Marquis, as he alighted from his equipage, with the usual compliments of welcome, and, as he ushered him into the great hall, expressed his hope that his journey had been pleasant. The Marquis was a tall, well-made man, with a thoughtful and intelligent countenance, and an eye in which the fire of ambition had for some years replaced the vivacity of youth, a bold, proud expression of countenance, yet chastened by habitual caution, and the desire which, as the head of a party, he necessarily entertained of acquiring popularity. He answered with courtesy the courteous inquiries of the Lord Keeper, and was formally presented to Miss Ashton, in the course of which ceremony the Lord Keeper gave the first symptom of what was chiefly occupying his mind, by introducing his daughter as his wife, Lady Ashton. Lucy blushed. The Marquis looked surprised at the extremely juvenile appearance of his hostess, and the Lord Keeper with difficulty rallied himself so far as to explain. "I should have said my daughter, my lord, but the truth is that I saw Lady Ashton's carriage into the avenue shortly after your lordship's, and—" "Make no apology, my lord," replied his noble guest. "Let me entreat you will wait on your lady and leave me to cultivate Miss Ashton's acquaintance. I am shocked my people should have taken precedence of our hostess at her own gate, but your lordship is aware that I suppose Lady Ashton was still in the south. Permit me to beseech you will waive ceremony and hasten to welcome her." This was precisely what the Lord Keeper longed to do, and he instantly profited by his lordship's obliging permission. To see Lady Ashton and encounter the first burst of her displeasure in private might prepare her in some degree to receive her unwelcome guests with due decorum. As her carriage, therefore, stopped, the arm of the attentive husband was ready to assist Lady Ashton in dismounting. Looking as if she saw him not, she put his arm aside and requested that of Captain Craigengelt, who stood by the coach with his laced hat under his arm, having acted as cavalier servente, or squire in attendance, during the journey. Taking hold of this respectable person's arm as if to support her lady, Ashton traversed the court, uttering a word or two by way of direction to the servants, but not one to Sir William, who in vain endeavoured to attract her attention, as he rather followed than accompanied her into the hall, in which they found the Marquis in close conversation with the Master of Ravenswood. Lucy had taken the first opportunity of escaping. There was embarrassment on every countenance except that of the Marquis of A., for even Craigengelt's impudence was hardly able to veil his fear of Ravenswood, and the rest felt the awkwardness of the position in which they were thus unexpectedly placed. After waiting a moment to be presented by Sir William Ashton, the Marquis resolved to introduce himself. "The Lord Keeper," he said, bowing to Lady Ashton, "has just introduced to me his daughter as his wife. He might very easily present Lady Ashton as his daughter, so little does she differ from what I remember her some years since. Will she permit an old acquaintance the privilege of a guest?" Illustration. He saluted the lady with too good a grace to apprehend a repulse, and then proceeded, "This, Lady Ashton, is a peacemaking visit, and therefore I presume to introduce my cousin, the young Master of Ravenswood, to your favourable notice." Lady Ashton could not choose but courtesy, but there was in her obeisance an air of haughtiness approaching to contemptuous repulse. Ravenswood could not choose but bow, but his manner returned the scorn with which he had been greeted. "Allow me," she said, "to present to your lordship my friend." Craigengelt, with the forward impudence which men of his caste mistake for ease, made a sliding bow to the Marquess, which he graced by a flourish of his gold-laced hat. The lady turned to her husband. "You and I, Sir William," she said, "and these," were the first words she had addressed to him, "have acquired new acquaintances since we parted. Let me introduce the acquisition I have made to mine, Captain Craigengelt." Another bow, and another flourish of the gold-laced hat, which was returned by the Lord Keeper without intimation of former recognition, and with that sort of anxious readiness which intimated his wish that peace and amnesty should take place betwixt the contending parties, including the auxiliaries on both sides. "Let me introduce you to the Master of Ravenswood," said he to Captain Craigengelt, following up the same amicable system. But the master drew up his tall form to the full extent of his height, and without so much as looking towards the person thus introduced to him, he said in a marked tone, "Captain Craigengelt and I are already perfectly well acquainted with each other." Perfectly," replied the captain, in a mumbling tone, like that of a double echo, and with a flourish of his hat, the circumference of which was greatly abridged, compared with those which had so cordially graced his introduction to the Marquis and the Lord Keeper. Lockhart, followed by 3 menials, now entered with wine and refreshments, which it was the fashion to offer as a whet before dinner, and when they were placed before the guests, Lady Ashton made an apology for withdrawing her husband from them for some minutes upon business of special import. The Marquis, of course, requested her ladyship would lay herself under no restraint, and Craigengelt, bolting with speed a second glass of racy canary, hastened to leave the room, feeling no great pleasure in the prospect of being left alone with the Marquis of A. and the Master of Ravenswood, the presence of the former holding him in awe and that of the latter in bodily terror. Some arrangements about his horse and baggage formed the pretext for his sudden retreat, in which he persevered, although Lady Ashton gave Lockhart orders to be careful most particularly to accommodate Captain Craigengelt with all the attendance which he could possibly require. The Marquis and the Master of Ravenswood were thus left to communicate to each other their remarks upon the reception which they had met with, while Lady Ashton led the way, and her lord followed somewhat like a condemned criminal to her ladyship's dressing-room. So soon as the spouses had both entered, her ladyship gave way to that fierce audacity of temper which she had with difficulty suppressed, out of respect to appearances. She shut the door behind the alarmed Lord Keeper, took the key out of the spring lock, and with a countenance which years had not bereft of its haughty charms, and eyes which spoke at once resolution and resentment, she addressed her astounded husband in these words: "My lord, I am not greatly surprised at the connections you have been pleased to form during my absence. They are entirely in conformity with your birth and breeding. And if I did expect anything else, I heartily own my error, and that I merit, by having done so, the disappointment you had prepared for me. My dear Lady Ashton, my dear Eleanor." "Margaret," said the Lord Keeper, "listen to reason for a moment, and I will convince you I have acted with all the regard due to the dignity as well as the interest of my family." "To the interest of your family I conceive you perfectly capable of attending," returned the indignant lady, "and even to the dignity of your own family also, as far as it requires any looking after. But as mine happens to be inextricably involved with it, you will excuse me if I choose to give my own attention so far as that is concerned." "What would you have, Lady Ashton?" said the husband. "What is it that displeases you? Why is it that on your return after so long an absence I am arraigned in this manner? Ask your own conscience, Sir William. What has prompted you to become a renegade to your political party and opinions, and led you, for what I know, to be on the point of marrying your only daughter to a beggarly Jacobite bankrupt, the inveterate enemy of your family to the boot. Why, what, in the name of common sense and common civility, would you have me do, madam? Answered her husband. Is it possible for me, with ordinary decency, to turn a young gentleman out of my house who saved my daughter's life and my own, but the other morning, as it were? Saved your life? I have heard of that story, said the lady. The Lord Keeper was scared by a dun cow, and he takes the young fellow who killed her for Guy of Warwick. Any butcher from Haddington may soon have an equal claim on your hospitality. Lady Ashton, stammered the keeper, this is intolerable, and when I am desirous too to make you easy by any sacrifice, if you would but tell me what you would be at. Go down to your guests, said the imperious dame, and make your apology to Ravenswood that the arrival of Captain Craigengelt and some other friends renders it impossible for you to offer him lodgings at the castle. I expect young Mr. Haston of Bucklaw. Good heavens, madam, ejaculated her husband. Ravenswood to give place to Craigengelt, a common gambler and an informer. It was all I could do to forbear desiring the fellow to get out of my house, and I was much surprised to see him in your ladyship's train. Since you saw him there, you might be well assured, answered this meek helpmate, that he was proper society. As to this Ravenswood, he only meets with the treatment which, to my certain knowledge, he gave to a much valued friend of mine, who had the misfortune to be his guest some time since. But take your resolution, for if Ravenswood does not quit the house, I will. Sir William Ashton paced up and down the apartment in the most distressing agitation, fear and shame, and anger contending against the habitual deference he was in the use of rendering to his lady. At length it ended, as is usual with timid minds placed in such circumstances, in his adopting a meso-termin, a middle measure. I tell you frankly, madam, I neither can nor will be guilty of the incivility you propose to the master of Ravenswood. He has not deserved it at my hand. If you will be so unreasonable as to insult a man of quality under your own roof, I cannot prevent you, but I will not at least be the agent in such a preposterous proceeding. You will not? asked the lady. No, by heavens, madam. Her husband replied. Ask me anything congruent with common decency, as to drop his acquaintance by degrees or the like, but to bid him leave my house is what I will not and cannot consent to. Then the task of supporting the honor of the family will fall on me, as it has often done before, said the lady. She sat down and hastily wrote a few lines. The Lord Keeper made another effort to prevent her taking a step so decisive just as she opened the door to call her female attendant from the anteroom. Think what you are doing, Lady Ashton. You are making a mortal enemy of a young man who is like to have the means of harming us. Did you ever know a Douglas who feared an enemy? Answered the lady contemptuously. Aye, but he is as proud and vindictive as 100 Douglases and 100 devils to boot. Think of it for a night only. Not for another moment, answered the lady. Here, Mrs. Patello, give this billet to young Ravenswood. To the master, madam, said Mrs. Patello. Aye, to the master if you call him so. I wash my hands of it entirely, said the keeper, and I shall go down into the garden and see that Jardine gathers the winter fruit for the dessert. Do so, said the lady, looking after him with glances of infinite contempt, and thank God that you leave one behind you as fit to protect the honor of the family as you are to look after pippins and pears. The Lord Keeper remained long enough in the garden to give her ladyship's mind time to explode, and to let, as he thought, at least the first violence of Ravenswood's displeasure blow over. When he entered the hall, he found the Marquis of A giving orders to some of his attendants. He seemed in high displeasure, and interrupted an apology which Sir William had commenced for having left his lordship alone. I presume, Sir William, you are no stranger to this singular billet with which my kinsman of Ravenswood, an emphasis on the word my, has been favoured by your lady, and of course that you are prepared to receive my adius. My kinsman is already gone, having thought it unnecessary to offer any on his part. Since all former civilities had been cancelled by this singular insult. I protest, my lord, said Sir William, holding the billet in his hand, I am not privy to the contents of this letter. I know Lady Ashton is a warm-tempered and prejudiced woman, and I am sincerely sorry for any offence that has been given or taken, but I hope your lordship will consider that a lady should bear herself towards persons of a certain rank with the breeding of one, said the Marquis, completing the half-uttered sentence. True, my lord, said the unfortunate keeper, but Lady Ashton is still a woman, and, as such, methinks, said the Marquis, again interrupting him, should be taught the duties which correspond to her station. But here she comes, and I will learn from her own mouth the reason of this extraordinary and unexpected affront offered to my near relation, while both he and I were her ladyship's guests. Lady Ashton accordingly entered the apartment at this moment. Her dispute with Sir William, and a subsequent interview with her daughter, had not prevented her from attending to the duties of her toilette. She appeared in full dress, and from the character of her countenance and manner, well became the splendour with which ladies of quality then appeared on such occasions. The Marquis of A bowed haughtily, and she returned the salute with equal pride and distance of demeanour. He then took from the passive hand of Sir William Ashton the billet he had given him the moment before he approached the lady, and was about to speak, when she interrupted him. I perceive, my lord, you are about to enter upon an unpleasant subject. I am sorry any such should have occurred at this time, to interrupt in the slightest degree the respectful reception due to your lordship, but so it is. Mr. Edgar Ravenswood, for whom I have addressed the billet in your lordship's hand, has abused the hospitality of this family, and Sir William Ashton's softness of temper, in order to seduce a young person into engagements without her parents' consent, and of which they never can approve. Both gentlemen answered at once. My kinsman is incapable, said the Lord Marquis. I am confident that my daughter Lucy is still more incapable, said the Lord Keeper. Lady Ashton at once interrupted and replied to them both. My Lord Marquis, your kinsman, if Mr. Ravenswood has the honour to be so, has made the attempt privately to secure the affections of this young and inexperienced girl. Sir William Ashton, your daughter has been simple enough to give more encouragement than she ought to have done to so very improper a suitor, and I think, madam, said the Lord Keeper, losing his accustomed temper and patience, that if you had nothing better to tell us, you had better have kept this family secret to yourself also. You will pardon me, Sir William, said the lady calmly. The noble Marquis has a right to know the cause of the treatment I have found it necessary to use to a gentleman whom he calls his blood relation. It is a cause, muttered the Lord Keeper, which has emerged since the effect has taken place. For, if it exists at all, I am sure she knew nothing of it when her letter to Ravenswood was written. It is the first time that I have heard of this, said the Marquis. But since your ladyship has tabled a subject so delicate, permit me to say that my kinsman's birth and connections entitled him to a patient hearing, and at least a civil refusal, even in case of his being so ambitious as to raise his eyes to the daughter of Sir William Ashton. You will recollect, my lord, of what blood Miss Lucy Ashton is come by the mother's side, said the lady. I do remember your descent from a younger branch of the house of Angus, said the Marquis, and your ladyship forgive me, lady ought not to forget that the Ravenswoods have thrice intermarried with the main stem. Come, madam, I know how matters stand. Old and long fostered prejudices are difficult to get over. I make every allowance for them. I ought not, and I would not, otherwise have suffered my kinsman to depart alone, expelled in a manner from this house. But I had hopes of being a mediator. I am still unwilling to leave you in anger, and shall not set forward till afternoon, as I rejoin the master of Ravenswood upon the road a few miles from hence. Let us talk over this matter more coolly. It is what I anxiously desire, my lord, said Sir William Ashton eagerly. Lady Ashton, we will not permit my Lord of A to leave us in displeasure. We must compel him to tarry dinner at the castle." "The castle," said the lady, "and all that it contains are at the command of the Marquis, so long as he chooses to honor it with his residence. But touching a farther discussion of this disagreeable topic, pardon me, good madam," said the Marquis, "but I cannot allow you to express any hasty resolution on a subject so important. I see that more company is arriving, and since I have the good fortune to renew my former acquaintance with Lady Ashton, I hope she will give me leave to avoid periling what I prize so highly upon any disagreeable subject of discussion, at least till we have talked over more pleasant topics." The lady smiled, courtesied, and gave her hand to the Marquis, by whom, with all the formal gallantry of the time, which did not permit the guest to tuck the lady of the house under the arm as a rustic does his sweetheart at a wake, she was ushered to the eating-room. Here they were joined by Bucklaw, Craigengelt, and other neighbors whom the Lord Keeper had previously invited to meet the Marquis of A. An apology, founded upon a slight indisposition, was alleged as an excuse for the absence of Miss Ashton, whose seat appeared unoccupied. The entertainment was splendid to profusion, and was protracted till a late hour. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.